Incredible. I've become the original ancestor of humanity. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 I Know You Are Using Me. In the fetid sewer, Marcus Joey Clark chuckled sinisterly as he offered clues about a mechanic, hinting at something. Lineage, initially surprised, then sneered back, have the vampire's insiders been so deeply embedded? They even knew I was from planet A16. It seems our supervisory department is about to conduct a thorough internal investigation. I wonder how many vampires who worked so hard to infiltrate the supervisory department will be arrested. Joey Clark stared intently at Lineage, hoping to detect any unnatural expression on his face, but he caught none. Bang! A bright beam of sunlight suddenly appeared in the nearby underground passage. The maintenance manhole cover above the underground passage was kicked open, and Xiaowan leaped down. Lineage, are you in trouble? Xiaowan quickly rushed to Lineage's side, eyeing Marcus Joey Clark warily. Lineage slowly shook his head. He would resolve the troubles between him and the Clark family himself. It's been a pleasure working together this time. I hope the misunderstandings between us will be resolved quickly. Marcus Joey Clark flipped up the hood of his long tuxedo, covering all exposed skin, and headed towards the manhole. Vampires extremely dislike direct sunlight from stars, and when outdoors during the day, they always cover themselves up with special clothing and gloves. If the smell of the sewers hadn't been so unpleasant to Joey Clark, he would have walked all the way through the sewers to his own residence. After Joey Clark left, Xiaowan whispered to Lineage, what just happened? Knowing that the subtle confrontation with Joey Clark wouldn't be hidden from Xiaowan, Lineage recounted the incident where Joey Clark ambushed the queen and was stopped by him, omitting the final conversation about a mechanic. Xiaowan nodded, and she and Lineage, carrying the bound queen and engineer respectively, headed towards the maintenance manhole. But just as they were about to reach the surface, Xiaowan suddenly said, if this is truly a premeditated plot by the vampires, then war is truly unavoidable. Many people think I love war, but I'm actually an anti-war wing of the Federation. Lineage, who was crawling on top, was speechless. Xiaowan, who was quick to flip a table when she was upset, was actually an anti-war wing. This was truly a joke that would shock the Federation. Marcus Joey Clark returned to the vampire delegation's base. Seeing the surrounding federal troops closely monitoring the vampires, his already gloomy expression darkened even more. He had never suffered such humiliation before, but he knew that the conflict between the vampires and the Federation was on the verge of breaking out. No one could bear the blame for starting an all-out war, so no matter how angry he felt, he had to suppress it for the time being. Is Doug back? Your Excellency, Viscount Doug has returned. Have him come to see me immediately. Joey Clark sat down and drank a glass of strong blood wine, finally calming the rage in his chest. Your Excellency, I'm here. Viscount Doug arrived quickly. It was none other than the vampire Viscount who had been assigned to the same search team as Lineage and Hideo. Doug, have you confirmed? Is that Lineage the owner of that mobile suit? Your Excellency, I'm only certain that the scent of Lineage bears a strong resemblance to the urine left inside the mobile suit. As for the rest, I can't confirm. Viscount Doug said in a heavy tone, get out. You must not tell anyone about this. After Viscount Doug left, Joey Clark fell into a state of distressed contemplation. Because of a miscalculated decision, the Clark family had become entangled in a murky connection with the A16 ambush. What had been thought to be unverifiable was now being exposed by Lineage. Even more outrageous was the fact that this Lineage was most likely Marcus Muayu's favorite mechanic. If Lineage were to find Marcus Muayu and start whispering in his ear, the Clark family would undoubtedly bear the wrath of the Zumu family. No, absolutely not. Joey Clark gritted his teeth, racking his brains over how to resolve this problem. Beep, beep, beep. There was a knock on the door, and Viscount Doug returned for the second time. Your Excellency, I discovered something very strange today. That Lineage is actually connected to someone from the temple. Viscount Doug told him about Hideo. Marcus Joey Clark was stunned for a moment, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. Lineage handed the captured queen insect to the Federation's biological research department, then said goodbye to Li Xiaowan and the others and returned alone to his home at 33 Wutong Street. He could sense Hideo quietly following him, but he was preoccupied and didn't have the heart to argue with him. In the sewers, Joey Clark's words had actually quite startled Li Ziyi. Only a handful of people in the supervisory department, like Xiaowan, knew that he had come to Star City from planet A16. The Blood Clan's undercover agents had clearly infiltrated the supervisory department, and they weren't just marginalized individuals like Yuan He. But based on this alone, Li Ziyi didn't think they would suspect he was a mechanic. He had reported to the supervisory department with Chen Tong's letter of introduction, which bore the temple's cross emblem. Who would associate someone with close ties to the temple with a Blood Clan Marquis's mechanic? After much deliberation, the two figures in Li Ziyi's memory merged, and he finally came up with the most likely clue. The tattered mobile suit he had abandoned on planet A16. After a night of entanglement with Chen Tong in the mecha, Li Ziyi agreed to follow Chen Tong back to the Federation and accept the temporary identity Chen Tong had arranged for him. However, the mecha was borrowed from Thor, and they had to return it to Thor when they returned to the wreckage of the temple starship. Therefore, anything related to the Blood Clan could not be brought back to the wreckage, lest it arouse suspicion and cause trouble. So, before returning to the wreckage of the temple starship, Li Ziyi abandoned the Blood Clan-style mobile suit. The reason he casually abandoned it instead of completely destroying it was because Li Ziyi had an ulterior motive. Li Ziyi always felt that Mu Yu would devote all her efforts to searching for his whereabouts. If she later searched for planet A16 and saw the mobile suit, at least she would know that she was still alive and would not be haunted by the worry and longing. As for the fact that abandoning the mobile suit would affect his hidden identity, that was not a consideration at all. Even if someone else found the mobile suit, they could first smell the urine bag inside the suit, then come to Li Ziyi and sniff it, comparing scents. Would they know where Li Ziyi was? Could they possibly meet up? But as fate would have it, that day, Li Ziyi and Li Xiaowan boarded the Blood Maple, the Blood Clan's heavy cruiser, and encountered the mobile suit in the exhibition hall. Now, Li Ziyi carefully recalled the incident and was certain that the vampire who had been with him at the time was the same vampire he had spent half a day searching the sewers with today. How could this be such a coincidence? Li Ziyi figured it out, feeling incredibly frustrated. If he used his stealth talent, he could block out the spread of his aura, but using it around Li Xiaowan or Hideo would be a surefire way to bring trouble upon himself. No normal person could be completely senseless, that would seem overly contrived. Oh, I don't know if Sfag has seen Muayu. Should I run away? Oh, I don't know how to explain this to Chen Tong. Am I going to cause her trouble? For the first time since crossing over, Li Ziyi was mired in a torment. Under a dim sky, a vast expanse of vineyards stretched from near to far, painting the landscape a hue of emerald green. Several workers, dressed in simple, coarse linen clothing, busily picked bunches of ripe grapes, loading them into large baskets onto horse-drawn carriages to be taken to the vineyard's winery for brewing delicious wine. Their work was hard, but they were joyful, occasionally singing a few verses of local obscene ballads, drawing laughter and scolding from the maids. An old man sat quietly beneath a grape trellis, a wine glass and a wine barrel in hand. Drowsy, he supervised the workers' work, enjoying the tranquility and comfort of rural life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the sound of an aircraft echoed in the distance. The seemingly drunken old man opened his eyes, a sharp murderous aura emanating from him. A few minutes later, an equally aged-looking vampire sat down in front of the old man. He glanced at the visitor and said with some annoyance, "Fiegel, you know I don't want to get involved in outside affairs anymore, so why do you bother me?" Fiegel was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Did you know that I became a core counselor?" The old man remained silent, waiting for Fiegel's next words. Fiegel continued, "Yu has a mechanic whom he dotes on very much. He dotes on him to the extent that he would punish his own brother for that mechanic, but we recently received intelligence that the mechanic is now a junior inspector general of the Federal Supervisory Department." The old man narrowed his eyes. "Fiegel, you can go now. Don't come to me again." Fiegel stood up and said coldly, "That mechanic is not only from the Supervisory Department, but also from the temple." Just now, he almost caused an all-out war between the Parliament and the Federation. The old man's squinting eyes suddenly opened, and his sharp gaze made Fiegel want to avoid him. "From the temple, yes, he seduced Senator Yu. Yes, what's his name?" Fiegel said in a sad tone. His name is Li Zhe. It is difficult for us to find someone who is both powerful and able to infiltrate the Federation. Okay, you don't have to say it. The old man slowly stood up, no longer looking lazy like a drunkard. Figgle smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will get enough for what you paid for. I know you are taking advantage of my past, but if you don't do this, you won't be the despicable and dirty Figgle." Chapter 152, Fate in the Dark? Li Zhe sat vacantly on the balcony lounge chair for a moment when Xiaowan's call came in. The queen insect has been rescued, but their mental defenses are so strong that the supervisory department is having trouble conducting a mental interrogation. "Do you have any suggestions?" Li Zhe pondered for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. "I don't know when the temple will arrive. Perhaps you should officially inform them of the situation in Star City." Mental interrogation is a method used by psychic-type superpowers to forcibly obtain the subject's mental memories through hypnosis or dream entry. Historically, only a handful of superpowers have mastered it. The temple, however, boasts a large number of psychic-type superpowers and even a specialized mental interrogation unit, making it an expert in this type of situation. Given the close relationship between the supervisory department and the temple, it would be wise to urgently request assistance at this time. However, from Xiaowan's tone, Li Zhe seemed hesitant about asking for help from the temple. "Have you rested enough? Come to the supervisory department. I'll take you to library number 7. As Li Zhe entered the supervisory department, he sensed a stark contrast to his usual atmosphere. The staff inside the building hurried along, their characteristic languid air gone, replaced by an air of intense tension and seriousness. Just as he was about to take the dedicated elevator to the 36th floor, he saw an elderly man wearing reading glasses standing at the stairwell, smiling and waving. Li Zhe recognized the man as the receptionist on the 36th floor. Everyone approaching Xiaowan had to be vetted by him. Li Zhe had asked Yuan He, the gossipy secretary, about a man, but Xiao Bao, who knew all about the vegetable sources for the supervisory department staff cafeteria, knew nothing about him except that he was called Uncle Lin. Li Zhe approached, and Uncle Lin smiled warmly at him, motioning him to follow. The two of them entered the hallway, one behind the other, and descended a dozen flights of stairs until they reached a small, unassuming iron door where Xiaowan was waiting. Uncle Lin fished out a black key and inserted it into the keyhole of the unassuming little door. Once it opened, Li Zhe discovered that this seemingly unassuming door was actually a 20-centimeter thick alloy. Upon entering, Li Zhe was immediately struck by the distinct scent of printed books. In this federation, where electronic information coverage exceeds 90%, each printed volume carries a tangible history. The library, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, was immaculately clean, its rows of shelves evidently regularly maintained. However, Uncle Lin and Xiaowan led Li Zhe straight through the shelves to a small iron door. Open the door, go down the stairs, to the next library, then the next door. Starting with the third door, Xiaowan and Uncle Lin each produced a black iron key and simultaneously opened an even thicker metal door. In the Federation, where sensor access control is prevalent, these heavy metal doors, which rely entirely on mechanical locking, seem to offer a higher level of security. Li Zhe followed Lin Bo and Xiaowan through 6 libraries, descending 7 floors before reaching their final destination. This is library number 7 of the supervisory department. You can read it there for 3 hours, and we'll pick you up then. Looking at the tiny library, just a few dozen square meters, smelling the stale, decayed atmosphere, and thinking about the various checkpoints he'd passed along the way, an idea suddenly struck Li Zhe. Did that bastard Joey Clark reveal my identity as a vampire mechanic to Xiaowan, and then Xiaowan deliberately chose this place to trap me? Li Zhe sensed the chilling heat of library number 7's walls. He knew that even the surrounding walls were made of metal, and even if he transformed himself into a bug, he wouldn't be able to burrow his way out. Li Zhe casually picked up a book from the shelf, flipped open a few pages, and confirmed that it was a genuine ancient tome, its value beyond measure. It contained the daily notes of a knight of the Temple of Justice from the last civilization. If you can't understand these ancient hints, there are annotations in the Federation's common language next to them. Xiaowan pointed to another booklet on the bookshelf and explained to Li Zhe. Okay, thank you. Li Zhe nodded, picked up the annotated booklet, and pretended to read it. But suddenly, something felt wrong. That Lin Bo had already quietly left, So why was Xiaowan still here? Li Zhe closed the booklet. Minister Xiao, do you have something to say to me? Xiaowan pondered for a few seconds, his eyes becoming calm and clear. Although I don't like vampires, I dislike war even more. I don't want those warriors to die meaninglessly, and I don't want the people of the Federation to lose their loved ones and wealth because of war, but given the timing and position of the temple's appearance, it may be very necessary to fight a war to consolidate its position. So I hope that in investigating this insect infiltration incident, you can uphold the impartial chivalric creed and get to the bottom of the facts. Li Zhe finally understood Xiaowan's hesitation. He didn't trust the temple. He feared that, seeking to regain the Federation's favor, the temple would exploit this Zerg infiltration incident to incite hatred among the Federation's citizens against the vampires, launching a holy war that would result in countless deaths. Therefore, if the temple's psychics were to conduct a psychic interrogation of the two Zerg queens, fairness would be crucial. Li Zhe also disliked attempts to exploit morality for personal gain, so he assured Xiaowan, if the vampires didn't act intentionally, I will do my utmost to ensure the integrity of the investigation and prevent war. Xiaowan smiled cheerfully, nodded, and turned to leave. As he closed the door, he suddenly added, why did the Knights of Justice become the supervisory department? Perhaps you can find the answer in this library. Li Zhe was actually familiar with Yutuan. As he read the Knight's diary from a previous civilization, he noticed numerous inaccuracies in the annotations, omitting much poignant information. Today I finally became a holy Knight of Justice. My mother sold everything she could at home so that after I arrived at the Temple of War, I could use the money to carefully make friends, especially those who, along with me, had received the gods' gifts and become temple monks. Since my father's death, my family has fallen on hard times. My mother placed all her hopes of reviving the family on me, and I am willing to shoulder this responsibility that every man should bear. The training period for the apprentice knight is finally over. We learned the mysterious ancient Int language, the strict knight's creed, and the many restrictions within the temple. Tomorrow we will be assigned to Knight's branch under the Order of Justice. I gave half of the money to our knight training officer. He was disgusted, but he still accepted it. I was assigned to Good Knight's branch. The planet they're stationed on, Deca, is relatively wealthy, and mob activity isn't rampant. More importantly, I'm in the same galaxy with my family. I don't need to travel across stars to take a starship, and I can go home to visit my mother, brother, and sister during my 3-day vacation. Today our night squad received a mission to eliminate a group of mobs. They didn't have any decent weapons or equipment, but they had an evil desire to fight. They even blew a hole in Chromie's armor. Poor Chromie was still showing off to me yesterday that the village girl who had dumped him had written him a love letter. As powerful and sacred knights of justice, we naturally have to punish these ungodly mobs. They look the same as us on the surface, but they are despicable, dirty and evil in their hearts. But I don't get used to Captain Wayne's way of dealing with the mobs. Since the mobs are dirty, why do they touch those women? Those mobs are very poor, poorer than my family's former servants. Captain Wayne sold all the valuables to merchants. Captain Wayne said that these merchants are like hyenas following lions, who can always smell the smell of rotten meat. I got some money, which is the spoils of this cleanup operation. Seeing the golden coins in my hand, I thought it would be nice if there was an operation like this every few days. That way I can save enough money as soon as possible to redeem our ancestral home, so that Mom and my younger brothers and sisters won't have to live in the same low, cold house as the servants in the cold season, with black frostbite all over their bodies. Maybe my prayers worked. Our night detachment was transferred to Star, and we lived a life of action every 3 to 5 days. After arriving at Star, I realized how there could be endless mobs and such powerful mobs, but no matter how crazy the mob is, in front of us who are blessed with divine power, it is ultimately just a more ferocious lamb. The money in my hand has long been enough to redeem the ancestral home, because our team leader died, and I became the team leader. When the spoils are distributed, I can get several more copies, and I also know that mob women are no different from ordinary women. Their skin is just as soft, and their cries are just as exciting. Li Zhe took a few minutes to read here, as if he saw a passionate young man who, under the influence of worldly ugliness, gradually walked towards a dark and decadent journey. The information revealed between the lines of the diary also revealed the temple's domineering and tyrannical rule during the previous era of civilization, as well as the twisted mentality of awakened superpowers, who treated civilians like ants. Li Zhe casually flipped through the diary again, about to put it back on the shelf. He hadn't come to library number 7 to seek such clues. Information about the shelter and the insects was what he needed most right now. But it was this last casual flip that led to an unexpected discovery. Li Zhe took a step back, observing the relative position of the bookshelf and himself, and calculating the natural points of his gaze upon entering the library. After analysis and calculation, Li Zhe determined that the gap where he had pulled the diary from the bookshelf was the natural point of attention for a normal person entering the library. Li Zhe had indeed casually pulled this diary from the shelf from the previous era of civilization, but as luck would have it, it contained a record about Che. Is it a deliberate arrangement? Or is it fate? Chapter 153. As beautiful as the galaxy. Today we suffered the biggest defeat in the history of the Knights of Justice, because when we were fighting fiercely with those disgusting bugs, the insidious demons appeared on the side. The two races that are enemies of each other have strangely cooperated to target our great temple warriors. They are really dirty and insidious low-level life forms. The 18th Knight Regiment where I am was crippled. The comrades who were laughing and scolding each other for drinking yesterday, more than half of them disappeared today. Even the knights who survived have become depressed and absent-minded. In fact, we didn't need so many deaths, but a team of chanting monks were surrounded by demons. The commander-in-chief asked us to charge towards the enemy fearlessly and rescue them. Then I always felt that we were abandoned. Doesn't a remnant troop need the support of the temple monks? Why did they retreat so quickly? The last few sentences of this paragraph use the awkward writing style of ancient int, which is completely unrelated to the annotated text in the federal language. But Li Zhe, possessing the art inscription, could clearly discern the hidden agenda within the diary and sense the frustration and resentment within its owner. Today, a lot of new recruits arrived at the Knights Regiment. They're all as clueless as idiots. Seeing them suddenly reminded me of my past self. I noticed a special recruit. His name was oddly pronounced. I asked him what it meant, and he explained it as pure and clean, without a trace of impurities. He also wrote his name in ancient Calicut, Che. Seeing the ancient Calicut in the diary reminded Li Zhe of the portrait of Che he'd seen at Li Qiaoyi's house, which also had the character Che written in ancient Calicut. Given Xiaowan's special relationship with Li Qiaoyi, Li Zhe wondered if Xiaowan had deliberately placed the diary in a special spot for him to conveniently browse. Che was extremely talented, and all of his knightly skills improved rapidly, making many new knights jealous. But what no one expected was that Che had even greater luck, which moved and envied them even more. When Che was announced as a distinguished Grand Knight, we were all stunned. That's a Grand Knight even more distinguished than the average temple monk. Later, I heard some rumors that Che had a connection with a high-ranking figure in the temple, which allowed him to successfully condense the star swirl and be promoted to Grand Knight. During that time, many warriors had a less-than-friendly view of Che and secretly gossiped about him, but Che quickly shamed everyone with his magnanimity and generosity. After being promoted to Grand Knight, Che didn't look down on his former comrades like those distinguished temple monks did. He continued to fight alongside everyone and was always at the forefront, always appearing in the most dangerous places. No matter what others think, I think Che is a true knight. This morning, 2 monks from the preaching temple suddenly arrived at our 18th regiment, saying they would take an entire squad of knights to the Hall of Punishment to be punished, because these monks were attacked by insects while they were out preaching, and the knights squad failed to do their job. 2 of the female monks were frightened. Everyone was very angry, because in order to protect those honorable temple monks, Bazin's knight squad lost 2 soldiers. And those monks were just a little frightened, but they still wanted to hold Bazin and his team responsible. But this is not the first time this has happened. Everyone has adapted to the difference in status between monks and knights. Together with me, we received the blessing of the gods and entered the preaching temple to become fellow monks. Now when we meet, they pretend not to know me. Just when everyone thought that the members of Bazin's team were doomed, Che stood up and blocked the 2 arrogant preaching monks. If you want to punish our knights, bring the Grand Master's warrant. I will never forget Che's words. I will never forget the righteous and fearless aura Che showed when he faced those 2 monks. That aura is clearly written in the Knight's Creed. This incident caused a big uproar. Che was called away that night and didn't come back all night. Everyone was very worried, afraid that Che would never come back, because many knights would be identified as blasphemers and disappear from this world forever after offending monks. Today is the 2nd day after Che disappeared. All the knights of our 18th branch have signed a joint letter. We are willing to use the lives of everyone in the entire branch to guarantee that Che is not a blasphemer and should not be punished in the most severe way. I took this letter to find the Grand Master, hoping that the Grand Master would come forward to submit this joint letter to the Council of Elders and pardon Che's death sentence. But when I mustered up the courage to find the Grand Master, I found that Che was drinking with him. Fuck your mother. So many of us brothers didn't sleep all night and were worried to death, and you are actually drinking here, tonight. The 2 monks from the preaching temple returned to the 18th Regiment. They politely apologized to the Bozin Knights and left 2 compensation packages for Bozin to pass on to the families of the 2 fallen soldiers. It was a quiet night. Everyone in the 18th Regiment gathered around the campfire. No one spoke, only passing their flagons to their neighbors and silently sipping the spicy liquor. It was another restless night. Everyone in the 18th Regiment felt a fire burning within their hearts, burning away the gloom that had been suppressed for countless years. Li Zhe flipped through his diary, noticing that the entries were becoming shorter and the intervals between entries were becoming longer as time went by. The war situation described in the diary became increasingly pessimistic. The war with the insects grew more difficult, and the mysterious demons infuriated the temple warriors. However, over time, Che's prestige among the temple warriors grew. He leveraged his increasingly prestigious status to secure numerous benefits for the knights. As the war dragged on, the temple warriors, always fighting on the front lines, gradually realized their importance. They gradually began to find their voices and bravely raise political demands that benefited the warrior community. When Che was unanimously elected Grand Master by all the branch masters, the Knights of the Order of Justice seemed to truly believe in the chivalric creed of justice and justice. As Li Zhe witnessed this, many inherited memories unlocked within his mind, and the inscriptions of slaughter and hide within his body activated, opening a secret realm that allowed him to revisit some of the events of that time. Should Che feel ashamed, Li Zhe, following Che's perspective, ascended to the position of Grand Master of the Order of Justice. However, his rise to this position was not as simple as the diary recounts. Various maneuvers, schemes, plots, Lan's partial assistance, and the internal strife within the temple, a tangled web of factors, weight and compromise, ultimately led to Che's rise to Grand Master. And those knights and warriors who chanted slogans of justice and justice were truly less important than they imagined. Li Zhe flipped through the diary. As the number of pages left became fewer and fewer, the owner's mentality changed greatly. I can't remember how long we've been fighting. Maybe it's 10, maybe 15. I don't even know how much longer we'll have to fight, because there's no end to those damn bugs and demons we can kill. My 18th Regiment has gone through countless batches of soldiers, but I'm still alive. Everyone calls me the lucky captain, but I really don't want this damn luck, because I always feel that this luck is exchanged for the misfortune of the other soldiers. Today, Che suddenly summoned all the captains of the regiments and asked them to assist the temple in completing the construction plan of the underground palace. It's already this late, and you're still not building underground palaces, but when I came back, thinking back on some of Che's strange words, I suddenly understood something. Maybe those bigwigs don't want to build underground palaces, but underground fortresses. But even if the underground fortress is built 2,000 meters deep, can we hide from the bugs? Today is a day given by God. Many years ago today, I had the honor of becoming a temple knight, but today, I hope I can be lucky again. We already know that those underground palaces are actually underground shelters, and the number of people who are qualified to enter the underground shelters will be limited. What will happen to those who are not chosen? Maybe we will have to fight to the death. I am lucky to have obtained the qualification to enter the shelter. Of course, this news is still confidential. As long as I hold on for another 2 years, I can enter the shelter to rest. As for the other comrades, I really don't want to think about it. It's already the 3rd year, and the shelter has not been built yet, and our situation is getting worse and worse. Except for a few nearby planets, the glory of the temple can no longer shine on other places. Che seemed drunk today and said a lot of strange things. He said that when the shelter is built, the gods will bring down the strongest punishment and destroy all the insects, demons and all life. I don't believe it, because I haven't seen any gods in all these years, and Che has never believed in any gods. He must be drunk. I really want to kill that bastard Bozin. He actually reported Bozin's drunken words to Elder Mabel of the Elder Council today. Doesn't he know that Elder Mabel and Bozin have always been at odds? No, Bozin knows. Che has promoted him all these years. I didn't expect that he would stab Bozin in the back today. Che is no longer the Grand Master of the Knights of Justice. He relinquished all his power and once again became an ordinary knight of the 18th Regiment. However, he never fought alongside us again. Instead, he went out to fight alone and came back alone, I don't know from which day on. I haven't seen Che again. Some say that he returned to his family, while others say that he instigated many people to choose self-exile and leave this familiar starry sky. Today, I saw a goddess-like female monk. She came to me to inquire about Che's whereabouts. I could only tell her some news I heard. Although she was wearing a veil, I saw deep disappointment in her deep, starry eyes. Later, I heard a lot of rumors. They said that it was that female monk who had been helping us all the time, and Che had simply stolen her credit. I'm not a fool. Would I believe their bullshit? There must be a special relationship between that female monk and Che, but for some unknown reason, the couple was cruelly separated. Alice, mother is so wise. She asked me to use money to befriend the monks in the temple, but why didn't she tell me clearly? If I had known earlier, it would have been great if I could have hooked up with a female monk as a lover. Haha, I'm just narcissistic. For all these years, I could only awaken the scattered starlight, while Che's star is as beautiful as a galaxy. Some readers said that these two chapters were boring. In fact, Lao Fen wanted to explain the reasons for the destruction of civilization in the previous era and connect it with this subsequent plot. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 154 Stubborn and Strong. With a heavy heart, Li Zhe turned to the last page of his diary, his mind swirling with memories. The events described in the diary became keys to his memories, unlocking them one by one. Today, the Grand Master announced some news. Our Knights of Justice have been assigned to Vault 18. However, I wasn't among the first group to enter the vault, but that despicable traitor, Bazin, was. The Grand Master gave the remaining members a final mission, to escort those lunatics from the Inquisition to planet Deca. He said we could return to the vault after completing the mission, but something doesn't feel right. Can the vault accommodate so many of us? When I was chosen, I thought I was lucky. I didn't expect so many lucky people to be chosen. Today, I overheard those lunatics from the Inquisition talking about killing everyone, stopping the insect's continued evolution, and destroying all enemies along with this world. Suddenly, I thought of Che. Wasn't he just drunk in talk? The diary abruptly ended there, and this final paragraph had no translation in the annotated booklet. But Li Zhe not only understood the diary owner's hidden worries, but also learned more about the harsh realities of the final days of civilization in the previous era. After thousands of years of glorious heyday, the temple's oppressive rule led to increasingly acute social and internal conflicts. Mobs arose, public resentment abounded, and many of the god's followers turned to rebellion and violence. The temple's leaders paid no mind to this, viewing the mob as mere lambs. As long as the temple had a powerful knightly order, the disobedient and unruly lambs could be slaughtered and eaten. But at this moment, a massive attack by insects and demons overwhelmed the corrupt temple regime. After countless years of valiant resistance, they were powerless to turn the tide. Therefore, the elite of the Temple Inquisition launched the Sanctuary Project and the Divine Punishment Project. First, they selected exceptional humans and used genetic embryo technology to create a spark for the continuation of humanity, preserving it within a fortified sanctuary thousands of meters deep. Then, using devastating high-tech weapons, they would completely exterminate the insects and demons, wiping out all life on Earth. After the long winter of life passed, the shelters opened, releasing the newly hatched embryos of new humans to rebuild Second-Age civilization and restore the Temple's reign over the universe. Judging from current events, the Temple's plan to annihilate the world was successful. 2,000 years after the Second-Age civilization's restoration, insects and demons have not engaged in large-scale conflict with humanity. Furthermore, in the early days of Second-Age civilization's reconstruction, the Temple followed its original plan and re-established its dominion over the vast starry sky, until over 400 years ago, when it deviated and retreated into dormancy on the God Star. In a short period of time, Li Zhe unlocked a vast amount of hidden genetic memories, repeatedly opening connections between the killing and hidden secret realms. As if overworked, his mind sank into a state of extreme fatigue. What a pity. I was so close. Li Zhe closed his diary with a hint of resignation. He had been diligently searching for genetic memories related to Che's whereabouts, but perhaps due to insufficient information or perhaps haste, he ultimately failed to achieve his goal. Li Zhe remained undaunted. He'd only been here a year, but he'd already unlocked more genetic memories than most people would unlock in their entire lives. Geniuses like Li Xiaowan, for example, had been receiving various mental inductions since childhood, slowly awakening their memories and abilities year after year, taking years, even decades, to reach their current state. Furthermore, after careful observation, Li Zhe concluded that the genetic memories awakened by Li Xiaowan and others primarily concerned skills and superpowers, and that their access to precious historical information, such as his own, was likely quite limited. This diary is quite interesting, isn't it? The door behind him opened silently, and Xiaowan entered from the library. Li Zhe slowly placed the diary and the annotated booklet back on the shelf and asked, "Has the 3 hours already been up?" Xiaowan said, "When I first read this diary, I lost track of time just like you." Li Zhe nodded and suddenly asked, "Have many people read this diary?" Xiaowan said, "Not many. In fact, not many people can come to library number 7, Li Zhe. Then has Li Xiaowan read this diary?" Xiaowan was silent for a second, confused as to why Li Zhe had thought of Li Xiaowan. She has, too. She's not from the supervisory department, so why would she be qualified to read it? Xiaowan curled her lips and said, "I borrowed this diary a few years ago, and she happened to take a look at it." "You borrowed it for her, didn't you?" Li Zhe said nothing more and turned to walk out the library's small door. The three of them returned to the ground floor from library number 7, one floor at a time. Xiaowan invited Li Zhe, "Want to have a drink with me?" "Okay." Li Zhe knew Xiaowan must have a lot to tell him. After 2 cups of tea, Xiaowan began his frank narration. During the last era of civilization, the temple controlled the progress of civilization. Not only the use of source energy, but also all technology, cultural research, and inheritance were in the hands of the temple monks. Without the guidance of the temple monks, people were illiterate, did not understand the law, and could only live in darkness, and the temple monks developed starships, mechas, and a large number of technological products that promoted the development of human civilization. While exercising rule over the common people, they also made human society more prosperous. Li Zhe knew that Xiaowan's words were not entirely correct, but they were not wrong either. During the last era of civilization, the cultural inheritance was somewhat similar to that of Europe before the Middle Ages and the flower-growing families before the Han and Tang dynasties. Ordinary people in Europe who wanted to learn to read and write could basically only sell themselves to the church or become disciples of a few wealthy and noble families. The same was true for the flower cultivation clan. Before the Han and Tang dynasties, if you weren't born into one of the 5 surnames and 7 noble families, studying was difficult. Outsiders were rarely accepted as students, and the essence of culture was passed down only to their own children. This led to a social phenomenon of cultural monopoly, where knowledge was confined to a tiny minority. The vast majority of the ignorant common people always looked up to the nobles, and generation after generation. This admiration eventually ingrained a sense of subservience. It can be said that the temple of the previous era was extremely successful in its cultural monopoly. If it weren't for the appearance of the insects, the temple's rule might have continued for generations. Even in the current second era civilization, the temple remains the dominant power with the most advanced technology. Li Zhe put down his teacup and calmly asked, "You invited me here for tea, aren't you, to discuss the past events of the previous era?" Xiaowan glanced at Li Zhe and said, "The remaining contradictions of the previous era determined the outcome of the second era. If you could read through the diary of the Knights Templar, you should be able to understand many of the major events of the second era." Li Zhe smiled and said, "Are you trying to tell me that the Knights of Justice were so oppressed by the temple monks that during the great events of 400 years ago, you chose to side with the Federation and force those temple monks back to the Divine Star? Why the temple left the Federation and returned to the Divine Star 400 years ago is a taboo topic in the Federation. Even among the vampires, there is little information on this secret. But today, Xiaowan frankly revealed this secret buried in history to Li Zhe. In the last era of civilization, the monks of the temple mastered the research and inheritance of science and technology, and culture. But after entering the second era of civilization, people suddenly discovered that a lot of knowledge is not just a monopoly of the temple. Ordinary people can also naturally master it through the awakening of genetic memory. The temple discovered this problem and began to strictly screen those who have awakened genetic memory. They recruited them all into the temple, just like the temple warriors before, and divided them into the temple's peripheral organizations. But with a widespread awakening of genetic memory, the temple can no longer gather so many people. If everyone is recruited as temple warriors and temple monks, who will support them? Li Zihe figured out a lot of things in an instant. Most of the embryonic genetic sparks in the shelter must have come from the top inside the temple. So when people's genetic memory began to awaken, advanced civilization knowledge began to spread uncontrollably on a large scale. The second era civilization has become completely different from the previous era civilization, but the temple's ruling methods have not changed at all. When people found that they could live better without the temple, how could major events not happen? At this time, those aristocratic families that survived from the previous era civilization through various means, such as the Li family, the Qin family, etc., began to slowly gather a large number of ordinary people who had awakened their genetic memories. The aristocratic families gave the people a relatively free status and let them help them search and excavate the relics of the previous era civilization, decipher and analyze the scientific and technological knowledge therein, and gradually grew to form the predecessor of today's Federation, more than 400 years ago. The contradiction between the Federation and the Temple had become very intensified, but the Temple suffered two fatal blows in succession and was forced to retreat to the Divine Giant Star. The first was that all the elders and monks in the temple who mastered the holy chapter of preaching suddenly died in an accident, and the holy chapter of preaching was inexplicably lost. The second thing, Xiaowan's eyes became complicated. The Knights of Justice are unwilling to endure the malicious oppression of the monks of the temple, nor do they want to see the people being treated like pigs and sheep by the temple. Therefore, they remained neutral in the confrontation between the Federation and the temple. The temple may have misjudged the attitude of the Knights of Justice and thought we were going to rebel, so they suddenly withdrew the Divine Superstar and began to train new temple warriors. The Interstellar Federation was established, the wealthy families became the biggest winners, and we also gained a respected status, but we can no longer call ourselves the Knights of Justice, although we later explained our position to the temple and repaired the relationship, but in order to better contact and integrate with the people of the Federation. We still superficially severed ties with the temple and established a supervisory department with the Knight's Creed of Fairness and Justice. Xiaowan suddenly smiled bitterly, but this relationship between us and the temple can never be severed, because we still have to use the Knight's Creed and beliefs to resist the corruption and infiltration of those people in the Federation. Now you understand. Xiaowan stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at Qixing City. The supervisory department was targeted by other Federation forces a few days ago, and the people we've protected for 400 years gathered to protest. It's just like what happened to the temple 400 years ago. The temple chose to return to the Federation at this time, not only to settle accounts, but also to humiliate us. But, Knights of Justice, I will die in battle, but I will never be humiliated. Li Zihe looked at Xiaowan, who stood tall and proud, and suddenly saw the shadow of a short, tough Emperor on Langsing. Neither his grandmother nor his uncle loved him. He alone led a fighting nation, stubbornly and resolutely facing all enemies. Chapter 155. Before Li Zihe left the supervisory department, he made no further promises to Xiaowan. Although Xiaowan was certain that Li Zihe was a true Knight of Justice, possessing the noble qualities of a Knight of Justice, Li Zihe himself didn't know what he was. Li Zihe called Li Xiaowan. I just came out of library number 7. What do you think about the diary? Li Xiaowan said. I have some. Want to talk? Yes, okay, your place or mine? Li Zihe had assumed that since Li Xiaowan had read the diary and seen the ancient Kali character for Che in it, she must have already searched for all the relevant information about Che. He felt it was uncertain what clues he would find the next time he entered library number 7, so he decided to see if he could find any ready-made clues from Li Xiaowan. But now, Li Zihe suddenly doubted that with Li Xiaowan's ferocity, he might end up not being able to get what he wanted, but instead being eaten by her. Let's go to your house. Li Zihe finally made his decision and rode his $1 million motorcycle straight to Li Xiaowan's secret villa. Hideo, who was secretly following him, couldn't help but curse. Even if he ran like a whirlwind, he couldn't catch up with the magnetic-powered motorcycle that was soaring like a flying aircraft. Upon entering Li Xiaowan's villa, Li Zihe found that she had arranged a sumptuous candlelight dinner, and he immediately felt timidly wary. He wasn't afraid of real weapons, but a girl's soft and sincere heart was the most difficult invisible weapon in the world to resist. As dinner began, Li Zihe asked, have you followed up on your ancestors' clues? Li Xiaowan, why do you ask? Li Zihe, I read the diary today, and I'm very interested in his final outcome and whereabouts. Li Zihe frankly stated his intentions. Although it was out of place with a candlelight dinner, it made him appear upright. Li Xiaowan took a sip of a red wine. I did find some clues, but I can't just tell anyone about it. How about we work together? Li Zihe said. Let's combine the information we each have and work together to deduce the ultimate fate of that great night. Li Xiaowan swirled her glass and smiled at Li Zihe. Seeing that smile, Li Zihe felt like she saw through his intentions. Li Zihe stopped looking at her and lowered his head to focus on his food. He finally understood that it was useless to play tricks with someone like Li Xiaowan. Someone who would grab anything they saw was the real deal. How could you expect to take advantage of her? As Li Zihe was about to finish the food on the table, Li Xiaowan slowly said, I can only tell you that after leaving the temple, the ancestor appeared on Crimson Star. As for future clues, Li Xiaowan suddenly leaned forward, almost head-to-head with Li Zihe. You must bring something in exchange. I'm full. Li Zihe plopped the cutlery down on the table, stood up, and flung his long legs wide. With a few quick, swift steps, he was out the door, a move that was downright impolite. Li Xiaowan was so stunned that she didn't even have time to stop him. After a while, Li Xiaowan pulled out her communicator and dialed Liangxi's number. Liangxi, you must give me an explanation. I did as you said, and he was scared away. Li Xiaowan gritted her teeth and recounted the scene to Liangxi, threatening to kill him if he couldn't explain himself clearly. Big sister, calm down first. You didn't show off your domineering air today, did you? No. I definitely didn't. I'm very gentle, Li Xiaowan kept affirming herself. Then did you dress more femininely as I asked? Stockings, high heels, off the shoulder, lipstick, don't you think that's enough? Do you expect me to be as unrestrained as you, huh? Big sister, if you could be like me, every man under the starry sky would be yours. Okay, big sister, next time just wear a military uniform. Your temper probably can't handle off-the-shoulder stockings. Let's try a cool and heroic look. A lot of boys these days really like that. Bang! Li Xiaowan smashed the communicator. Asshole, you've been going around in circles and you're still back to square one. Do I even need to ask you if you want to be cool and heroic? Li Zihe rode his motorcycle home, constantly pondering the clue Li Xiaowan had given him. After leaving the temple, Che had reappeared on Crimson Star. He, having inexplicably arrived in the starry sky from Landstar, had also arrived on Crimson Star first. What is Che doing on Crimson Star? And how does my presence connect to him? Li Zihe was puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Oh, never mind. At worst, I won't look for clues from Li Xiaowan. I'll look for Chen Tuang or Mu Yu, who's not obedient. Tisk. Li Zihe shook his head in disdain, shooing away the stray thoughts from his mind. Sister, we really can't act rashly. An entire Federation fleet is patrolling the Hassa Passage. We really can't slip through. Let's wait a little longer. Wait? How many days have we already waited? How many more days? I can't be sure. The Hassa Passage has been open for centuries. A large Federation fleet has never been seen before. Something must have happened this time. We should be cautious. Sister, your status doesn't allow for any mistakes. Sister, everyone is trying to find a solution. Perhaps soon, those Federation leaders who have lost out will contact Starfleet Command to open the Hassa Passage. Mu Yu turned to look outside the starship. Through the transparent porthole, she could see hundreds of smuggling starships gathered in a nearby star field. Some were vampires, some were Federation. They were all stuck outside the Hassa Passage's jump point. It was difficult to leave, and it was difficult not to leave. Mu Yu decided to follow Scavenger through the smuggling passage to the Federation's home planet. At first, everything went smoothly. In just a few days, they passed through several relay points and completed most of the journey. But neither of them anticipated the sudden appearance of a full-fledged Federation interstellar fleet on the previously neglected Hassa Interstellar Passage, completely blocking this shady route that served countless smugglers. Wait another day. If that doesn't work, we'll take a detour. All right then. Since Mu Yu had made his decision, Scavenger didn't have the courage to object. However, if they took a detour, the relay nodes they had passed would have been wasted, and they would have had to go back and find another route. Woo woo woo, an alarm suddenly blared within the starship. Scavenger darted to the cockpit and shouted at his first officer, "What's going on?" Wasn't the warning system replaced last year? Why is it going off by mistake? The first officer, sweating profusely, opened his mouth, pointing to the warning instrument, asking scavenger to examine it. The energy fluctuation detector displayed numerous curves, so dense they were almost impossible to count. Sweat streamed down Sfag's forehead as he frantically yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Start the engines, turn, accelerate, and get out of here right now." A starship's engines emit energy fluctuations when they start up. It shouldn't be unusual, considering there are hundreds of smuggling starships crammed together in this airspace. But the energy fluctuation curve of a civilian starship is completely different from that of an interstellar warship, and even more so from the fluctuation curve produced by an energy cannon focused. Sfag's smuggling starship had barely started its engines and completed its turn when countless dazzling flashes of light appeared in the distant space. The energy fluctuation detector's curve peaked, threatening to overload and smoke. "Damn it! That guy Neville is using civilian goods to trick us again," Sfag cursed, but while he was scolding Neville for passing off civilian goods as military, he was actually cursing the distant interstellar fleet. Anyone with eyesight could tell that the distant interstellar fleet had already opened fire. "Stop turning around. Start the jump engines immediately and accelerate into the Hassa interstellar jump channel." Yu had somehow entered the cockpit, stopped the first officer from turning around, and indicated a suicidal new direction. Sfag gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Mu, we're a civilian starship. One hit and we're finished," Mu said coldly. "Don't you understand yet? The Federation starships are engaged in a battle with the bloodline fleet. This is an opportunity." Sfag and the first officer were stunned. They hadn't noticed the bloodline fleet beforehand because they were too far from their area of activity. "Start the jump engines, activate the defense systems, and beware of space torpedoes." Sfag wiped his sweat from his forehead, then obeyed Mu's orders with a grumble. Behind them, flames continued to erupt. Those smuggling starships, unable to escape in time, were being indiscriminately slaughtered by the Federation fleet. Their orders were to blockade the Hassa interstellar jump channel, but now that war had arrived, they had no choice but to eliminate targets they couldn't keep track of. Smugglers with the same idea as Mu were not uncommon, and their starships were larger and faster, quickly catching up from behind. Sfag's smuggling starship dove left and right, blending in with the fleeing smuggling starships, accelerating. In nearby space, hapless smuggling starships were occasionally hit by Federation warships, exploding with brilliant sparks. But Sfag's smuggling starship, perhaps too inconspicuous, fortunately persevered to the end and completed the interstellar jump. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Something wrong. Li Zhe sat on his balcony, lost in thought, staring out at Wutong Street in the pouring rain. A sewer maintenance manhole on the street had suddenly been opened, and several Public Security Bureau officers and FBI agents emerged dripping wet from the accumulated water. "Hey? Hurry up to Wutong Street. What the hell? The sewer water's up to our necks. We're almost drowning. Let's get something hot at a restaurant. Maybe the one on Yangjiao Street." Watching the unfortunate fellows greet their colleagues with gloomy faces, Li Zhe suddenly felt a surge of envy. He suddenly realized that he didn't have a single friend in the world with whom he could drink, eat skewers, watch beautiful women whistle, and brag. When someone is incredibly busy, they find solitude a poetic meditation, but when they're utterly lonely, they yearn for the bustle of the world. Li Zhe returned from the balcony, locked the door, drew the curtains, and fetched his long unused phone. He turned it on, launched the Kaneo Station app, and opened WeChat video to invite baby sister. Since leaving Hongqian City, the intervals between his calls with his sister have grown longer and longer. Whenever they do, his sister no longer incessantly asks when he'll be back, as if she's become more understanding overnight. Li Zhe's original intention was to allow Li Suwen to gradually adjust to a life without her own. After all, in this dangerous alien world, one could be gone at any moment. But now, Li Zhe feels he can't adapt yet. A person with a home to return to can never resist the urge to see their loved ones. Dang lang dang lang dang lang dang lang, the video invitation opens. Now, Li Zihe no longer needs makeup to conceal his increasingly handsome features. After advancing through the concealed inscription, minor adjustments to his facial features can raise his appearance from 12 points back to 9.5 points, and even create a natural, relaxed smile. But when Li Zihe was ready, Li Suwen didn't answer. In the past, Li Zihe would have patiently waited for his sister to call him, but today, his mind was wandering. Did Xiaowan go out to meet a boyfriend? Or is her bike broken and she hasn't returned yet? After forcing himself to hold back for 5 minutes, Li Zihe sent another video call, and it finally connected. But the screen on the other end was black, with only a blurry ponytailed figure visible. My phone's broken, Li Zihe panicked. This HW phone had been with him for years, and after crossing into another world and experiencing countless battles, it wasn't uncommon for parts to break. But it was Li Zihe's only way to communicate with his sister. Even if it were repaired, there was no telling if it would change this surreal way of communicating. But at that moment, a light suddenly appeared on the phone screen. It was the flicker of candlelight. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Li Suwen lit the candles one by one, humming the birthday song. By the time all the candles were lit, the song had ended. The flickering candlelight illuminated Li Suwen's smiling face, but Li Zihe's tears had already flowed unconsciously. In the chaotic time difference between the two worlds, he had long forgotten his birthday. But in another, incomparably distant, starry sky, a frail-shouldered sister still yearned for this heartless wanderer. Wow, brother, you're actually crying. I haven't seen you cry in ages. Have your ironclad heart been touched by your incredibly adorable sister? I feel so accomplished. Li Suwen's exaggerated laughter saved Li Zihe the embarrassment of tears. It had been a long time since he'd cried in front of others since his parents passed away. Li Zihe wiped the tears from his face and smiled sheepishly. Today is my birthday? I was so busy I forgot. Li Suwen propped her chubby cheeks with her fists and sighed. Oh, you're really too busy. Your birthday was 3 days ago? Li Zihe was speechless, embarrassed. Li Suwen held the massive cake in both hands and poked it towards the camera. The fresh strawberries on top were appetizing. I'm your sister, a self-taught baker. I've been making cakes for you every day since the day before yesterday. What happened? I've been waiting for 3 days. I've been eating cakes for 3 days. Li Zihe, if you don't show up, I'm going to eat you like a fat woman. Li Suwen put the cake back on the table, clapping her hands loudly. Someone uninformed, seeing her heartbroken expression, might have mistaken her for a grouchy little woman dumped by her jerk boyfriend. Stop, don't move, Li Zihe shouted softly. The aura of the superpower, in a special sound resonance pattern, pierced through the vast space and landed on Li Suwen through her WX. Li Suwen couldn't help but remain still, staring blankly at the camera. Li Suwen, I think you can eat cake for a few more days. You've lost weight. Li Zihe's eyesight was so sharp now that he could clearly see that the baby fat on Li Suwen's cheeks had shrunk slightly. How could I be thinner? I've gained weight. Li Suwen puffed out her cheeks and looked left and right in front of the camera, trying to confuse Li Zihe. Alright, stop hiding it from me. If you do, I'll make you step on the scale. Li Zihe smiled and exposed his sister's trick. Although Li Suwen had lost some weight, she had gradually lost her baby fat and looked like a grown-up woman, which comforted Li Zihe. So what if I step on the scale? Can you still come back and make me soy sauce fried rice? Humph, you still want me to make you a cake? Li Suwen lowered her head and began to remove the candles and cut the cake, mumbling to herself as she vented her dissatisfaction. Li Zihe remained silent, feeling ashamed but also missing the taste of soy sauce fried rice. In the period immediately after their parents left, Li Zihe and his sister had a hard time, often relying on soy sauce fried rice to fill their stomachs. If the house and parking space hadn't been registered under Li Zihe's name, the siblings didn't know if they could have survived. Here, this is yours, big brother, and this is mine, Xiaowan. Let's eat together. Li Suwen divided the cake into several pieces, placed them on 2 plates, and pretended to eat bite after bite, even eating Li Zihe's share for him. Li Zihe sighed in his heart that his sister had grown up. If his share was left on the table without being eaten, it would become an offering. It was really not easy for the little girl to think of these details in advance. Hiccup, big brother, what did you eat today? Li Suwen's appetite was average. She started to hiccup after eating most of the cake, but she still swallowed the cake bite by bite, and did not forget to chat with Li Zihe affectionately. I eat skewers, don't you know? I taught a few African guys how to do it. It's so nice to drink beer with it. Li Zihe smiled happily, showing his white teeth. But in fact, he didn't eat at all tonight. Okay, brother. I'm full, and you're full too. We're having a good little life these days. Let's keep working hard and keep getting better. Yeah, keep getting better. On your birthday, let's celebrate together. Hey, brother, you're so busy, how can you even remember the date? Li Xiaowan gave Li Zihe a disbelieving look. If you can't, just eat cake a few more days. Ha ha ha. Li Zihe laughed, but in his heart, he secretly decided to choose the right date this time and not let his sister down. Okay, I remember. Pinky. Li Xiaowan raised her pinky finger and made a pinky promise with Li Zihe. They chatted for a while about family matters before hanging up. Li Zihe sat there blankly for a while, then grabbed some rice, oyster sauce, and soy sauce from the Fortune Bird station and went to the kitchen to make a large pot of soy sauce fried rice. Then he slowly ate spoonful after spoonful, savoring the flavor lingering between his lips and teeth, reminiscing about the memories. Ah, it doesn't taste right. Guixing Street, perhaps the smallest street in Guixing City, with only 2 house numbers, is the most famous in the entire Federation. Over 400 years ago, the founding ceremony of the Interstellar Federation was held here, and numbers 1 and 2 are the locations of the Federal Parliament and the Federal President's office, respectively. Today, Xiaowan informed Li Zihe that the presidential office was holding an emergency ministerial meeting. Li Zihe, having participated in all the interactions with the vampires over the past few days, was required to attend. Li Zihe thought ministerial meetings were irrelevant to him, but he was still interested in seeing the highest administrative body in the Federation. It was like the White House open house in the United States, even though it was just a look at a few dilapidated houses and a few patches of lawn. The average person couldn't even get in line. Li Zihe, riding his beloved $1 million motorcycle, was stopped by garrison soldiers before he even saw Star Street. Tensions had been high between the Federation and the vampires in recent days. While the rest of Star City hadn't yet been placed under martial law, District 1 was operating under tight security, with no outsiders allowed to approach Star Street. Li Zihe presented his ID to identify himself, and the garrison soldiers, after double-checking, allowed him in. He wasn't allowed on motorcycles, only on foot. Li Zihe walked along the quiet street for a while before a discreet black, magnetically powered sedan with the flag of the 1st Federal Army adorned its hood pulled up. Get in. The rear door opened, revealing Li Xiaowan, dressed in military uniform. Li Zihe paused for a moment, as she had already moved to offer him her seat. Once inside, he realized it was a typical official vehicle, with a glass partition separating the front and back seats for privacy. It was the first time Li Zihe had seen Li Xiaowan in military uniform. Her dashing presence was unique, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. What are you looking at? Li Xiaowan turned and looked at Li Zihe coldly. Nothing. Are you attending this meeting today as the commander of the First Army? Li Xiaowan raised her chin slightly. I am attending this meeting as Li Xiaowan. Li Zihe seemed to see the Li Xiaowan from the past again, domineering and imposing. However, Li Xiaowan's next words left him speechless. Do you prefer me in a military uniform or a skirt? A straightforward and frank woman is really hard to refuse. Chapter 157. Do I need to say hello to you? The presidential office is not just one office, but an entire office area. Li Xiaowan took Li Zihe inside and walked towards the conference room with ease. Everyone they met along the way would cast their eyes on Li Zihe. Many of the men's eyes were filled with obvious hostility. Li Zihe remembered the warning Qin had given him, and suddenly had the urge to take out the mask and put it on his face. The conference room was large, and the seats at the long oval table in the middle were prepared for the bigwigs of the Federation today. Li Zihe and a group of middle and low-level officials who were in attendance sat on chairs against the wall. The meeting was held on time, and the Federal President Xiaowan presided over the meeting. After a long speech of nonsense, the conference room began to noisy and chaotic. This must be a conspiracy by the Blood Clan against us. Unable to withstand our brave and powerful warriors on the battlefield, they resort to their most despicable and treacherous tactics against us. We must go to war with them. War? Where's the military budget coming from? Your military has already advanced military spending until the year after next. A war would bankrupt the Federation's finances. What a joke. How much money has our military helped you make over the years? Did that war make you politicians of fortune? Now you're telling us you have no money. Do you really think we soldiers don't understand economics? Li Zihe sat by the wall, silently observing these unappreciated federal leaders. It was as if you were watching two greedy Tyrannosaurus Rex tearing at each other, playing games. Li Zihe had assumed he'd been invited to attend because he knew the entire story of the insect invasion best and needed to provide accurate information to help these federal leaders determine whether the Blood Clan was behind it. But now it seemed these Federation leaders didn't care much about why the two bugs had come to the Federation. They only cared about war or peace, which option would maximize their own interests. Bang! The Space Fleet Commander-in-Chief, dressed in a blue military uniform, slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Stop arguing! Are you aware that the Blood Clan's fleet has already begun to assemble? Just a few hours ago, we engaged in a fierce air battle with the Blood Clan's assault fleet in the Hassa Interstellar Channel, losing 4 interstellar battleships. Now you must give me a clear decision, not just calculating your own petty gains." The Space Fleet Commander-in-Chief had finally grown tired of these politicians' antics. They could argue and drag their feet, it wouldn't reach Federation territory for a while anyway. But the Space Fleet couldn't wait. If a war broke out, they would be the first to bear the brunt. The boss's slamming of the table calmed the others in the conference room for a few seconds. President Xiaowan seized this opportunity to ask several military commanders, if war breaks out, how far do you think it will escalate? What are our chances of victory? What will the cost be? As long as the Space Fleet gives us sufficient support, we will inevitably win the war. No matter the cost, we can recoup it many times over from the vampires. Yes, our Fifth Army has been fighting the vampires. We believe their combat effectiveness is far inferior to our Federation army. However, the interstellar fleet assigned to our army is too weak and suffers from poor coordination. Several army generals expressed their views, all clear. They supported the war but demanded increased support from the Space Fleet, even demanding command of the Space Fleet. Li Zihe, observing from the wall, finally understood why Li Xiaowan called herself a peace advocate. It turned out that the Federation's war advocates were so blind, possessing a gambler's mentality of using war to support war. Had the Space Fleet Commander-in-Chief ignored the army barbarians? As the wealth accumulated by the Federation over hundreds of years, how could the Space Fleet accept orders from these armies infiltrated by wealthy families? And their dispatch was ineffective? When had the Space Fleet ever been under the command of the army? Xiaowan turned to Li Xiaowan again. First Army, what are your opinions? Of the dozens of armies in the Federation, Li Xiaowan's First Army was the most combat experienced, making her opinion crucial. Yet, with so many armies expressing their opinions, Li Xiaowan remained silent and seated in her chair. Hearing President Qiao's question, she simply replied, I personally do not recommend a full-scale war with the vampires. We should await the final results of the Supervisory Department's investigation into the insect infiltration incident. Xiaowan glanced at Xiaowan. He was not particularly willing to deal with this brother of his. Xiaowan said in a deep voice, the inspection department is currently unable to complete the mental interrogation of the 2 insect queens. We have requested support from the temple for more powerful psychics. We believe we will have a clear result soon. Why ask the temple for help? The director of the investigation bureau looked surprised. Our investigation bureau doesn't need any help. We can determine whether the insect infiltration is a conspiracy of the vampires ourselves. Please, the inspection department, hand over the insect queens. Shut up, Xiaowan interrupted the director of the investigation bureau with disdain. Sneer, don't embarrass yourself with your limited abilities. Do you know what interspecies telepathy is? The director of the investigation bureau, teeth gritted, eyes red, looked at Xiaowan, unable to refute. The investigation bureau lacked a superpowered psychic. They could only rely on cutting-edge mind-wave monitoring equipment to analyze the target's brainwaves. However, brainwaves can only analyze the target's emotional changes, not clear memories. If the target is human, the tester can use various tactics and inducements to guide the target into the mind trap they set and determine the desired result. But when the target is an insect, the mind-wave monitoring device is not very effective. You can't even communicate with it, so how can you ask it questions? How can you induce consciousness? If your investigation bureau were to review this case, The final judgment might not necessarily be correct, but rather the result you want, right? Xiaowan kept silent, but the moment he spoke, the meeting room fell into silence. President Qiao Linsheng frowned and said with embarrassment, Yan, don't be so impulsive. We don't know whether the people from the temple will come or when they will come. Now the situation with the vampires is so tense, and you have captured the queen worm but there is no result. This is not a solution. The director of the investigation bureau began to chime in, Minister Qiao. The supervision department is acting too overbearingly. The protesters' incident a few days ago has not ended yet. Tens of thousands of innocent people are still being detained by your supervision department. The people have a lot of opinions about you, a lot of opinions. Xiaowan suddenly grinned. I just got dozens of confessions today, all from the innocent people you mentioned. Do you want me to announce them to the whole Federation? Let everyone see clearly who is using them. I reiterate here that the Supervision Department has had independent supervisory powers since its establishment 400 years ago. This is an inherent right granted to the Supervision Department by the Federal Constitution. Don't use those ridiculous little tricks to cover up your ambition to go back on your word. The conference room was quiet for a while. Many people looked at the director of the investigation bureau, their fierce and disgusted looks perplexing him. Li Zhe's dirty trick of mutual denunciation finally achieved some results yesterday. Although the people who were exposed were all small minions of the major families, if they were to exaggerate and publicize it, it would be enough to make those wealthy families suffer. The director of the investigation bureau was a close confidant of the president. He came from a humble background and didn't know the tacit understanding between the federal families. He brought up things that were not related to the topic, and immediately aroused a lot of resentment. Ding ding ding, hurried footsteps were heard. Suddenly, someone broke into the conference room from outside, hurriedly walked to the side of the commander-in-chief of the space fleet, and whispered a few words in his ear. The commander-in-chief of the space fleet's face suddenly changed, and looked at Xiaowan in disbelief. The temple's main fleet has passed through the Bull Nebula and is only half a day's journey from the Federation's home planet. Minister Qiao, what's going on? What? The temple's main fleet? What are they going to do? How did they get to the Bull Nebula? Why didn't we get warning in advance? Everyone in the conference room was shocked at first, then suddenly erupted in excitement. The temple's main fleet had suddenly penetrated deep into the vicinity of the Federation's home planet. This news was even more worrying than the war with the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan had long since grown accustomed to the bloodshed between the Blood Clan and the Federation. But the temple hadn't entered the Federation on a large scale in over 400 years. Everyone had almost forgotten the days of temple rule, and how powerful they still were. Qiao Linsheng gritted his teeth and asked, Xiaowan, is this the support you're requesting from the temple? What exactly do they want? Xiaowan sneered, I'm not obligated to answer that question. I just want to ask you, do the temple's people need your permission to return? It suddenly dawned on everyone that over 400 years ago, when the temple left the Federation, they hadn't said goodbye to anyone. So do I need to greet anyone when I come back this time? Half a day later, it was nightfall in Star City. A massive fleet consisting of dozens of main starships broke directly into the interstellar orbit of the Federation's ancestral planet. Moreover, they ignored the communication messages from the Federation Space Command and entered the ancestral planet's atmospheric descent orbit without stopping, landing in one go above Star City. Although the Federation Space Command issued a strong protest warning, the temple starships simply revealed their gun barrels that had begun to gather energy as a response. Dozens of main starships slowly floated above Star City, and the lights that lit up attracted the citizens of the entire city. Suddenly, soothing singing sounded, and specially processed hymns covered and descended from the sky, filling the streets and alleys of Star City with a solemn and holy atmosphere. The singing faded slowly, and a dozen or so temple monks, unaided by any means, fluttered down from the sky like leaves, landing in front of the ancient, ivy-covered church on Iron Cross Street in Star City. The white-robed monks, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, gathered before the church's tall metal doors. Clang, clang, creak, the monks pushed open the tall church door. The harsh grinding sound of the hinges, corroded for countless years, echoed through the dark night of Star City. The Iron Cross Church in Star City had reopened its doors. Chapter 158 Yuarche. The temple's interstellar fleet hovered over Star City for an hour, continuously releasing small, low-altitude assault ships to drop personnel and supplies to the ground. The temple monks and warriors who landed, expressionless, entered the city's 12 well-preserved missionary churches, watched by countless Star City citizens. An hour later, the temple's interstellar fleet took off again. Dozens of massive interstellar warships, their flight lights flashing, gradually disappeared from the sight of the Star City citizens, concluding this breathtaking display. However, the tensions the temple's actions had caused the Federation were far from over. The captain of the Presidential Guard nervously advised Xiaowan, Mr. President, the temple's interstellar fleet has only returned to its synchronous orbit over the home planet. They're still hovering over Star City, threatening the safety of the Federation capital, so we suggest you relocate to the temporary capital on Porter Planet and declare a state of emergency for the Federation. What state of emergency? Are we preparing for war with the temple? Xiaowan, always playing the role of a clay Buddha, finally lost his temper. The temple's interstellar fleet had just arrived on the home planet, and he, the president of the Federation, was fleeing to the remote Porter Planet with his tail between his legs. Was he going to hand the home planet over to someone else? Was he going to expose his weakness to the entire Federation? Xiaowan was walking around in the office. When he saw the Secretary General of the President's office come in, he asked in a bad mood, "Any other bad news?" The Secretary General was quite calm. Mr. President, just now when the temple fleet appeared, at least 11 film and television media in the Federation broadcast the scene to the entire Federation. Now the news that the temple has returned to Star City can no longer be controlled. Why should we control it? 400 years have passed. Freedom has long become the highest belief of every citizen of the Federation. Does the temple really think it can still fool people's hearts like it did in the last era of civilization? Xiaowan smiled coldly, and some people are more anxious and nervous about the temple's return than we are. They were the ones who forced the temple out of Star City in a mess. After the temple's interstellar fleet left, the garrison soldiers began to take to the streets to evacuate the onlookers, and soon the night of Star City returned to its former tranquility. This simple act demonstrated to the temple the Federation's current control over the people. Shortly thereafter, a convoy from the supervisory department arrived from afar, passing directly through the checkpoint established by the garrison at the Iron Cross Street intersection and stopping before the main gates of the Iron Cross Church. A dozen supervisors in protective mobile armor disembarked and unloaded a cart carrying 2 queens. Xiaowan went up to the door and knocked, his gentle knocks echoing clearly through the quiet street. The high archway opened a crack, and several temple warriors in knightly robes blocked the gap. A knight, his robes inscribed with the insignia of a squad leader, glanced at the group and said coldly, "It's not time for the sermon yet. Come back tomorrow after the bells ring." Xiaowan said in a deep voice, "I am Xiaowan. I have already submitted my request to the Council of Elders. I have something very important to see you about. Your Highness will not see anyone. It's so late, please return." Xiaowan hadn't finished his words when a robed monk appeared from behind the door and sharply stopped him from speaking. Xiaowan didn't get angry, nor did he say anything. He just stared coldly at the temple monk who had just appeared. But several inspectors around Xiaowan couldn't stand it anymore. Who is Xiaowan? In terms of status, he is a federal super boss who commands hundreds of thousands of inspectors. Even the president doesn't dare to speak loudly to him. In terms of strength, Xiaowan is a superclass strongman who exceeds the S level. Corresponding to the level of a temple warrior, he is also a great knight. Not to mention you, a white-robed monk. Even a red-robed monk is not qualified to act so arrogantly. I think you should go in and report it, Xiaowan said calmly. If you report it a minute earlier, maybe the punishment you will receive later will be lighter. The left corner of the white-robed monk's mouth curled up crookedly, and he smiled strangely. Do you think His Highness will punish a noble monk for a group of traitors? Xiaowan finally got angry. At this moment, there were more than just the supervisory department and the temple on Iron Cross Street. Every influential group in the Federation had spies stationed, both near and far, to monitor the situation. The supervisory department's late-night request for a meeting was blocked by the temple. This news would make headlines tomorrow. Moreover, on their first day in Star City, the temple had already dealt a blow to the supervisory department's top boss. Could the supervisory department still maintain its independence and impartiality? Just as Xiaowan was about to take unnecessary measures to make the temple aware of the supervisory department's unwavering stance, a hand reached out from behind. It held a specially folded parchment letter, emblazoned with the temple's cross symbol. Several temple warriors glanced warily at the parchment, then down his arm to Li Ziyi, but showed no reaction. However, the white-robed monk was different. After a moment's pause, he suddenly reached out and took the letter from Li Ziyi's hand. He carefully examined the small seal beneath the cross symbol, then looked at Li Ziyi with a complicated expression. "Please wait a moment." The white-robed monk turned and headed toward the interior of the church, his pace accelerating until he practically flew. The small seal on the letterhead was the personal seal of His Highness, Chen Tong. Chen Tong had always been aloof, cultivating very few confidants over the years. Now, with his power rising and his men rising to prominence, none of them seemed like a significant figure he could easily provoke. A few minutes later, under the watchful eyes of numerous observers, the two main doors of the Iron Cross Church opened, and several monks from the temple emerged, welcoming Xiaowan and the others inside. Report immediately to the Patriarch that the temple has accepted the two insect queens from the supervisory department. There's nothing unusual about the relationship between the two parties. Secretary General, Xiaowan has already entered the Iron Cross Church. It seems he was welcomed in, after the supervisory department entered the church. They were quickly met by someone who had assigned them to separate rooms, forbidding them from wandering freely. However, Li Ziyi was led alone to the church's backyard. "His Highness is waiting for you inside." The white-robed monk pushed open the rusty gate, invited Li Ziyi in, and then carefully closed the door. The Iron Cross Church is nominally a church, but it covers a very large area, even larger than the office area of the federal president's office. Li Ziyi walked straight through the wide courtyard overgrown with weeds, and headed towards the tower in the distance. After the parchment letter was delivered just now, Chen Tong took the initiative to establish a mental connection with Li Ziyi and indicated his location information. Before Li Ziyi reached the tower, he saw a group of faint starlight flying over. The girl wrapped in a snow-white robe danced in the air, scattering puffs of starlight in the night, just like the waves in the dream, circling around Li Ziyi again and again. Li Ziyi, who had experienced many secret realms, knew that this was her way of expressing her happiness and joy. Li Ziyi smiled. "Why do you live in such a desolate place?" "The weeds are taller than a man," Chen Tong said softly. "Because I like quiet." Chen Tong truly loved quiet. Since Li Ziyi met her, except when fighting, she spent most of her time in a quiet daze. He had never seen her soaring through the air like this before. With the blessing of his intimate connection, Li Ziyi could clearly sense Chen Tong's joy, so he extended his hand. Chen Tong happily grasped Li Ziyi's hand, and the divine levitation technique flowed freely, pulling Li Ziyi up into the air. The cool night breeze brushed against his ears, a faint scent of oil wafted through his nose, and the warmth and softness of his palms comforted him, and Li Ziyi's heart lightened. After a long moment, the two of them landed in the small hall at the top of the tower. Servants had already rushed to clean the place. A thick carpet had been laid, a crystal chandelier cast a warm glow, and the walls were draped with snow-white curtains. There was a small table in the small hall, and a silver kettle was bubbling on a small stove. It was obvious that Chen Tong knew Li Ziyi was coming, so she quickly moved the table to boil water and prepare tea. The two sat down cross-legged. Chen Tong took off the veil on her face, rolled up the wide sleeves of her divine robe, and made tea for Li Ziyi with a smile. Chen Tong's tea-making skills were surprisingly good, which reminded Li Ziyi of Lan in the secret realm. When she brought the tea to Li Ziyi quickly took it with both hands. "No other place has been cleaned, so I can only entertain you in this simple place." Li Ziyi took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, "Simple? It's much better than the cockpit of the mecha." Chen Tong's face flushed red. She realized that something was wrong with her face and took the veil and put it on again. Li Ziyi was also a young man who had read many secrets of picking up girls. He smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want me to look at you a few more times after we meet?" Chen Tong looked at Li Ziyi with eyes as deep as the night sky, and suddenly smiled after a moment. "I feel some strange thoughts in your heart." Back then, in the cockpit of the mecha, Chen Tong sang hymns to Li Ziyi to soothe the evil thoughts in his heart. Now they are all young people. How can they withstand such straightforward romance? Li Ziyi's mind was full of thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I want to tell you something. Yes, I'm not actually the masked man from the supervisory department. I am, I know." Chen Tong put her arms around Li Ziyi's arms and rubbed her delicate smiling face against him. "You are Che." Chapter 159, Unraveling Chen Tong's Heart Knot. Do you remember what I told you about reincarnation? I do. I promised you that after we met, I would tell you all my confusion and bewilderment, so you could help me find the answers. Li Ziyi and Chen Tong lay side by side on the thick carpet, gazing at the stars in the night sky through the tower window, sharing their candid thoughts. I actually gained a lot of memories that night in the mecha cockpit. I saw Lan and Shay. As Chen Tong spoke these words, her small hand couldn't help but touch Li Ziyi's, tightly clasping theirs, as if afraid he'd suddenly run away. At this point, Li Ziyi no longer had anything. I've awakened similar memories, too. I've met Lan and Shay, but my memories aren't complete. My memories aren't complete either. Chen Tong clenched her hand even tighter. I've been having a dream lately. In my dream, Lan sits alone all day in the place where she met Shay, crying alone. I don't know why she was alone in the end. I just want to know if Shay will come back. Will they still be together? Li Ziyi finally understood why Chen Tong's hand was clenched so tightly. It turned out she had awakened Shay's genetic memories from after he left the temple. In library number 7 of the supervisory department, Li Ziyi learned from the diary of a temple warrior that Shay had eventually left the temple, and that Lan had visited the 18th Knights Regiment to inquire about his whereabouts. Lan even wrote to the Li family, seeking clues to Shay's whereabouts. But for some reason, when Li Ziyi read the diary, his genetic memory didn't awaken. So, he didn't know where Shay had gone, or what had happened between him and Lan in those final moments. And now, Chen Tong, clearly influenced by Lan's genetic memory, was mired in the fear and anxiety common to young girls falling in love for the first time. Chen Tong, how exactly does your temple explain reincarnation? The great elder told me that after I reincarnate, the sage will be me, and I am the sage. I don't understand this. Doesn't it mean I am Lan, and Lan is me? Chen Tong said bewilderedly. In the first few days, my mind was often in chaos. I couldn't even tell the difference between dreams and reality, but in extreme pain, I vaguely gained powerful strength, so powerful that I dare not tell the truth to my teacher. It's really hard to explain. Looking at the confused and distressed Chen Tong, Li Ziyi patiently explained to him, I've had the same experience as you, but I think reincarnation is a kind of inheritance, not possession. Possession means that another person's soul completely replaces yours. And inheritance means that you gain the memories and gifts of Lan. You can understand more forbidden divine techniques, gain more memories of your past life, and luckily receive the power left to you by your ancestors. Li Ziyi's understanding of possession is much clearer. So many great masters on Kidian have already studied this thoroughly. He is very sure that his and Chen Tong's situations are not possession, but a kind of continuation of inheritance. We both probably have the genetic blood of Lan and Shay, and then we awakened the genetic memories of our ancestors and received corresponding gifts. Chen Tong excitedly turned over and slid close to Li Ziyi. So that means we are the sparks of Lan and Shay, respectively. After enduring the cold winter of life in the shelter, and who knows how many generations of life have continued, we just happened to awaken their genetic memories. Yes, Li Ziyi said happily. No matter what the final outcome of Lan and Shay is, your fate and mine is in our own hands. I think so too. You know? I've secretly read a lot of banned books from the Federation and the vampires, and I also think that what the teacher said about reincarnation is a bit wrong, but I don't have anyone to verify it myself. Chen Tong was very happy to have untied the knot in her heart. She chatted a lot to Li Ziyi, pouring out all the worries in her heart. Li Ziyi, in turn, played the role of a good listener, comforting Chen Tong's heart. Oh, by the way, I've always lived on the divine giant star. My ancestors must have descended from shelters 01, 02, or 03. What about you? If I knew which shelter your ancestors descended from, wouldn't that reveal Shay's final whereabouts? Chen Tong's sudden question left Li Ziyi stunned. He had once suspected that Langsing was a shelter. But Langsing lacked superpowers, relics of a previous civilization, and the continuity of human technological thinking. These factors combined made Langsing unlikely to be a shelter. But now Chen Tong's words reminded him, if Lan had given birth to Chen Tong through a shelter, how did Shay continue himself? After leaving the temple, had Shay taken his followers to Langsing? A tangle of thoughts stirred a storm of consciousness in Li Ziyi's mind, entangled in countless lightning bolts of consciousness, raging wildly and threatening to destroy Li Ziyi's mind. Li Zihe hurriedly concentrated his mind, trying to dispel the mad storm of consciousness and search for that faint trace, but he was horrified to find that his consciousness was collapsing uncontrollably. Chen Tong noticed Li Zihe's abnormality, hugged her body, and began to sing softly in his ear. The clear and ethereal singing was like a soft and invisible silk thread, gently circling in Li Zihe's mind, gradually tightening his strands of consciousness that were about to collapse, resisting the invasion of the crazy and violent storm. After a long time, Li Zihe gradually woke up, and the sweat on his body had already drenched himself and Chen Tong. Chen Tong chided him, somewhat reproachfully, "Genetic memory is a gift from our ancestors. How can you demand it without restraint? Do you realize that your soul has been damaged? Greed is humanity's greatest evil. The countless individuals in the Federation suffering from genetic distortions and collapse are proof of this. You even used the forbidden technique of divine assimilation before. Do you know that the more you demand, the greater the price you must pay?" Listening to Chen Tong's gentle, wifely admonitions, Li Zihe slowly took a steadying breath and carefully sorted out his thoughts. Over the past year or so, his progress had been both smooth and rapid. In just over a year, he had gone from an ordinary trapper to a powerful superpower capable of easily defeating a vampire earl. This leap in strength would take even a vampire prodigy decades, even centuries, to digest. Yet, he had accomplished this in less than a year. As for the acquisition of genetic memory, ever since arriving in the Federation, Li Zihe had subconsciously pursued those fleeting thoughts within his mind, often yielding fruitful results. Now, from what Chen Tong said, it seemed that he had just forcefully unlocked the genetic memory of Che, and had suffered a strong backlash. Chen Tong's gentle hands gently pressed on Li Zihe's head, soothing the swelling pain. "Okay, come to me every day from now on, and I'll slowly heal you. Don't have those weird thoughts. If you make me angry, I'll be very strict." Hearing Chen Tong's scolding, Li Zihe suddenly laughed. Why was he so anxious? Why not just let everything take its course, enjoy life, and wait for the genetic memory to awaken naturally? Chen Tong's massage technique was excellent, and her ethereal chanting was even more amazing, quickly dispelling all of Li Zihe's discomfort. The two stopped talking, just leaning against each other's shoulders, quietly enjoying the time together, able to hear each other's heartbeats. Just before dawn, Chen Tong suddenly asked Li Zihe, "I now have a say in matters concerning Qixing City. Is there anything you need?" "Yes," Li Zihe said without pretense. "I'm interrogating the two insect queens. I hope for an accurate and fair conclusion. This concerns the lives of millions, and I truly don't want to be swayed by political agendas." Chen Tong nodded solemnly. "I'll personally handle this matter. I'm a very skilled spiritual practitioner. Is there anything else you need?" "Yes, I discovered that Hideo has a very good energy pistol. If you have a way, get me one." Li Zihe had inquired about the high-powered pistol Hideo used, as well as Mu's double-barreled shotgun, which were both from prehistoric ruins. Few of them remain in the world, and the temple, with the most clues to the ruins, possesses the most energy weapons. Chen Tong smiled and said, "Sure, I'll give it to you in a couple of days. Do you have any more?" "No." Li Zihe was a man of moderation. Spending a little money on each other was a mutually beneficial experience, but excessive demands would only annoy the other. Chapter 160, Divine Forbidden Technique. In the long underground corridor, a faint starlight slowly approached, dispelling the darkness that had lingered for who knows how many years. Chen Tong, holding Li Zihe's hand, gently flew over the long-abandoned underground passage several feet above the ground, so as not to let the moss that covered the corridor stain Li Zihe. At dawn, Chen Tong and Li Zihe, after spending the night together, had to part ways. Li Zihe had intended to quietly escape by climbing over the wall, but Chen Tong opened a secret passage inside the tower and accompanied him all the way out. Li Zihe estimated the length of the passage and asked in confusion, "Hasn't your temple sent anyone to clean up in hundreds of years? Such a long underground passage has never been discovered," Chen Tong patiently explained. "It must be managed by someone, but they not only have to secretly monitor and protect the temple's numerous hidden industries, but they also have to keep themselves hidden. So, they deliberately forget about this secret passage, which is already rarely known." Li Zihe thought so too. An emergency escape route like a secret passage doesn't need to be clean and bright. What's most important is that the fewer people who know about it, the better. As for how to avoid getting stuck in mud when he wanted to make an appointment in the future, the natural thing was to call Chen Tong in advance and have her pick him up at the end of the corridor. When they reached the end of the corridor, Li Ziyi and Chen Tong both used their powerful perception to confirm that no one was outside before opening the secret door. The secret door was carved into a wall, and a thick, old tree just happened to block the secret door. If it weren't for Li Ziyi's excellent skills, it would be difficult to exit through the narrow gap, so it was naturally even more hidden and difficult to detect from the outside. This wall was the back wall of a quiet villa. After exiting the secret door, a simple flip revealed an extremely quiet street outside the wall. Okay, I'm leaving. You should hurry back. Remember to be careful when interrogating the queen insect. If there's any problem, just kill them. Protecting yourself is the most important thing, I understand. Remember to come over these few days. Your soul is damaged. If you don't heal it soon, you'll be in trouble. Okay. The two young people, still in the midst of their love affair, reluctantly parted ways. Li Ziyi quietly climbed over the wall and landed on a quiet, deserted street. In the faint pre-dawn light, Li Ziyi quickly moved forward, but 2 minutes later he circled back. He had arrived in front of this quiet villa. Oh my god, Li Ziyi couldn't help but let out a deep breath. This quiet and unique villa turned out to be Li Xiaowan's private residence. The one with a portrait of Che hanging on the wall. What's the relationship between the Li family and the temple? Is the relationship between Li Xiaowan and Xiaowan so special just because of their personal relationship? Xiaowan and several members of the supervisory department waited all night in a designated room, only being informed at dawn to prepare for an audience with the Great His Highness Chen Tong. Seeing the cold, lifeless faces of the temple monks, the inspectors felt a pang of dismay. Where else in the Federation had they ever received such indifference? But if they stopped to think about it, they would realize that the supervisory department also tended to look up and down at other federal departments. However, the following events suddenly changed the inspector's view of the temple. The white-robed monk who had blocked the church door the previous night was hanging naked on a cross in the courtyard, just as Xiaowan had said the previous night. The sooner you'd informed me, the lighter the punishment would have been. They then entered a side hall that had clearly been cleaned and decorated overnight, and finally met His Highness Chen Tong. Chen Tong's attitude towards the inspectorate was surprisingly good, and his ethereal, clear, and otherworldly aura captivated everyone. Before conducting a psychiatric interrogation, you must describe to me the entire process of the discovery and capture of these two queens, leaving no details unturned. Xiaowan and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Tong's question. Their biggest concern was that the temple would refuse to interrogate the queens, or use various excuses to delay the process. Time was now of the greatest need for the inspectorate and the Federation, and a decision on their approach to the vampires was imminent. The incident began when the third officer of the White Rabbit Star Destroyer fell under the mind control of the queen. Xiaowan quickly recounted the discovery and capture of the queens, skillfully emphasizing Li Ziyi's crucial role. Chen Tong's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze towards Xiaowan grew stern. Xiaowan was puzzled. That guy went in with you yesterday and didn't come out all night. He's obviously one of your confidants. Was my flattery wrong? Our supervisory department immobilized the strongest psychics, but when we interrogated the Queen of Insects, we encountered a strong counter-psychic attack. Although the Queen of Insects didn't control our people, we couldn't succeed in the interrogation. Chen Tong frowned, somewhat annoyed. Why did you conceal the fact that the Queen of Insects has the ability to counter psychic attacks in your letter to the temple? Xiaowan sighed, speechless. His letter to the temple had only stated the need for an A-level psychic, but hadn't mentioned the danger of the Queen of Insects' counter-psychic attacks. Xiaowan feared that this detail would prevent the noble temple monks from coming to the Federation to help. You didn't tell us about the dangers involved in mental interrogation. Are you worried that the temple won't send anyone to help you because of the danger? Chen Tong, who had been gentle just now, became stern and rebuked Xiaowan coldly. You are doubting the kindness of the monks and the temple. The temple has been away from the Federation for 400 years, but has never denied that the people of the Federation are not the people of the gods. Everyone in the supervisory department lowered their heads, and Xiaowan was full of doubts. He didn't know whether he should feel ashamed or doubt that the woman in front of him was a wise politician. Wait a moment, the interrogation will take some time. Seeing that Chen Tong was about to interrogate the queen insect, Xiaowan hurriedly said, "Can we watch and learn from the side?" Chen Tong said coldly, They can observe from the side, but I can't guarantee that they can withstand the queen insect's mental counterattack. The group reached the church's basement, where a group of temple monks had already wheeled out the not-so-serious queen insect. A transparent cage, anesthetics, and various syringes were ready. A red-robed monk, upon seeing Chen Tong descend, bowed and said, "Your Highness, the interrogation might be a little chaotic here." "You can wait upstairs," Chen Tong said calmly. "I will conduct this interrogation. Please prepare your assistants and record the results." The temple monks in charge of the mental interrogation were stunned. They had never expected the distinguished Master Chen Tong to conduct the interrogation himself. Generally speaking, a temple leader of Chen Tong's rank would never engage in such a dangerous and dirty task. Xiaowan, who had been hesitant, finally felt ashamed. He had originally intended to let the notorious temple interrogators interrogate the queen insect. He had never considered putting someone like Chen Tong in contact with dangerous insects. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. A monk in a distinctive black robe stepped forward, bowing to Chen Tong before speaking solemnly. "Master Chen Tong, we in the interrogation hall have a warrant from the Council of Elders appointing Master Zhak to preside over the interrogation of these two insect queens. Your status is honorable." Chen Tong slowly turned his slender neck and looked at the black-robed monk. But Xiaowan, following behind Chen Tong, suddenly felt as if a vast, cold dragon were turning its head, revealing its massive steel fangs hidden beneath its lips. "Before my will, no warrant shall be valid," the utterly cold voice emanated from Chen Tong's veiled lips, rippling the air around them like a dragon's breath, piercing the black-robed monk's face. Everyone in the basement felt a thud on their foreheads, as if struck by a sledgehammer. "My words are true. She has mastered divine forbidden technique number 08. Xiaoyan's resistance was exceptionally strong. His trance only lasted for a moment, but the after-effects lingered. Having perused the books in library number 7, he had a passing familiarity with Chen Tong's large-scale mental shock. He knew it was the Temple Sequence 0 Divine Forbidden Technique number 08. My words are true. For over 400 years, no one had seen this divinely forbidden technique. Unexpectedly, it had reappeared here today. For a few seconds, everything in the basement seemed to freeze, then resumed as if in slow motion. Brother Zhak, clad in red robes, dared not challenge the Elders' Council's order. He quickly stepped aside to preside over the interrogation and cautiously stepped aside to assist. The black-robed brother, having faced Chen Tong, hadn't recovered yet, as if he had been struck by Medusa's gaze, completely petrified like a statue. Thanks to book friend GZHIU for the reward. The next chapter is being edited and will be uploaded in a few minutes. Chapter 161. Did you read it carefully? A shimmering purple injection was injected into the queen insect's body. After days of anesthesia and electric shocks, it gradually began to regain consciousness. Then, it sensed a clear stream flowing gently through its mind. Chen Tong's consciousness, transformed into the clear stream, slowly seeped into the queen insect's mind, taking advantage of her momentary waking to probe the deepest regions of her memory. Chen Tong sensed something was amiss. The queen insect's mind was missing. The area that should have stored her deepest memories had been deliberately destroyed, leaving it in a tangled mess. Hiss, 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 the queen insect within the transparent cage awoke completely, her short limbs moving frantically, and her consciousness erupted even more frantically, attacking Chen Tong's clear stream. But Chen Tong already knew that the insects had the ability to reverse course, so how could he not be prepared? She gently opened her lips and began to chant the ancient language. The stream within her spiritual world, driven by a mysterious force, rippled into waves of spiritual ripples, seamlessly blending with the queen's frenzied consciousness. Hiss, 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 hiss. The queen's consciousness was gradually infected by the ripples, slowly assimilating into a harmonious frequency. The ripples continued to spread and nourish the queen's spiritual world. After a moment, Chen Tong easily peeled away a hidden mental membrane, revealing the deep memories that had been protected within. Chen Tong felt a sense of confusion, as these deep memories were mingled with intense hatred and fear. Curiously, Chen Tong searched through them, and then an even stranger feeling came to her. Ethereal chants echoed intermittently from the horizon. A barrage of space torpedoes pierced the ground, driving the queen from her hiding place, where she was slaughtered and devoured by a towering mechanical figure. And this was only the beginning. Subsequent fragments of hateful memories even lacked the chance and the tall, sinister mechanical figure. Only shrill mental messages continued to transmit from afar, each one bearing the same warning. Our lives have been plundered. Run, humanoid predators. Chen Tuang was certain that the hatred and fear deep within the insect queen stemmed from the battle between him and Li Ziyi on planet A16. And even more so from Li Ziyi's brutal plunder. A careful count of the mental warnings revealed dozens upon dozens. The humanoid predators they're talking about, me and Li Ziyi. If every message means a queen has fallen victim to Li Ziyi's murderous hand, then wouldn't he have eliminated dozens of adult queens? Chen Tong stood before the transparent cage that trapped the queen, eyes closed as he softly chanted mysterious ancient words, filling those around him with heartfelt shock, admiration, and worship. But what they didn't know was that, during this perilous moment of mental interrogation of the queen, Chen Tong's attention had drifted away. If the queen's warnings were true, then how many times did he perform divine fusion on planet A16? How could he possibly have endured it? Suddenly, Chen Tong seemed to see Lan. Lan stood alone atop the temple's spire, watching a figure slowly retreat in the distance. She wanted to chase after him, but in the end, she just watched Che fade away. Why did she let Che go? What happened between them? Chen Tong had always been puzzled as to why Lan was alone at last, but now she seemed to be closing in on the truth. Ding! A clear chime of a bell awoke Chen Tong from her distracted state. She suddenly realized that she had been multitasking, dealing with the queen while simultaneously awakening Lan's genetic memories. This was a very dangerous undertaking. If anyone else dared to do this, they would likely have sacrificed themselves to the insects, willingly becoming their slaves. But Chen Tong's mind was pure, and after years of training in the temple, she had accumulated a solid spiritual foundation. Therefore, after her reincarnation, Chen Tong awakened even faster and more powerfully than Li Ziyi. She quickly awakened many memories of Lan and Che's past and mastered numerous powerful forbidden divine techniques. Li Ziyi, on the other hand, was only able to achieve this level of power with just a year's accumulation thanks to his powerful bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to catch up with Chen Tong. Chen Tong vaguely knew that she had just touched upon something Lan most disliked, triggering a self-alert mechanism within her mind. So, she gave up on forcing herself, gathering her focus and once again probing the insect queen's mind. She discovered, alongside intense hatred and fear, a deep-seated obsession and a fleeting memory spanning less than a month. Less than a month ago, the insect queen had been born. Compared to its kind, its body was practically tiny. However, from the moment of its birth, it possessed the ability to lurk, possessed an abnormally powerful ability to control minds, and was imbued with the obsession of infiltrating the world of its humanoid predators to exact revenge. Then, using its tiny size to its advantage, it burrowed into the body of an inspector, hiding within the starship. Driven by its devouring nature, it began to grow rapidly, until it was besieged and captured by three despicable enemies of humanity. The final memory of this insect queen nearly made Chen Tong lose consciousness. The image of Li Ziyi dashing with his spear bore a striking resemblance to the image of Che from Lan's genetic memory. It was simply too cool. Chen Tong opened her eyes and formed an assessment of the first insect queen. This insect queen infiltrated the White Rabbit on her own. There are no vampire sleepers aboard the White Rabbit, although one of the two insect queens was captured aboard the Inspectorate starship. No one could deny that they had no connection to the vampires. The number of vampire sleepers who had infiltrated the Federation for so many years was unknown. The red-robed monk stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, Chen Tong, when will the interrogation of the other queen be scheduled?" Now, Chen Tong, feeling no pressure, planned to dispose of both queens at once. Xiaowan hesitated, then said to Chen Tong in a deep voice, "The other queen is severely injured, but she was brought to Star City by a vampire smuggler, so she's crucial." Chen Tong glanced at Xiaowan and coldly ordered the black-robed monk, "Start immediately." "No psychotropics are allowed on the insects." The red-robed monk paused, wanting to offer some words of advice, but seeing the black-robed monk still standing there like a stone statue, he dared not say a word. Of the two queens, the one the vampires had taken hostage should have been interrogated first. But it was severely injured and held a vital position. Injecting it with psychotropics might have killed it instantly. So at the beginning of the interrogation, this insect queen was taken behind, and the first insect queen was used as a test subject to accumulate some necessary experience. Although the second insect queen was seriously injured, because she had not been injected with psychotropic drugs, She resisted very strongly during the interrogation. But under Chen Tong's familiar routine, the little insect queen quickly surrendered, and the secrets in her mind were presented to Chen Tong at a glance. However, before Chen Tong finished the interrogation, his brows frowned, and the frown became tighter and tighter. Bang! The seriously injured insect queen in the transparent box suddenly exploded with her head, and her short legs flapped and struggled a few times, and then she was completely silent. Chen Tong opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone in the basement. The temperature in the entire basement seemed to drop a lot. Chen Tong spoke slowly. This insect queen possessed a vampire slave, who relayed the queen's intentions to infiltrate the Federation to the vampire merchants. The vampire merchants then entered Star City without authorization. Xiaowan grew nervous and asked in a deep voice, "Your Highness, Chen Tong, can you confirm this was a conspiracy by the Red Council?" Chen Tong was silent for a long moment before speaking firmly. "I don't think it was a Red Council conspiracy, but even if it was the individual actions of a vampire, they must pay a heavy price." Xiaowan nodded slowly, and the inspectors around him sighed. They had speculated about the vampire's intentions beforehand, but they didn't think it was a plot by the vampire leaders against the Federation. If the Red Council were responsible for this insect invasion, they would have orchestrated it with extreme secrecy, certainly not through the obvious infiltration route of the vampire envoy. While arguments with the vampires were inevitable, this was a good outcome, at least it avoided an all-out war. But Chen Tong's next words left them speechless, as if they had sunk into an icy cave. "Do you think I'm angry on behalf of the vampires?" Before dying, this queen laid an egg in the stinking sewer water, and this queen evolved differently from the first one. It didn't come to Star City to reproduce, but to gather information about human society. It's more cunning, more intelligent, and better at hiding. Xiaoyan was stunned. He had never imagined that this queen was actually a spy. Even more unexpected was that it had laid an egg before being captured. Chen Tong looked at Xiaoyan and sternly shouted, "Immediately organize everyone and conduct a thorough search for the egg. If you need our help, don't hesitate like a fool." Xiaoyan felt no resentment or anger at the harsh rebuke from the much younger Chen Tong. Instead, he extended his right hand, clenched his fist, and pounded it against his chest. Then he turned and quickly headed for the basement exit. This was the etiquette for Knights of the Order of Justice to accept orders. "Wait a minute." Xiaoyan stopped and turned around, looking at Chen Tong in confusion. Chen Tong said coldly, "Minister Qiao, have you read the letter I wrote to you carefully?" Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. "When did you write to me?" But he immediately remembered Li Ziyi's employment introduction letter and nodded to indicate that he had read it. "Are you sure you have read it carefully?" Xiaoyan thought carefully about the content of the letter, and finally guessed a problem after a long time. There was an obvious hint in Chen Tong's letter, which was to let Li Ziyi go to the supervision department to hide away, but later Li Ziyi caused a series of troubles and dangers. Xiaoyan couldn't help feeling angry. "I don't mind if you let Li Ziyi come to guild himself. But he just likes to make trouble. Can you blame me if he encounters danger?" Chapter 162. A clever observer. In the dark room, Joey Clark whispered to the black shadow in front of him, "How is the task I asked you to do going, my Lord Marcus? The martial law in Star City has been very strict these days. Most hyenas are unwilling to take this kind of business. Only a rebel army is willing to take this job, but they ask for a very high price." "Rebel army?" Marcus Joey Clark frowned and said unhappily, "How could those bugs who like to dig holes on remote planets take assassination jobs in Star City?" "I checked with my Lord Marcus. The leader of this rebel army brought people to Star City more than 10 days ago and secretly conducted an important transaction with the garrison. Then for some reason they encountered a gang-on-gang attack, and their base in the Alpha Galaxy was subsequently attacked and purged. So now they extremely hate the powerful departments of the Federation." "Hate?" Joey Clark believed it a little and asked further, "Do they have the ability to assassinate the damn Junior Inspector General?" The shadowy figure whispered, "They have a Class B genetically enhanced patient, but he's severely injured. He needs a set of high-quality healing potions, 50 million Federation coins, and high-powered weapons. We can't just give them the weapons. Give them money and let them buy them on the black market. Don't let anyone suspect us. Don't worry, Lord Marcus. I'll erase all traces. Here's the other information you need. I'm leaving now." The shadowy figure bowed and said goodbye to Marcus Joey Clark, then entered the closet in the room. After several twists and turns, he emerged from a central garden in Star City. Turning the corner, he encountered a night patrol soldier. He presented his ID and passed through inspection, earning a salute from the soldier. In the vampire safe house, Joey Clark reviewed the information at hand and learned about the recent conflicts and discord between several federal departments. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the thick night, a frown lingering for a long time. This morning, the Federation suddenly relaxed its strict surveillance of the Vampire Diplomatic Corps and cut off all communications with the outside world. According to the analysis of the Vampire Diplomatic Corps Foreign Affairs personnel, the Federation must have made a preliminary determination regarding the insect invasion, one that favored the vampires. For a moment, the vampires' morale rose again, with many expressing their unwillingness to tolerate injustice. However, before Joey Clark could protest to the Federation, he received a message from the Twilight Continent through special channels. Viscount Fidger, the newly elected coalition councillor promoted by Councillor Muayu, was suspected of disappearing while inspecting Councillor Fidger's home planet of Doran. Viscount Fidger, confirmed by an insider in the supervisory department, had once been a vampire smuggler in District 48 of Star City, falling under the jurisdiction of Lineage's 3rd Supervisory Section. The message from home was short, but Clark could sense a strong rebuke and dissatisfaction with himself, and a mechanic can't even solve it, so there was the scene just now. Marcus Joey Clark mobilized his family's deep insiders in the Federation and began to implement a series of conspiracies against Lineage. The sudden arrival of the Temple Starfleet caught the powerful class of the Federation off guard. So when the Federation restarted the talks with the Blood Clan, everyone attending the meeting believed that they should end the standoff with the Blood Clan as soon as possible and concentrate their energy on taking action against the Temple to avoid a terrible situation of internal and external troubles. Haha, why didn't I see those two upright representatives of the supervisory department today? Marcus Joey Clark joked with the Federation side with a smile just as the talks began. Director Lu Sen said calmly, "This meeting is being chaired by the Investigation Bureau. The absence of the supervisory department doesn't affect our discussions. Why does Marcus Joey feel our proposed compensation terms are inappropriate? Do we need someone from the supervisory department to add a few more? The supervisory department didn't send anyone to the meeting with the vampires this time." Just recently, during the meeting in the president's office, Xiaowan, the supervisory department's top boss, had a direct confrontation with the Investigation Bureau, the Garrison Army, and several other departments. Xiaowan demanded continued enforcement of Lineage's epidemic prevention regulations and the search for the missing insect egg. However, many high-ranking officials in the Federation believe the supervisory department was exploiting the now-concluded insect incident to gain greater power and influence, potentially even colluding with the Temple to seize federal power. Xiaowan then spit in the faces of many people, and the meeting ended on bad terms. Without the participation of the two hardliners, troublemakers, Li Ziyi and Li Kaiaoi, the talks with the vampires were dull and dragged on for a long time without any substantive progress. Not only did the Federals fail to secure any compensation, but the vampires saw signs of eagerness to end the dispute, nearly resorting to trolling and blaming the vampires. Just as the two sides were about to part ways unhappily, Marcus Joey Clark suddenly stopped Deputy Director of the Bureau of Investigation, Lou Senator. Actually, it's not that we can't talk about compensation, but our original intention for coming to the Federation this time was to find out the truth about the attack on Councillor Muyu, and to bring back Councillor Muyu's vassals and family members. Marcus Joey Clark handed some information to Lu Sen and said solemnly, "This person is Councillor Muyu's mechanic. His Excellency Muyu has a very close relationship with him. We are sure that he is in the Federation. I hope you can help find him." Deputy Director Lu Sen opened the information and read it for 2 minutes. He raised his head and said inexplicably, "Are you framing us? Or are you alienating us?" Joey Clark smiled and said, "It's a bit strange to say, he really looks like the mechanic we are looking for, but whether he is or not requires your internal self-inspection to confirm. If so, please be sure to hand him over to us." Lu Sen turned and left with a cold face. He smelled a conspiracy of being used. But a few days ago, at a meeting in the Oval Office, his boss was humiliated by Xiaowan in front of everyone. And yesterday, when Xiaowan lost his temper, he singled out his boss again. The grudge was sealed. Now Joey Clark is offering you a knife? Do you take it or not? Half an hour later, Joey Clark encountered the vampire's insider again in the safe house. "My Lord Marcus, I've passed on the message as you instructed. I believe they'll soon launch a targeted operation against a target, then do it. And when you're done, remember to lead the clues to those foolish federals. Let them become suspicious of each other and bite each other." Joey Clark made the final decision. He seemed to see a perfect invisible net gradually tightening around a pitiful prey. And as Great Marcus Joey had stayed out of the action, a seemingly insignificant bystander who was actually in control of the situation. But as a bystander, he didn't see that in the darkness outside the net, several huge guardian beasts were licking their paws and dozing off boredom. Section Chief Lee Zhe, "We've injured another security officer. You'd better dispatch a mobile unit. These fair spandants are really not the type our public security bureau should deal with. If you had clean hands, would this kind of gun conflict break out?" The mobile unit is on standby not far away, but it's not used to deal with civilians. The public security bureau official, who had been scolded, walked away helplessly, and only spat when Lee Zhe was out of sight. "You have dirty hands? If it weren't for some dirty money, who would work overtime for you in the heavy rain?" Lee Zhe was a little annoyed today. Because just when the supervisory department canceled their vacations and mobilized everyone to go into the sewer to search for the insect eggs, he was assigned to the jurisdiction of the 3rd Supervisory Section, responsible for helping the Public Security Bureau maintain inspections in civilian areas. Although Lee Zhe's success in discovering and capturing 2 queens was undoubtedly instrumental in crushing the insect invasion, his negligence over the egg left him remorseful. He had witnessed the insect's power firsthand on planet A16. And his experiences in the secret realm and his genetic memories had made him realize how vulnerable and miserable ordinary people were when faced with them. Therefore, Lee Zhe wanted to enter the sewers himself. Unfortunately, Districts 47 and 48, under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Supervisory Section, had been plagued by violent acts of resistance over the past 2 days. The Supervisory Department couldn't mobilize the garrison troops or the Investigation Bureau, but it could mobilize the Public Security Bureau. These familiar security officers were deployed throughout the residential areas to investigate any unusual activity suspected of insects devouring humans. However, after only a few days of investigation, these officers sparked widespread public outcry, and were even forced to revolt. Lee Zhe couldn't fundamentally resolve this conflict. The civilians of District 48 were all inextricably linked to smuggling. The constant barrage of home inspections by the Public Security Bureau and the Inspection Department was already costing them their livelihoods, not to mention all the other messes. "Alice. I hope that insect egg dies. This mess ends soon." Lee Zhe knew the egg would be hard to find, as the rainy season had already arrived in Star City. Several days of continuous rain had caused the water level in the underground tunnel to surge, obliterating the scent of the eggs and washing them away to who knows where. The rain intensified. Lee Zhe, wearing a raincoat, patrolled the streets, about to return to his official car for a rest. Turning, he saw Pierce, Sfidger's butler, standing on a street corner with an umbrella. Pierce noticed Lee Zhe had spotted him and turned to walk deeper into District 48, heading towards Sfidger's secluded villa. Lee Zhe followed. Sfag had been away from Star City for a long time. Lee Zhe figured that even if he hadn't reached Twilight Continent by chance, he'd at least sent back a message. Amidst the rain, Pierce and Lee Zhe walked through a residential area, one in front of the other. His raincoat, worn by the supervisory department, attracted the attention of many nearby civilians. Lee Zhe sensed a deep, helpless malice. Buzz. Lee Zhe's communicator buzzed, signaling a message. He opened it and read it, his expression cold as a wave of inexplicable annoyance washed over him. Lee Zhe fiddled with the communicator, sending a forceful reply. But just as he finished, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Lee Zhe slowly looked up and found himself in the middle of a street running through a residential area, surrounded by old, 4- and 5-story buildings. Pierce, still walking ahead with his umbrella, his danger-sensing talent hadn't sounded the alarm, but Lee Zhe sensed something was amiss. The last time, also on a rainy night on the street, a vampire lurker had set him up in a booby trap, showing him that with clever planning, an enemy could avoid triggering the danger signals of a powerful being. And just now, in the time it took him to send a reply in frustration, was he being plotted against again? "I've written over 6,000 words today. I was supposed to update at midnight, but I slipped and clicked the wrong button. Consider this a catch-up for the chapter I owed on the 11th. The next chapter will be posted tomorrow at midnight. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 My gun has a small appetite. Li Zhe had just received a message from the FBI requesting an identity check for incoming travelers. It required anyone who had entered Star City within the past 2 months to go to a designated location for a blood sample and provide any recent contact history with the insect planet. The content of the check was standard and seemingly harmless, but it became problematic for Li Zhe. The inspection department already had the authority to check incoming travelers, so why did the Bureau of Investigation need to do the same? Li Zhe hadn't even had a blood sample taken upon entering the inspection department, yet he was still required to go to a designated location for an injection? Li Zhe angrily sent back a picture of his inspection department badge. "I'm from the inspection department, who are you?" he asked. "I have nothing to do with the internal strife within the Federation, but don't mess with me." However, as Li Zhe sent this message while walking, he noticed something amiss. The frustrating, deep, malicious atmosphere in the surrounding residential buildings had completely vanished. The civilians of Area 48 were acutely aware of danger. Something unusual must have happened on this street. "Hey, don't look down at your phone while walking." Li Zhe tucked his communicator into his pocket, dodging the puddles on the street as he meandered in pursuit of Pierce. His constant shifting of direction was a bonus gained after leveling up his concealment inscription. While seemingly simple, it effectively evaded long-range targets from hidden enemies. At the end of the street was a more densely populated residential area, theoretically more suitable for ambushes and assassinations. But Li Zhe wanted to reach that area as quickly as possible. He feared nothing more than close-quarters assassination, a skill he'd inherited from Che. He'd be damned if he couldn't kill you. His thick boots plunged into a pool of muddy water, sending up a large splash. Li Zhe cautiously followed his anti-sniper tactics, avoiding any possible long-range attacks. But the long-range attack didn't materialize, and Li Zhe suddenly turned to look at a wrecked car a short distance to his right. The alarm in his mind finally erupted, reaching a peak that made his scalp tingle. Li Zhe's entire body trembled with extreme excitement. The raindrops in his vision were like weightless droplets, no longer falling to the ground, but instead hovering in the air. Yet, Li Zhe's body didn't slow down even a bit. In a state of asymmetric perception, he instantly unleashed the immense potential within his blood, shattering countless suspended raindrops and soaring low to the ground, away from the wrecked car. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared within the car's interior as the metal cladding began to bulge outward. The windows, unable to withstand the sudden change in pressure, shattered and flew in all directions. Boom! A drawn-out, distorted explosion finally rang out. The powerful shockwave from the high explosives raged wildly around him, sweeping the snail-like raindrops into the flaming maw. Li Zhe had already been flung over 10 meters, but the shockwaves of the explosion outpaced him and were about to catch up. Fortunately, Li Zhe's pre-planned flight path led to a manhole opening. He reached back and grabbed the manhole cover, curling his legs and body, and with all his strength, he flipped the metal cover in front of him. The violent shockwave of the explosion impacted the cover and then pressed down hard on Li Zhe, making him feel like a light leaf, instantly blown away by the wind. Li Zhe's chest was boiling with blood, the surging energy resisting the damage caused by the explosion, allowing him to maintain his resistance despite the adverse situation. Puff! Li Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and the constriction in his chest eased significantly. If that were all, Li Zhe would have simply transformed into a leaf, gradually dissipating the impact of the explosion while floating. But he suddenly pushed off the ground, his body curled up to stretch out, forcibly changing his direction. In the high-speed slow-motion video, the pool of water on the street began to boil from the bottom up, followed by the flames and shockwave of the explosion. Li Zhe held the metal manhole cover tightly in his hands. Even as his fingers were lacerated and bleeding, his grip remained steady, unwavering. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions echoed rapidly across the rain-soaked street, each separated by mere fractions of a second or less. The explosives had been carefully camouflaged, in a wrecked car on the roadside, beneath a pool of water, and even in a street toilet. Amidst the continuous flashes of fire, Li Zihe clutched the manhole cover and soared across the sky, sometimes like a weightless leaf, sometimes like a lightning-fast swift. Accompanied by the earth-shaking drumbeats, he danced a melody of life's perseverance. Clang, clang, with a final explosion, the manhole cover in Li Zihe's hands shattered. Like a cannonball, he slammed into a crumbling house, burying himself beneath the rubble. Puff, Li Zihe spat out another mouthful of blood, allowing himself to breathe more freely. This was the briefest, yet most dangerous, period of asymmetric perception he had ever experienced. The potential within his bloodline, nearly unleashed to its fullest, allowed him to endure more than a dozen consecutive explosions. Fortunately, the enemy, to prevent Li Zihe from discovering any traces, had cleverly arranged a series of explosion points, including cars, houses, and manholes. If a double-layered explosion ring had been set around Li Zihe, detonating simultaneously, he would have likely been sent blasting into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid, mechanical footsteps of the mobile suits echoed a few hundred meters away, yet there was a rhythmic, yet hurried, mellow beat. 4 mobile suits, somewhat resembling a standard army field assault formation, but with a jumble of models. Whose, after a few dozen seconds, the footsteps faded, slowly dispersing in all directions, closing in on the ruins where Li Zihe lay. Clang clang clang, the Gatling gun's pre-rotation creaked. The ambushing enemy was experienced. If the Gatling gun didn't pre-rotate, it would take a few tenths of a second from the moment the trigger was pulled to reach full fire rate. These few tenths of a second could determine the outcome of the battle. The ambushers opened fire without any respect for martial virtue, scattering the pile of rubble where Li Zihe lay. They didn't care about the living or the dead, just firing thousands of rounds first. A soft sound echoed, barely noticeable amidst the crackling of the Gatling gunfire. But a mobile suit, already blasting bullets, suddenly felt like it had been shoved by a bulldozer and flew backwards with a bang. When it landed, the ambushers noticed a hole in its chest, a clear, transparent hole. The other 3 mobile suits fired as they retreated, but their bullets landed in an uncontrolled, chaotic pattern. Chirp, 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 3 consecutive chirps of chirping birds echoed, and the Gatling gun's arrogant blue flames died down. Li Zihe climbed out of the rubble, coughing as he walked to a corner. He tilted his head and said to a corner in the rain, "You, with your level of skill, actually dare to commit an assassination in Star City?" A tall figure slowly approached from the rain, also coughing as he walked. "You federal officials are all liars. You're clearly A-level experts, but you're pretending to be C-level junior inspectors." "MIA level," Li Zihe said with a smile. "How could I not know that? How could someone who could fire 4 shots with a source energy pistol not be A-level?" The tall figure finally approached, a square face filled with disdain. The source energy pistol was a gift from Chen Tong to Li Zihe yesterday. It was smaller and looked less powerful than Hideo's large revolver. But when Li Zihe held it in his hands, he felt a sense of unity between man and weapon. Chen Tong told him that this gun should have a name, forgotten over the years. It was guaranteed to be 100 times more powerful than Hideo's. Li Zihe raised his own energy pistol. "This gun of mine is special." The square-faced man didn't focus on the pistol, but instead stared at Li Zihe's bony fingers, his disdain subsiding. "What's so special about your gun?" Li Zihe said nothing, only the stars in his body trembled slightly, and the ancient patterns on the energy pistol lit up again. "This gun of mine has a small appetite." The square-faced man was shocked. He didn't believe the small appetite nonsense, he just thought Li Zihe was hiding something, a deep and insidious act. Even a normal A-level esper wouldn't be able to fire 4 shots with an energy pistol in a row, but Li Zihe easily managed a 5th. What a dreadful target he had run into. However, the square-faced man didn't beg for mercy out of fear. Instead, he said calmly, "I have something special too. I can show you." He slowly unbuttoned his clothes, revealing something strapped to his chest. Li Zihe's face darkened, and his words were filled with a chilling coldness. "People like you deserve to die." This is the first chapter for today. The next one might be in the afternoon. Oh haha. Chapter 164 Strange People deserve death. The square-faced man, unbuttoning his clothes, was likely illiterate and couldn't understand Li Zihe's strange grammar. "Yes, for a person like you, even death can't atone for the sins committed." Li Zihe was a civilized man, And while he occasionally uttered some sweet words when he was upset, this was the first time he had ever hated someone so deeply. Under the man's unbuttoned clothes, strapped to him was a military-grade shaped charge bomb powerful enough to destroy a starship. Though it was a previous generation model, Li Zihe had no doubt it could destroy an entire nearby residential area. Li Zihe's danger perception was sharp enough to detect nearby energy imbalances, such as powerful superpowers, charged energy sniper rifles, and even malicious prying minds. However, for such cold explosives, he could only sense them at the moment of energy fluctuation. The sins on your body? He cough. You dirty dignitaries with blood on your hands always arbitrarily accuse us of evil crimes, and then put on the cloak of savior and do some despicable and obscene things. The square-faced man laughed in anger, and then began to cough continuously, with purple-red blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. We discovered a valuable resource star. According to federal law, we can obtain regional supervision rights, but you snatched away our interstellar kingdom and declared us rebels. The square-faced man looked at Li Zihe with resentment, and his palm touched the explosion start button on his waist. We had no choice but to turn to the Bureau of Investigation and become its shady lackeys. But we did so much for the Bureau, and in the end, we were purged and silenced. If there is such a thing as sin in the world, is there anything more sinful than this? Yes. Li Zihe looked at the square-faced man coldly. When you ambushed me just now, you killed and injured dozens of civilians. If you detonate this shaped charge again, you will kill at least thousands more. They are as innocent as you once were. They are not innocent at all, the square-faced man shouted, interrupting Li Zihe. They smuggle with the vampires. They despise us outsiders. They enjoy the tax revenue of all the people in the Federation, but charge us 3 times as much for each bowl of noodle soup. Our genetic sequence is not high, but we bear the same heavy tax burden. Without us, how could they live so comfortably? Only then did Li Zihe notice that the square-faced man had a distinct bloody smell. It was not the smell of his wounded blood, but the pus and blood that seeped out from the cracked skin caused by the imminent collapse of the genetic mutation. It turned out that this square-faced man was on the verge of death. The Federation was implementing widespread genetic testing across its territory, and only those with the most stable genes were eligible to reside on the home planet. Those with highly dangerous genetic abnormalities were expelled from the home planet and forced to seek life on other Federation planets, such as Crimson Planet, where Li Zihe had once lived. Having lived in Star City for so long, Li Zihe had rarely seen anyone tragically killed on the streets by genetic abnormalities. He had almost forgotten the corpse collectors working every night on Crimson Planet. I was only injured, but after using the gene therapy provided by you powerful people, my genes collapsed. Isn't that ridiculous? The square-faced man's face was completely horrified, like a vengeful demon crawling out of hell. Li Zihe pondered for a few seconds before saying calmly, in that case, I'll give you a ride. In your next life, be a good person. The square-faced man looked at Li Zihe in confusion, once again unable to understand what he was saying. At such close range, even an SS rank warrior would be engulfed by the shaped charge. How could you, a severely wounded young man who could be blown down by a gust of wind, still boast? However, the square-faced man noticed Li Zihe's gaze shifting downwards, resting on the explosive at his waist. He saw a thin, sharp knife quietly slicing at the man's finger, pressing on the detonator, with only one finger left to be sliced. The square-faced man was stunned. His finger had been severed, and he hadn't felt a thing. Had his genetic mutation reached this level? He had never heard of it before. The paralyzing effect of the Axiang knife was unheard of by ordinary people, and performing this delicate task silently in the rain had put Li Zihe's subtle mental control to a whole new test. The square-faced man quickly stepped back, his free hand frantically pressing the detonator. But he was horrified to discover that his body, as if an aesthetic, was being injected. His reaction speed was countless times slower than usual. Li Zihe's other hidden blade knife, lodged in the square-faced man's lower back, had already been silently attacking him. Li Zihe stepped forward, reached for a psychiatric anesthetic reserved for the insect queen, and accurately stabbed it into the man's neck. Fearing the shaped charge might connect to the man's vital signs, he didn't kill him directly. His words, "Be a good person," merely served to lull him into unconsciousness. Seconds later, the square-faced man collapsed into the stagnant water, filled with regret. He couldn't comprehend how a powerful B-class Esper could be so powerless against this young man. Cough 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 puff relaxed, Li Ziyi knelt on the ground, his blood gushing out, cascading with the rainwater towards the nearby sewer. Li Ziyi reached for his communicator to call back, only to discover it had been damaged and malfunctioned in the chain of explosions. He quickly pulled out a flat metal box he kept close to his person, and only felt relieved after confirming it was intact. This was his HW phone, which he had specially protected in an explosion-proof metal box to prevent accidents. Li Ziyi forced himself to stand up and dragged the unconscious square-faced man back in the direction they had come from. Such a strong explosion had occurred here. Lao Bai and the others must have heard the noise and should be here soon. His raincoat was already torn, and the cold rain poured into Li Ziyi's neck. The helpless and deep malice surrounded him again. The civilians in Area 48 were really bold. After such a fierce battle, some people actually showed up in the rain to watch. The explosion just now caused many buildings to collapse, burying many people. There were also many casualties and injuries. The sound of sorrowful cries and resentful curses was endless. Li Ziyi, a member of the supervision department, walked alone on the road, attracting a lot of hateful and resentful looks. They didn't know that Li Ziyi had just stopped an explosion that could have wiped out everyone present. They only knew that if Li Ziyi hadn't appeared, their families wouldn't have died. And now, their families were dead, and Li Ziyi was still alive. If this were happening in the Great Celestial Empire, Li Ziyi would have borrowed a cell phone from those around him to call for help. But in Area 48, he could only respond with his own apathy and arrogance to these pitiful weaklings who harbored resentment towards him but dared not speak out. Woo woo, a sharp, air-piercing whistle suddenly echoed in the sky as a low-altitude assault ship approached at breakneck speed. The hull of the assault ship, painted with the insignia of the garrison, lifted its bow and began to recoil, slowing down. Then, hatches at the bottom of the ship opened, and 3 garrison mobile suits descended, forming a standard battle formation and surrounding Li Ziyi. Don't move. Let go of the hostages. Kneel on the ground with your hands on your head. Li Ziyi looked at them coldly and produced his supervisory department badge. I'm Li Ziyi from the 3rd Supervisory Section of the Supervisory Department. This is a rebel criminal I've apprehended. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. The 3 mobile suits marched relentlessly, forming a ring around them. Without hesitation, Li Ziyi unsheathed his small appetite energy pistol. Chi chi chi, 3 crisp, delicate chirps. These were the delicate chirps of a young bird. Sparks erupted from the 3 mobile suits, their powerful weapons crippled by Li Ziyi's blows. The 3 mobile suits retreated in horror, quickly taking shelter in the surrounding residential area. They knew Li Ziyi had been showing mercy. If he had targeted their vital points, the Federation would have had to pay 3 additional pensions this month. However, having repelled the 3 mobile suits, Li Ziyi didn't rest on his laurels. Instead, he gazed at the low-altitude assault ship hovering overhead. A blue and white mechanical power suit slowly began to descend by rappel. Mid-air, its arm-mounted blaster began to gather energy. Damn it, Li Ziyi struggled to pull the unconscious, square-faced man to his feet, his injured body accelerating into the rain. The Supervisory Department holds independent oversight authority within the Federation, its lofty position instilling fear. However, the garrison also enjoys a privilege within Star City, the ability to eliminate a junior inspector general on the spot if faced with a significant threat. Normally, no one would dare casually eliminate a junior inspector general, but Li Ziyi didn't dare gamble. Losing the bet would mean losing everything. Boom, the blue and white mech fired, its shaped charge glancing past Li Ziyi's body, blasting the long street in 2. Li Ziyi turned and rushed into residential area, disappearing from the pilot's sight. Boom, boom, boom. The mech's fire continued unabated, following Li Ziyi's likely trajectory, collapsing several residential buildings. Furthermore, the massive mech reared up its massive mechanical legs and charged into the densely populated area, pursuing Li Ziyi in the direction he had disappeared. Its steel, weighing hundreds of tons, surged like a savage beast, knocking down and crushing countless houses and residents in its path, without a sign of slowing. Screams and cries penetrated a thick rain and reached Li Ziyi's ears. The strong smell of blood spread through the rain, even catching up with the rapidly running Li Ziyi, stimulating his keen sense of smell. He looked back and saw many men struggling to lift up the collapsed floors and walls, dragging out their children and women, while those who were seriously injured could only cry and wait for death under the rubble. Not long ago, these people had harbored deep malice towards Li Zihe, but now, Li Zihe did not feel the slightest sense of gloating. Li Zihe stopped silently, turned around and walked back to the empty street. The blue and white mecha slowly walked in front of Li Zihe. You are such a strange person. Thanks to the book friend, let me say GG for the reward. Chapter 165, Who is stupider between you and me? You are such a strange person, or should I say, you are a stupid person. A blue and white mechanical power armor walked to 5 meters in front of Li Zihe, and a loud voice came from the mecha's loudspeaker. Li Zihe did not have time to argue with the other party, but said in a deep voice, immediately notify the emergency management agency to come and rescue people. This is the only way to reduce your crime. Rescue people, crime. The mecha turned its body exaggeratedly, looked around and said, are you referring to these untouchables? Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Anyway, it will be attributed to you. Section Chief Li Zihe. Low-altitude assault ships continued to appear in the sky, and a large number of garrison soldiers rushed over and blocked off the nearby area. Li Zihe said indifferently, it seems that you garrison troops were also involved in the ambush on me just now. No. The pilot in the mecha chuckled and said, we are just chasing a rebel fugitive. Here, this is the one in your hand. Hand him over to us immediately. Don't even think about it, Li Zihe shouted, pulled the unconscious square-faced man into his hand, and pressed his finger on the detonator of the shaped charge bomb on his waist. After hearing the series of explosions, Laoba immediately mobilized the mobile force of the supervisory department on standby nearby, and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. When they rushed to the street where Li Zihe was ambushed, they happened to run into the garrison soldiers who had arrived, and saw Li Zihe and the mecha on the street from a distance. Laoba was merely a peripheral inspector stationed in Area 48. He lacked the courage to engage the garrison directly. Instead, he anxiously communicated with them, bluffing and rebuking them for their actions, warning them not to act rashly. Night quickly descended upon the rain-soaked street. After the initial commotion, the restless soldiers around them quieted down, standing silently in the rain, watching the two figures in the center of the street. Li Zihe stood less than 2 meters tall, 1.9 meters and 1.6 meters were both within this range, while the blue and white mobile suit stood nearly 30 meters tall. When the two faced each other, there was a strong sense of asymmetry and imbalance. Yet, these two asymmetric and unbalanced forms formed a strange standoff. Surrounded by nearly 1,000 soldiers, the frail Li Zihe held his chin slightly raised, enduring the cold, wet rain, yet he stood firm against the hundreds-ton mecha. This was a clash between the will and pride of tiny humans and the cold, domineering steel of machinery. As time ticked by, even the surrounding garrison soldiers couldn't help but admire Li Zihe. There are not only thousands of untouchables around here, but also Federation soldiers. I don't believe you dare to detonate this bomb. The mecha pilot finally broke his silence. Li Zihe, I don't believe you dare to kill me either. If I die, the entire Watson family will be buried with you. The pilot inside the mecha was clearly surprised. You actually guessed my identity, Li Zihe sneered and said. In the entire garrison, only the second young master of the Watson family is a complete idiot. Your name, Mick Watson, is very famous throughout the Federation. The blue and white mecha slowly squatted down, and the cockpit cover opened outward, revealing a middle-aged, blonde-haired pilot. Mick Watson had a fairly handsome face, but upon closer inspection, he gave off a rather mean look. He looked at Li Zihe coldly and said, "You're seriously injured. Every minute you hold out is unbearable pain for an ordinary person, yet you managed to hold out for an hour, but in that hour, no one from the supervisory department came to rescue you. So, who's the idiot, you or me?" Li Zihe raised his eyelids indifferently, not answering Mick Watson's question. When he first confronted the mech, he hadn't expected to wait this long. Although Li Zihe knew today's situation wasn't simple the moment he saw it, the garrison alone wouldn't dare challenge the supervisory department. The supervisory department's deep roots had already provoked collective resistance from the Federation's powerful. If the supervisory department wanted to apprehend this rebel criminal, it would inevitably involve a series of backstabbings with various federal departments. A single misstep could potentially lead to catastrophe within the Federation. But Li Zihe firmly believed Xiaowan would support him. Only by apprehending this square-faced, large man could he clear his name and bring justice to the hundreds of civilians killed and injured nearby. If Li Zihe backed down today, the garrison would definitely suppress the matter, or even distort the facts to put the blame on Li Zihe. Li Zihe was not afraid of being wrongly accused. But if the people from the supervisory department did not come, the civilians who died would have died in vain. Even if they continued to wait like this, those civilians wailing in the rain, those civilians who could not get help from the Federation and had to search for their loved ones in the rain themselves, would no longer believe that the Federation still had justice. Li Zihe suddenly did not want to confront Mick Watson. He dragged the still unconscious square-faced man towards the collapsed residential area next to the street. In the residential area, a group of men were lifting a heavy piece of concrete, and faint cries could be heard from under the concrete. However, the concrete was very heavy, and the collapsed area was very narrow. More than a dozen men took turns to lift it, their hands bleeding, but they could only lift it halfway. Careful, careful, perhaps it was the slippery rain, or perhaps fatigue, but the half-lifted concrete suddenly crashed down, threatening to knock down a man who couldn't dodge it. A frail hand suddenly appeared, holding up the collapsing concrete. Li Zihe's hand was still injured, and the pain was intense when he exerted force. Even the most resilient vampires couldn't heal bone damage from an explosion in just minutes. The newly recovered peripheral nerves were at their most sensitive, making the pain even worse when touched. But Li Zihe's hand was steady and his strength was immense. He single-handedly lifted the concrete that had taken over a dozen men to lift. Help! Everyone around was stunned. Only after hearing Li Zihe's cry did they rush to rescue the mother and daughter trapped below. Li Zihe let go and dragged the unconscious, square-faced man toward the next ruins. The dozen or so men behind him looked at each other in bewilderment as he retreated. How could such a powerful figure, daring enough to confront a mecha, even care about the lives of lowly civilians? Would they lend a hand to the poor like themselves? But then, looking at the shivering mother and daughter, it all seemed real. Hey! Aren't you coming to help? Li Zihe called over his shoulder. A dozen men froze for a moment, then hurriedly followed. 10 minutes later, a strange yet harmonious scene unfolded amidst the rain-soaked ruins. Women, the elderly, and the weak searched the rubble for food and valuables. The men, gathered together, diligently dug around to find possible refuge, rescuing survivors one by one from the rubble. However, the series of explosions and mechas had destroyed so many homes that Li Zihe, with only a handful of civilians and no proper rescue equipment, was inefficient and unable to reach any targets. We need to get through. Let us get through, you bastards. Why don't you let us get through? Old 8, leading the supervisory department's mobile suits, roared, attempting to break through the garrison's blockade to help Li Zihe. But Mick Watson, standing in the mecha's cockpit, watched Li Zihe's back with a laugh, ignoring his subordinates' inquiries. Li Zihe felt weak, a feeling he had never experienced before. The injury he received this time was too severe. However, a fire seemed to be burning in his chest. It was not only the pain from the injury, but also the anger towards the stupid garrisons around him. How can a soldier be respected? Admired? Only by protecting his homeland and the people. How can we expect a group of soldiers who turn a blind eye to the lives of the people to maintain peace and justice in the world? The rain suddenly stopped. The sky suddenly brightened. The huge starship blocked the sky above Li Zihe's head, blocking the wet and cold rain. The strong lights illuminated the entire ruins, driving away the cold and ruthless darkness. Chen Tuang floated down from the starship and floated to Li Zihe's side. She grabbed Li Zihe's hand, and the touch of the scars on her hand that had not yet healed made her heart ache. Why didn't you contact me? My communicator's blown up. I can't leave. Chen Tuang cast a cold glance at the people around him, then floated up, dragging Li Zihe with him, toward the starship overhead. Li Zihe struggled to grab the square-faced man and follow Chen Tuang's upward movement. Organize a rescue first. Chen Tuang ignored Li Zihe's words and led him aboard the temple's starship, coldly ordering his men to close the hatch. Li Zihe spoke weakly, God has compassion on all people and loves everyone. If you want to take, you must first give. If the temple wants to regain its foothold in the Federation, it must first let the people of the Federation know what it can offer them. Chen Tuang looked at the weakened Li Zihe, feeling anxious and angry, but ultimately gave a calm order. Organize a rescue. and demonstrated God's compassion for all beings. Li Ziqi's tense body and mind suddenly relaxed at this. He had caused the suffering of those civilians, and he felt guilty after all. A surge of fatigue and pain enveloped Li Ziqi like a tide, and a sense of restlessness and chaos he had never felt before surged from deep within him, stirring up a turmoil within him. After effects of the plunder, Li Ziqi awakened relevant memories and knew the corresponding solution: sleep. This is really not the right time. Li Ziqi used his last moment of consciousness to transmit a consciousness to the height inscription, establishing a simple self-concealment mechanism, and then completely fell into darkness. Chapter 166. The windows at home are not closed. Li Ziqi fell into darkness again, just like the first time Yu Yu's kiss triggered the secret of his bloodline. He heard the foolish whispers again, saw chaotic cacophony of light and shadow, and more profound thoughts and consciousness slowly awakened in his mind. But this time, the foolish words and the light and shadows he saw were much clearer than before. At a secret meeting of the temple's high command, Che resolutely stood up and spoke passionately, ignoring Lan's gaze. We can build more shelters to accommodate more of the fire. Our warriors and believers are still fighting bravely. We cannot abandon them to our plans. The suggestion is invalid. Do your own thing. The cold eyes of a dozen temple elders and Lan's anxious gaze finally made Che slump back into his seat. The lives of billions of people ultimately depended on this secret meeting of a few dozen people. The bloodline of the temple's high command and close vassals would be preserved, while those pitiful civilians and brave warriors would fight to the last drop of their blood, blinded by lies. Then came the leaks, the denunciations, the imprisonment, and the subsequent rescue by Lan. However, upon rescuing Che, Lan offered a subtle rebuke and a warning against any further involvement with the vampires. Under the relentless attacks of the insects and demons, the vampires provided a vital force against them, but deep resentment persisted, forcing the situation from irreconcilability to mutual resistance. Just then, the vampires delivered a stern message to Che. Return to your clan immediately and execute the sanctuary plan. Upon seeing the vampires' sanctuary plan, Li Ziqi realized that the vampires were even more cruel than the temple. Feeling a deep sense of loneliness and helplessness, Che ultimately chose to leave. Leveraging his prestige, he gathered his last few followers, boarded a massive starship whose destination remained unknown, and resolutely sailed into the darkness of the universe. Where did he go? Where's the interstellar route map? Where are the jump parameters? Seeing his memory fading again, Li Ziqi struggled fiercely. He needed Che's interstellar route. He wanted to go home. But the lingering darkness shattered, and Li Ziqi heard his heartbeat again, felt his breath, and smelled the air. But he couldn't wake up. Li Ziqi found his current state strange. His hearing, smell, and touch were all normal, but he had no control over his body. He couldn't even move a little finger, couldn't even open his eyelids. Li Ziqi struggled for a long time, but he couldn't escape this strange situation. Sensing no danger, he finally resigned himself to his fate. If Li Ziqi had been asleep in the darkness just now he was in a state between half-sleep and half-wakefulness. A gentle breeze rustled through the silent room, bringing fresh air to Li Ziqi, while sunlight streamed in, bringing him a warm warmth. Not only had his internal injuries completely stabilized, but they were also rapidly recovering under the influence of the bloodline inscription. During this recovery process, the structure and strength of certain parts of his body were also specifically optimized. Li Ziqi couldn't quite fathom how this was achieved, perhaps due to his body's subconscious abilities. Suddenly, the bloodline inscription ceased its tremors, and the concealment inscription took over Li Ziqi's body. His recovery speed slowed dramatically, and the pale golden life droplets rehidden. Li Ziqi went from a pure vampire to normal psychic recovering. This was the concealment mechanism Li Ziqi had set up with a concealment inscription before he fell into coma, concealing all traces of the vampire's presence from anyone approaching. A faint fragrance drifted into the room, and Li Ziqi's vigilance instantly relaxed. Every girl has a unique scent. As the only one Li Ziqi had ever had beyond friendship, Chen Tong could discern her scent from a distance. When Chen Tong entered, there were the sounds of windows closing and curtains being drawn, and then Li Ziqi felt her pull him up and embrace him in a warm embrace. The aroma of food reached his nose, and then warm soup trickled down his throat, flowing down his esophagus and warming his stomach. A handkerchief wiped across Li Ziqi's chin, wiping away the little soup that had leaked out. Chen Tong meticulously tended to Li Ziqi, never once showing any signs of boredom. A patient in Li Ziyi's comatose state could have been kept alive simply by administering nutrient solution, but Chen Tong resorted to the most ingenious method, allowing Li Ziyi to subtly experience the warmth of shared support. After the heartwarming feeding session, Chen Tong didn't let Li Ziyi go. Instead, she held him tighter, humming softly in his ear. Gradually, tears began to flow from Li Ziyi's eyes. It wasn't because the song held some magical power, nourishing and soothing Li Ziyi's body and soul. Rather, it was because Li Ziyi remembered a time long ago, when he was ill, when a woman had held his young self in her arms, soothing him to sleep with her warmth and gentle singing. Once upon a time, Li Ziyi lived a resilient life, living stubbornly with his sister, almost forgetting that such unwavering family love existed. Chen Tong saw Li Ziyi's tears, and her soothing voice couldn't help but vibrate. Li Ziyi opened his eyes, just in time to see the tears of joy glistening in Chen Tong's eyes. "I'm back." Chen Tong climbed the tower, carrying a large food box. Seeing Li Ziyi lying in bed, her cold face suddenly lit up like a blooming flower, a smile of joy spreading across her face. After Li Ziyi awoke, his body gradually recovered, but the weakness from his injuries was still evident. The situation outside was still far from secure, so Li Ziyi settled down at Chen Tong's place, enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet. Chen Tong, aside from the daily sermon she had to preside over, ignored almost everything else, devoting all her attention to Li Ziyi. Chen Tong placed the food on the small table. Seeing Li Ziyi showed no sign of getting up, she asked with a mixture of irritation and amusement, "Can't you eat on your own today?" Li Ziyi, imitating Jedaji's appearance on "If You Are the One," shook his head vigorously. No, not at all. Chen Tong knew whether he could eat on his own, but she still indulged him, feeding him mouthful after mouthful. Li Ziyi sighed, if only this had happened in the public cafeteria. The feeling of being envied, only those who know how good it feels. Unfortunately, the dozens of acres of land behind the Iron Cross Church were designated as off-limits by Chen Tong, and the tower itself was barred from even a single person who dared to peek. Therefore, the sweetness between Li Ziyi and Chen Tong was destined to remain a private secret. When Li Ziyi finished eating, Chen Tong suddenly said while clearing the tableware, "During the sermon this morning, several representatives from Orchid Street and District 48 came over, hoping that we could preach in District 48. Maybe you were right. We rescued some people in Orchid Street that day, and now we have received a grateful reward." Li Ziyi licked the lingering fragrance from the corner of his mouth. "Then what? Will you build a church in District 48? Chen Tong sat opposite Li Ziyi and said with some displeasure, "The monks are reluctant to preach in District 48 because District 48 is full of sin and filth. They think the situation in District 48 is too chaotic and the people in District 48 are too poor." District 48 is the area under the jurisdiction of Li Ziyi, and he knows the ins and outs of it too well. The Temple and the Blood Clan are enemies who start fighting as soon as they meet. Going to District 48 to preach will inevitably lead to conflicts with the Blood Clan smugglers, and not many donations can be collected in the slums. It is a thankless task. When you're better, I want to go there myself. No, no, no. Li Ziyi rushed in, interrupting Chen Tong. You don't need to build a church in District 48. Simply invest in a company there, have them recruit servants, have them strictly abide by the precepts, help the people on behalf of the monks, and deliver the divine gifts. Chen Tong clearly didn't understand the corporate management scheme, but seeing Li Ziyi's seriousness, she could only nod her agreement doubtfully. "Oh, by the way, that Li Xiaowan asked to see you again today. Are you going to see her?" Chen Tong, as if suddenly remembering something, asked, her deep eyes fixed on Li Ziyi. "She disappeared anyway. But I should thank her, otherwise I never would have known when someone would have rescued me." Li Ziyi now understood. During his confrontation with the garrison, Li Xiaowan had stormed off upon hearing the news, but had been restrained by his father. The Li family then indirectly informed Chen Tong through secret channels, leading to Chen Tong's rescue. "Okay, I'll thank her next time I see her." After Chen Tong cleaned up the dishes, he set up the small tea table, and the mellow fragrance of tea began to float in the room. Li Ziyi lay down comfortably for a while, ready to further enjoy Chen Tong's service, and even wondered whether he should release his Xingjuan to merge with Chen Tong's Xingjuan to communicate since he had almost recovered today. But the next moment, Li Ziyi's heart suddenly trembled. A familiar spiritual fluctuation came from the darkness outside the tower. Li Zhe slowly turned his head to look out a window, and replied with an emotional response in surprise. The window at home is not closed, you go back and wait obediently. Chapter 167 Family. It was still the moss-covered underground passage. Chen Tong was still holding Li Zhe's hand and floating through the air, not letting his feet get stained with mud or water. The secret door opened. Chen Tong let go of Li Zhe's hand, and said with a smile, "You are not well yet, be careful when you go out. If you encounter someone forcing you again, release your Xingxun and say that you are the Grand Knight of the temple." Li Zhe was silent, and deep shame surged in his heart. He was still lying in Chen Tong's arms enjoying the tenderness, and the next step he suddenly wanted to go back to his home on Wutong Street. And Chen Tong didn't hesitate at all, and immediately sent him through the secret passage in person, and gave him many instructions before leaving. But did she really not find it strange at all? She has a pure and clear heart, is she stupid? Li Zhe suddenly looked at Chen Tong and said sincerely, "Chen Tong, do you believe me?" The smiling Chen Tong slowly calmed down and said solemnly, "I definitely believe you, because I think Lan didn't trust Che, and that's why they broke up. I don't want to be separated from you." Li Zhe lowered his head, looking at his toes. If he'd felt ashamed just now he was mortified. A girl believed you, but did you believe her? What's wrong? Chen Tong saw Li Zhe lower his head and asked, pursing her lips. How about I take you home? Okay. Li Zhe resolutely reached out, took Chen Tong's hand again, and led her out of the secret door wedged between the ancient tree and the wall. Chen Tong had only ever walked Li Zhe to the door of this secret passage, never leaving. As she followed Li Zhe over the wall and landed in a quiet alley, a faint haze seemed to completely dissipate. Chen Tong and Li Zhe shared a mysterious, intimate connection. She could sense his joy, pain, and anxiety. And just now, she suddenly felt that this kind of intimate relationship seemed to be a little different from before. The hearts of the two people were closer. Li Zhe held Chen Tong's hand, walked around countless streets and alleys, avoided the checkpoints along the way, and came to his house at number 33 Wutong Street. The moment Li Zhe opened the door, Chen Tong suddenly pulled Li Zhe hard, trying to pull him behind her. Li Zhe looked at Chen Tong, who suddenly tensed up, and was moved. He gently shook her hand and said softly, "Believe me." The door opened, and Li Zhe pulled Chen Tong in. Chen Tong saw two people in the room. A woman in a windbreaker with a cold face, with a reserved edge and a subtle aura. Chen Tong felt a sense of hidden edge at first sight. While the other man's aura was also quite skilled at concealing, to Chen Tong's eyes, the wisps of his blood aura shone like bright lights in the night. These two were none other than Mu Yu and Sfag, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Twilight continent to search for Li Zhe. Chen Tong's identity was obvious. The cross symbol adorning her wide, white robes made it clear to anyone with eyesight that she was a temple novice. It took only 2.5 seconds for the two to recognize each other's identities and react. Chen Tong flipped her left hand, and a short staff materialized from beneath her robes. In the process, she tugged at Li Zhe, pulling him back behind her frail frame. Although she trusted Li Zhe and was uncertain about the danger to Mu Yu inside, facing such a formidable vampire, her body instinctively went into defense. Mu Yu, inside, was also overcome with emotion upon seeing Li Zhe, but when Chen Tong tugged at him, she instantly became furious. She drew her red curved blade from beneath her windbreaker. Her entire body trembled slightly, and a powerful burst of blood energy erupted, blurring her form. Chen Tong's pupils constricted, and a burst of starlight burst forth, enveloping both her and Li Zhe. Chen Tong dared not hesitate any longer, for in a confrontation of this magnitude, a single hesitation could be fatal. The edges of the starlight and the blood energy instantly clashed, sending ripples through the air. Li Zhe's future descendant, Lord Sfag, was far less so. Panicked, he didn't know what to do, neither standing nor moving, but clinging to a corner, grotesquely huddled against the wall. Li Zhe patted Chen Tong's hand and moved to the center of the living room, blocking the intersection of the two women's powerful auras. Chen Tong's starlight quickly receded, and Mu Yu's blood energy rapidly weakened. The two, fearing to injure Li Zhe, relaxed the tense atmosphere. The reason I didn't explain this to you all in advance was because I feared the deep-seated hatred between the temple and the vampires would make them unwilling to come together, but no matter how much you hate each other, No matter how much you dislike each other, family must meet. Chen Tong, Mu Yu, and Sfag were all stunned. Li Zhe's words about family were truly unbelievable. Li Zhe pointed at Chen Tong with his left hand and Mu Yu with his right, then clasped his hands together and pointed at his chest, speaking again solemnly. You two are my closest family. Minutes passed, and Chen Tong and Mu Yu remained locked in a standoff. The hostility in their eyes lingered, and the room fell into a long silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie. Li Zhe was also deeply troubled, but he knew he had to do this. Because of his role as middleman, the two women would eventually meet. If a conflict arose and an accidental injury occurred, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. Just a few hours ago, Mu Yu had determined her location through telepathic communication, yet she was actually planning to charge into the Iron Cross Church to save her. If she didn't explain things clearly, with Mu Yu's temper, she'd be in trouble. And Chen Tong wasn't someone to be trifled with. That black-robed monk from the torture hall had merely spoken back, only to receive a severe mental shock from Chen Tong, leaving his intelligence reduced to that of an 8-year-old. The monk's disregard for life was no less than that of the vampires, and Chen Tong was unwavering in her treatment of others. Mu Yu, could you please put away your weapon? Li Zhe had no choice but to persuade her. Mu Yu obediently tucked her blood-red curved blade beneath her windbreaker. In her heart, Li Zhe's words were a creed she could never disobey. Li Zhe looked at Chen Tong, who silently sheathed her short staff. Li Zhe looked at Sfag and angrily said, "Why don't you go to the kitchen and boil some water and make us some tea? Don't you have any sense at all?" Sfag, who had been huddled in the corner, hurried into the kitchen, escaping the oppressive living room. "Come and sit down. I only need 5 minutes." Li Zhe walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying somewhat angrily, "After I'm done talking, you can do whatever you want. Even if you go out and cause a big fuss, I don't care. At worst, I can go back to wandering under the stars and be a carefree traveler and scavenger." Mu Yu immediately sat down beside Li Zhe. She had made an arduous journey to the Federation and finally found her father. How could she let him go back to being a scavenger? Chen Tong, equally reluctant about Li Zhe's wandering under the stars, also sat down on his other side. "More than a year ago, I was a trapper on the Crimson Planet. For a few gold coins, I carried shackles filled with explosives to lure mutant beasts into the forest." Li Zhe began to explain to himself. "Then I met Mu Yu. She bit me, which triggered the hidden mark in my blood, awakened my genetic memory, and let me know the story of Lan and Shay. A few months ago, I was stranded on the planet A16 and met Chen Tong. We went through the most difficult times together. Then Chen Tong took me to the Star City, and a series of things happened afterwards. You two are the most important people in my life. Without either of you, I would not be who I am now, so I hope." Li Zhe pointed at Mu Yu and said to Chen Tong, "In the future, if Mu Yu doesn't threaten you, can you please not make an enemy of her?" Li Zhe pointed at Chen Tong again and said to Mu Yu, "Similarly, if Chen Tong doesn't invade you, can you please not show your weapon to her?" After hearing what Li Zhe said, Chen Tong couldn't help but ask, "Is it because Mu Yu bit you that you triggered your reincarnation?" Li Zhe nodded. "Yes, this is a difficult thing to explain." "No, I understand." Chen Tong lowered her head and whispered, "It's the same as when I triggered my reincarnation, right?" Li Zhe looked at Chen Tong's dim eyes and suddenly guessed something. "It's a little different, because after Mu Yu bit me, I was completely unconscious. I didn't do anything." Chen Tong raised her head, her eyes, as deep as the night sky, sparkling with a twinkle. Chen Tong knew how she was reincarnated and how she awakened the Lan legacy. These were secrets between them, unspeakable. She had originally assumed that Mu Yu had experienced the same thing and had developed a very close relationship with Li Zhe, but now it seemed that was not the case. Chen Tong pressed Li Zhe. "Then why do you say she's family?" Li Zhe blinked, suddenly detecting a hint of the gossipy secretary in Chen Tong. Li Zhe was about to tell the truth, but unexpectedly, he received a telepathic message from Mu Yu, unwilling to reveal the matter of father to anyone else. Although Li Zhe didn't understand why, he racked his brains to come up with some wording about blood fusion. "Because she absorbed a portion of my blood, and after the fusion and transformation, it actually corrected her own bloodline. This should be considered a blood relationship with me." Chen Tong thought about genetic defect, blood fusion, reverse correction and other things in his mind. The look he gave Mu Yu suddenly calmed down a little, no longer as hostile as before. At this time, Scavenger brought out tea and carefully placed 3 cups on the coffee table. The order of placement was Li Zihe first, then Mu Yu, and finally Chen Tong. Grab another cup, sit down and have a drink. Hearing Li Zihe's words, Scavenger was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Was this father acknowledging his identity? Had he finally joined the ranks of the most powerful vampire family? But Li Zihe's next words made Scavenger's heart simmer down. After drinking, go guard outside and don't let outsiders disturb us. Chapter 168. Your opinion doesn't matter. From late night to midnight, from midnight to early morning, Li Zihe finally made it to dawn. The tea leaves in the pot had been changed countless times, yet Mu Yu and Chen Tong continued to sip silently, not saying a word to each other. This was awkward. Li Zihe's original intention was to do everything he could to bring the two together, to make them familiar with each other, so that if there were any conflicts in the future, he could show mercy, right? But Li Zihe had anticipated the various mishaps that might arise from bringing the two together, but he hadn't considered how to separate them once they were together. He couldn't just say to Chen Tong in the middle of the night, "Look, it's getting late, why don't you go back to the Iron Cross Church?" Chen Tong's feelings for Li Zihe were so strong that they had even embroiled the Son of God. Li Zihe couldn't bring himself to say such inhumane things. So, should Mu Yu go out and find a place to stay on her own? What a joke. She'd smuggled herself across countless miles of the starry sky into enemy-occupied territory to see you, and you told her to stay in a hotel? Do you believe she'd set the entire Star City on fire in a fit of rage? So, for the entire evening, Li Zihe sat between the two of them, unmoved, guzzling tea. Now that daylight had finally broken, Li Zihe put down his teacup and said sheepishly, "Ahem, I need to go to the supervisory department later to take care of some business. How about we get together tonight?" Mu Yu immediately interjected, "Is it dangerous? Do you want me to go with you?" "Why would you go with me? To fight?" "Not for now," Li Zihe said to Mu Yu. "I have other things for you to do." Mu Yu nodded, mentally prepared to slaughter all her opponents for father. In the short time she had been in Star City, she had already learned of Li Zihe's events on Orchid Grass Street through SFAG's information network, and had subsequently added many important figures in the Federation to her must-kill list. After hearing Mu Yu's words, Chen Tong reassessed the imposing and cold woman before her. Vampires were not suited to outdoor activities in the sun, as it would not only cause significant damage to their skin but also reveal certain vampire characteristics. But Mu Yu clearly didn't care. At that moment, a beam of early morning sunlight shone through the window, landing on Mu Yu's neck and cheeks, making her fair skin appear even more delicate. Chen Tong was somewhat surprised that Mu Yu was actually the legendary vampire daywalker. Even in the temple's texts, vampire daywalkers were extremely rare, and most of them were recorded from the last era of civilization. But what Chen Tong didn't know was that the cross star on her robe was golden. Mu Yu was also surprised by her. How could a golden cross star of the elder level appear on such a young temple monk? The temple controlled its internal information much more tightly than the Federation and the vampires. The information that Chen Tong had received the treatment of an elder level was unknown until she arrived in Star City. As for Chen Tong's personal information, even fewer people knew it. Mu Yu, go track down Pierce, the steward of SFAG in Star City. The attack on Bluegrass Street I encountered might be related to him. Also, don't get into conflicts with others at will. I'm going to the supervisory department now. Chen Tong, you pass the confession of that rebel to Xiaowan, okay? I want to know why he didn't rescue me in time on the day I was attacked. Li Zihe had been hiding at Chen Tong's place these days and had been in a good mood. But when he decided to go to the supervisory department, his face inevitably turned gloomy. He had been in a standoff with Nick Watson of the garrison on Bluegrass Street for so long, but the supervisory department never sent reinforcements. Only Lao Bao brought a team of mobile suits to barely hold the fort. This was not the supervisory department's usual style, nor was it the style that the Knights of Justice should have. When Li Zihe walked into the supervisory department building, it was morning work time. The colleagues from the supervisory department waiting for the elevator wore serious expressions, with the occasional conversations between 2 or 3 being whispered. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. When Li Zihe arrived, the already solemn office lobby suddenly fell silent. Feeling everyone was staring at him, Li Zihe didn't wait for the elevator with them, but headed for the stairwell to the side. It wasn't that Li Zihe couldn't handle it, he simply didn't like being stared at. "Good morning, Chief Li." Li Zihe paused, taking a closer look at the person who had greeted him. He didn't seem to know him. But the other person nodded slightly at Li Zihe, a genuine smile on his face. "Good morning," Li Zihe politely returned the greeting. But this casual act of courtesy triggered an unexpected reaction. "Chief Li, good morning, Chief Inspector Li." Most people smiled at Li Zihe, and many of them shouted, "Good morning," looking at the inspectors who smiled at him one by one. Listening to the warm greetings, Li Zihe was stunned and speechless, not understanding what had happened to make these people's attitudes towards him change so much. Could it be that the fact that he had a backer in the temple was exposed? However, the relationship between the supervision department and the temple has always been delicate, and the title of being a relative of the temple did not work well in the supervision department before. More importantly, with Li Zihe's keen observation, he felt that these people's expressions did not seem to be hypocritical flattery. Li Zihe nodded in return, then walked into the stairwell, dialing Qin K's number while climbing the stairs. "I went to the supervisory department today. Why were people so strange in their attitude towards me? Why is it strange?" They were all very enthusiastic. Qin K was silent for a moment before asking, "If that's considered strange, then is it strange that you were able to survive the continuous explosion of 19C6 explosives? If their enthusiasm towards you is considered strange, then is it strange that you foolishly stood alone against the garrison's mechas for such a long time? Also, don't you think it's strange that you were dragging a fugitive with a shaped charge strapped to his waist while foolishly saving people in the rain?" Qin K's questions, one after another, made Li Zihe a little annoyed. So he said unhappily, "Who are you calling stupid?" Qin K was silent for a few seconds again, then said without thinking, "My mother wants to see you these days, so you should get ready." Li Zihe wanted to ask something else, but Qin K hung up the phone. "Why do I feel like this guy is jealous of me?" A strange thought suddenly occurred to Li Zihe. "Good morning." Li Zihe climbed all the way to the 36th floor. As he emerged from the stairs, he was greeted by Uncle Lin, who smiled. "Good morning, Uncle Lin." Uncle Lin nodded. "Come in. He's waiting for you." Li Zihe walked down the long corridor and met Xiaowan. Xiaowan poured Li Zihe tea before saying, "I sense a deep resentment in you." Li Zihe coldly retorted, "If you stood in the rain for an hour and finally learned you were abandoned by the organization, would you not feel resentment?" Xiaowan smiled. "Haven't you been watching the news these days?" Li Zihe replied, "No, I don't watch those fake news that deceive the public. You can take a look now." Xiaowan activated the holographic projection and played some news clips. The video showed Li Zihe helping the disaster victims on Lankeo Street search for survivors beneath the rubble. When citizens are struck by a devastating disaster, what role can one person play? But at the Bluegrass Street disaster site, an inspector of noble character played a huge role. We don't need to see his expression, just from his back, we can see the knight's tenacity and fearlessness. The news footage was clearly carefully edited. Li Zihe's face was never shown. However, his frail, staggering figure, combined with the news commentator's passionate voiceover, brought to life the image of the inspection department serving the public and the people. This is a clip from public television. Look at the content from these private channels. Xiaowan switched to another clip with visuals. A tiny figure stood on the long street, facing off against a towering mecha-powered armored figure, while the narrator fanned the flames like an instigator. The garrison disregarded the casualties of the citizens and used mechas to ram residential buildings in residential areas. For the safety of the citizens, the supervisory department personnel resolutely stopped the powerful garrison mechas. Justice, justice, and the strict creed of the Knights of Justice will never die. Li Zihe understood a little. During the few days when he was oblivious to the world at Chen Tong's place, Xiaowan made him an example without his permission. Does this make sense? Li Zihe said with a frown. I didn't know whether it made sense at the time. Xiaowan opened another video footage, which showed that it was an entire mobile force of the supervisory department, gathering on Narcissus Street, 2 or 3 miles away from Lankeo Street. As the camera zoomed out, Li Zihe saw himself confronting the garrison mechas on Lankeo Street. Our men weren't already at the scene the day you were attacked, but if we'd rushed in directly, we wouldn't have been able to control the direction of public opinion, so we were waiting. waiting for the perfect opportunity, the opportunity to make those bastards pay a heavy price. Li Zhe said coldly, that opportunity you're looking for is probably waiting until I'm dead. Xiaowan smiled faintly. You haven't played all your cards yet, how could you die? In fact, if you had just shown a little weakness, we would have rushed in, but you held on straight. Who knew you were so badly injured? Although the subsequent appearance of the temple disrupted our plans, it was enough. Xiaowan handed Li Zhe a list filled with dozens of names, each of them a prominent figure in the Federation. This morning, I issued arrest warrants for these people. I have sufficient reason and evidence to make them pay a heavy price. As for this news, it's a pleasant surprise for us. Xiaowan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the bustling Star City. We need a hero who can unite hundreds of thousands of inspectors, a hero who can make the people recognize us, the Knights of Justice, in a new light, just like when we made changes 400 years ago. But you didn't ask for my consent on this matter, Xiaowan said calmly. I asked for the consent of His Highness Chen Tong, so your opinion is not important. Chapter 169. It's yours, no one can take it away. Li Zhe emerged from Qiao Yishan's office and called Chen Tong from the stairwell. A faint sermon could be heard from Chen Tong, still preaching at this hour. Did Xiaowan ask you about putting me on the news? Yes, I did, and I agreed. Hearing Chen Tong's frank response, Li Zhe suddenly lost all the words he had been accumulating. He suddenly felt that Chen Tong's lack of consent wasn't so infuriating. I'm not really interested in being a hero. You don't have to be a hero, Chen Tong said calmly, but if they want to establish a hero, it has to be you. Why? Li Zhe asked, puzzled. Because you're my man, Chen Tong smiled. If someone else did it, wouldn't I lose face? Although Chen Tong seemed to be joking, as if to say, it's up to you. If you don't want to be a hero, then don't do it, but no one else can either. Li Zhe still felt like he was forcing something onto a shelf. Chen Tong hung up the phone, the smile fading from her face as a resolute look filled her deep eyes. The Knights of Justice were yours before, and they must be yours forever. No one can take it away from you. The sermons in the front hall ceased, and the believers who had received the sermons were all immersed in the powerful guidance of the holy seal of preaching, feeling their souls elevated. When the believers saw Chen Tong emerge, they all bowed deeply and offered their most sincere greetings. Chen Tong simply nodded slightly to the crowd, and her monks naturally distributed meals and provided individual guidance to the believers who performed well. Your Highness, the number of believers who came to receive the sermons today exceeded our expectations. 3 consecutive sermons have been sold out. Your decision is truly far-sighted. Chen Tong's trusted subordinates quietly approached and flattered their boss. Have the other preaching churches changed their sermons? We need to attract followers more quickly in Star City. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Tong gazed at the vast hall, now nearly packed with believers. It was hard to imagine that just a few days ago, it had been deserted. It was Li Zhe who had suggested that Chen Tong change the teachings she preached before reciting the holy sermon from emphasizing God's mercy on the world to universal love. This small change had a completely different meaning. Under the powerful spiritual assimilation of the holy sermon, believers who embraced God's mercy on the world would develop a strong sense of reverence for the gods and would worship the temple monks, their servants. Conversely, believers who embraced universal love would naturally develop a loving heart, actively helping those around them in their daily lives. Li Zhe believed that in this federation, where human touch was extremely weak, the latter was a rare and noble quality that would gradually melt the surrounding indifference and repression, ultimately shaking the foundations of this world. Don't lie to me anymore. I don't want the first embrace anymore. Give me some money, take me out of the Federation, and then give me a starship. You're threatening us. Noble vampires don't accept threats. Don't come over here. I'll detonate the explosives. If I die unexpectedly, someone will help me expose your conspiracy to the public. In the dim and dark vampire safe house, a middle-aged man with half-long hair firmly pressed the detonator button at his waist, shouting and confronting 3 vampires in a dangerous manner. His face was thickly powdered and his lips were smeared with scarlet lipstick. It was Pierce, Sphidger's butler, who liked to disguise himself as a vampire. After that rainy day, the whole city was looking for Pierce, but they didn't expect him to be hiding in the vampire safe house. We can give you some money and send you to a resource planet on the edge of the Federation, but we can't take a pack of active explosives with us. You take it down first, I promise. You still want to lie to me? Pierce cried. Back then, You said Li Zihe would die, but what about now? Back then, you said Li Zihe was just a nobody, that no one would care if he died, but now he's become a hero of the supervisory department. The Federation won't let me go, and you want to silence me too. Don't push me. If you do, we'll die together, Pierce roared, shaking, the white powder on his face trembling and falling, like a wolf with a broken leg, struggling desperately against the surrounding hyenas. The three vampires were at their wits' end. They had been ordered to solve this seemingly intractable problem, but they hadn't expected it to be so difficult. At that moment, the closet door in the safe house suddenly opened, and two people walked in from the secret passage. One of them had the unmistakable demeanor of a vampire. The three vampires inside the safe house were stunned. This secret passage in the closet was usually the safe way out, so the way in should have been another. Are they not one of us? The leading elderly vampire made a warning gesture, and the three separated to surround the two who had entered. Pierce, huddled in the corner, took one look at the two who had entered, his eyes widening in fear, his teeth chattering with terror. The newcomers were naturally Mu and Sfag. Father had instructed them to find Pierce, and Sfag had put in a tremendous effort, relying on his familiarity with Pierce and the scent to find the safe house. Mu pulled back the hood of his windbreaker, looked at the three vampires coldly, and asked, "Are you from the Clark family?" The three vampires sensed something was amiss. Mu's aura was so overwhelming that it almost stifled them. "Who are you?" The leading elderly vampire drew his melee dagger and, with suppressed fear, asked Mu. With a soft clang, the curved blade unsheathed, and the old vampire's arm fell to the ground, still clutching the sharp melee dagger. Mu sheathed the red curved blade and said coldly, "Answer what I ask." The three vampires retreated in horror. They hadn't even seen Mu's attack, and the strongest vampire Viscount hadn't even reacted before his arm was ripped off. Was there any point in resisting with such a disparity? But before the three vampires could make a decision, Pierce, huddled in the corner, collapsed first. Die? Pierce glared at his former master with resentment and pressed the detonator button hard. However, Pierce had overestimated his own abilities. Before his fingers could even move, he felt his arm fly up and land on the ground with a clack, joining the old vampire's arm. Run! The three vampires finally collapsed, each darting towards the window and the door. Mu didn't attack again, merely giving Sfidger a look. Sfidger grinned and swung his fist. Though he was only a baron, he could only crouch timidly in the shadows, drawing circles beneath the brilliance of Mu and Li Zihe. But how could these three half-bloods stand up to a pure-blooded baron? An ordinary vampire viscount would be defeated with just a few punches. In less than half a minute, Sfidger had the three vampires beaten to pulp, unleashing all the resentment he'd been accumulating for days. Then came the brutal interrogation, so bloody that even Pierce, who admired the vampire culture, fainted. Half an hour later, Mu reported to Li Zihe, "Father, we've confirmed the ambush is linked to Joey Clark, but the vampire delegation will leave the Federation today. Do we need to notify our family to declare war on the Clark family? They're leaving." Li Zihe was surprised. The vampires were so eager to leave? The Federation would just let them go. "Minister Xiao, is the Blood Clan delegation leaving? I just received word too. The Blood Clan's main fleet has begun gathering at the Federation border. 2 hours ago, President Xiao reprimanded the Blood Clan delegation and gave them 3 hours to leave." Li Zihe understood. Neither Xiaoyan nor Xiao Linsheng wanted to start a war with the Blood Clan at this time. The Federation was already in chaos. Although the Federation, under the threat of war, agreed to let the Blood Clan delegation leave, because the Queen insect invasion was ultimately linked to the Blood Clan, Xiao Linsheng made some small moves to disgust the Blood Clan. Xiao Linsheng gave the Blood Clan a 3-hour deadline and sent members of the Investigation Bureau to give the Blood Clan delegation a warm farewell. It was the height of daylight when the Bureau intercepted the Blood Clan delegation at the shuttle landing area and began to feign reluctance to part. Since the Queen of the Worm incident, the Federation had forbidden the vampires from sending communication ships to the ground. If the vampires wanted to leave, they had to rely on a Federation-provided shuttle to reach the orbiting starships. So, under the blazing sun, Joey Clark, Manning Monroe, and several other vampire nobles glared at the Federation with red eyes until their skin began to blister. Only then did the Federation sullenly relent. As for the ordinary vampires, they were fine. They didn't need to worry about face, so they all wore their full-body vampire daywear, the vampire delegation finally returned to the Blood Maple heavy cruiser. Marcus Hayden immediately ordered the ship to set sail, accelerating its warp away from the Federation's home planet. Then, Joey Clark summoned everyone from the vampire delegation, as well as the key members of the Blood Maple, to a conference room. "I know you're furious. The Federation treated us so rudely, and we're leaving in humiliation. But I want to tell you, we've accomplished our mission," Joey Clark said, his head held high. "We've uncovered a profound secret, one that could threaten the very safety of all of us vampires. Lord Muayu's mechanic is a spy sent among us by the Federation. Lord Muayu likely has secret connections with the Federation. We must report this to the Council immediately." Every vampire in the room was stunned. Joey Clark's words were simply too bold. These were statements that could potentially impact the civil war between the two most powerful vampire families. Marcus Hayden immediately demanded, "Joey, do you have any evidence for these claims? Do you understand the consequences of defaming a member of the Crimson Council?" Joey Clark gritted his teeth. "Of course I do. But for the vampires, no, you're not doing it for the vampires. You're doing it for yourself." A cold voice suddenly echoed through the room, drawing the attention of every vampire. It came from the lowest position in the room. There were 3 vampires there, wearing day suits that covered their entire bodies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Ancestral Customs. The Federation gave up seeking compensation for the Zerg invasion, not simply because they feared the interstellar fleet assembled by the vampires at the border, but more so because they feared their own internal unrest. You've drawn inspiration from the Federation's cowardice. By slandering Senator Muyu's reputation and confusing the vampires, you're attempting to use this despicable tactic of stirring up internal unrest within the vampire community to force the Blooddusk family to suspend the pursuit of the Clark family's crimes. But do you really think the Blooddusk family would be as cowardly as the lowly Clark family? A vampire in a daytime suit stepped forward from the corner of the conference room, lifting his hood to reveal a face imbued with a sinister aura. Li Zhe used the hidden inscription's face-changing skill, subtly adjusting the shape and angle of his facial features. In a matter of seconds, he finally created a recognizable, handsome face, strikingly different from his original appearance. Who is he? What is he saying? He seems to be saying that the vampires are about to seduce. The conference room erupted in uproar, and every vampire looked at Li Zhe. Vampires were extremely particular about hierarchy. While there might be a few who dared whisper in this conference room, only 2 could speak directly to Joey Clark, Marcus Hayden and Marcus Manning Monroe. And how could a vampire, relegated to the lowest corner, have the nerve to so loudly contradict the distinguished Marcus Joey Clark? "You're not part of our delegation, you're a Federation spy?" Joey Clark's face sank, his fingernails growing several inches longer. He was about to tear Li Zhe, the one who dared to offend him, to pieces. But Marcus Manning Monroe stepped slightly, blocking Joey Clark's path. He was the deputy envoy of this vampire delegation. Joey Clark's accusations against Counselor Muyu were shocking, and he held himself accountable. Manning Monroe barked, "Who are you? What evidence do you have for what you just said?" "Who am I?" Li Zhe smiled wickedly, then pulled out a flexible metal mask and put it on his face. "Haven't you been searching for me? And you've even openly requested the Federation's help in finding Lord Muyu's beloved mechanic. Haven't you considered the danger this puts me in? Or do you simply want me to die at the hands of the Federation, so Lord Muyu can shift his hatred towards them, and your Clark family can successfully conceal their plot to attack the Blood Mu family's fleet?" The conference room fell silent. The vampires, who had just been surprised by Li Zhe's audacity, were stunned by his words. After carefully considering Li Zhe's words, they seemed to have some truth to them. This was especially true for the core representatives of the vampire delegation who had attended the meeting at Crescent Lake Villa No. 2. They had all received a copy of Li Zhe's materials, which detailed the details and methods of the Red Castle family's interstellar fleet's jump parameters. Although they didn't fully believe Li Zhe's materials at the time, they had already harbored suspicions about the Clark family. Now, Joey Clark had again touted the theory that Muayu had secret ties to the Federation, and Lineage followed up with the accusation that the Clark family was using internal strife to force the Zumu family to give up their revenge. Putting this all together, everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of wariness towards Marcus Joey Clark. If what Lineage said was true, if things really unfolded as they did, then the members of the delegation had unwittingly been tied to the Clark family's chariot. With this in mind, several core representatives of the Blood Clan delegation distanced themselves from Joey Clark. Amidst the strife among the top families, a small family could face the tragic end of genocide if they chose the wrong side. The Clark family, nearly furious, pushed Manning Monroe aside and strode towards Lineage. The noble Clark family will not tolerate slander from a lowly creature like you. In your final moments, deeply repent, Manning Monroe and Marcus Hayden both rushed forward to block the murderous Joey Clark. Joey, you can't kill him here. You should bring him to the Crimson Council and let them investigate the truth and prove your innocence. Why do I need someone else to prove my innocence? Joey Clark said angrily. We, the Blood Clan, have suffered such humiliation. We must follow our Blood Clan traditions and our ancestors' practices and prove our innocence with blood, but if he dies here, we will all be implicated. Manning Monroe was also anxious. From what he knew about Joey Clark, it seemed the Clark family was closely linked to the ambush of the Red Castle family fleet. If Lineage died here, then what was the purpose of the Blood Clan delegation coming to the Federation? Just to kill Counselor Muyu's mechanic and then slander Counselor Muyu as colluding with the Federation? He had to stop Joey Clark, or else his record would be forever tarnished. But Marcus Joey Clark was even more assertive. He glared at Manning Monroe fiercely. You're just a collateral descendant of the Monroe family. Do you think you can stop the Clark family's flames of revenge? Manning Monroe tried to hold on, but Marcus Hayden tugged at his shirt. He was surprised to discover that Marcus Joey Clark had gathered behind him over 30 vampires, each one radiating murderous intent. The entire vampire delegation numbered only 30 or 40, but the Clark family comprised over half. There were also members of the Clark family aboard the Blood Maple heavy cruiser. Joey Clark had gathered his own people before the meeting, clearly harboring some ulterior motive. Tensions mounted in the meeting room, and both Manning Monroe and Marcus Hayden felt trapped. Marcus Hayden was exceptionally talented and powerful, but his family had declined centuries ago, falling from one of the 13 most powerful families to one of the 6 less powerful families, a significant gap between him and the Clark family. While Manning Monroe was a member of the Monroe family, one of the 7 great families, he wasn't the most direct descendant, and his position within the clan was limited. This limited status meant he could become a barter pawn for the family's benefit, and everything had to be carefully considered. Just as Hayden and Manning hesitated, Lineage spoke from behind them. Actually, I think Marcus Joey is right. A vampire, tainted and humiliated, can follow the ancestral tradition and prove their innocence with blood. Everyone's attention once again focused on the bold mechanic, who had already pulled out a dagger and was fiddling with it between his fingers. Marcus Hayden and Manning Monroe stared at Lineage in astonishment, puzzled as to why he was courting death. But since such an excuse had been laid, they had no reason to resist Joey Clark. Joey Clark stepped past Hayden and Manning Monroe and approached Lineage, grinning grimly as he stretched out his hand, ready to wrench Lineage's neck. Let me remind you, there are 3 of us. There had been 2 vampires in their day suits lingering in the corner. When Lineage jumped out, they hadn't moved, and everyone had assumed they weren't in the same group. Now, they had shed their day suits and approached Lineage. Muyu stood directly in front of Joey Clark, coldly gazing at the middle-aged vampire whose vitality was already fading. Do you know me? Joey Clark had never met Muyu, but he felt his heartbeat tremble at the question. It was clear he knew who he was. Muyu continued, you're so determined to prevent me from reaching Twilight Continent, to prevent your brother from obtaining a seat as a proposing counselor, yet you still don't recognize me. I don't. Joey Clark denied Muyu's accusation, but even he felt his defense was dry and weak. You don't have it, Muyu said coldly. I found Lance and Clark's notes in the Crimson Council. You don't know what's written there, do you? Decades ago, Counselor Gase of the Crimson Council fell into eternal sleep, leaving a precious seat for the proposed counselor vacant. The Clark family nominated George Clark, Joey Clark's younger brother, as the alternate counselor. The Clark family then embarked on a decades-long scheme, suppressing and targeting numerous competitors. Lencent Clark was George Clark's chief and most trusted secretary. After awakening her true name on the Crimson Star, Yu also landed on the Clark family's blacklist. However, when Yu united her family's blood river in Blood Twilight City and declared her power to the entire Twilight continent, all alternate counselors, including George Clark, were disqualified from competing. Who would dare to stand up to Yu, who, before she was 300 years old, could defeat a vampire duke? Joey Clark's temples were covered in sweat as he spoke with difficulty. "There's a misunderstanding between us, Zhang." Before Joey Clark could finish his cowardly words, he saw the damned mechanic rush past him and stab the Clark family member behind him with a dagger. Joey Clark, Manning Monroe, Marcus Hayden, none of the vampires in the conference room had expected this mechanic to have such a violent temper, not giving Marcus Joey Clark any chance to back down. Seeing his father take action, Sfag dared not shrink back. He brandished his dagger and charged into the crowd of Clark family. Facing over 30 Clark earls, viscounts, and barons, the father and son launched a ferocious counterattack. Marcus Joey Clark was stunned, dumbfounded. According to ancestral tradition, he should have bared his fangs and fought Yu to the death, using his bravery and the blood of his opponent to uphold the dignity of the great Clark family and maintain his innocence. But he had lived for hundreds of years, so how could he still not distinguish between bravery and suicide? Yu was a Marquess, and so was he, but he was afraid that with just a flick of his finger, Yu could make him die without even a decent death. Chapter 171. It's really unimaginable. Ever since Li Ziyi activated the accelerated evolution of the kill inscription, he hadn't seen much positive feedback. But now, he felt it was about to advance. As he plunged headfirst into a group of Clark family warriors, he was filled with pure anger. He had nearly died on Orchid Street, only to have the Blood Clan envoy escape so easily. Joey Clark had even attempted to use him to slander Yu. This suppressed rage made him unwilling to accept his enemy's surrender, seeking only to release his rage through slaughter. However, his unwavering determination to kill, coupled with the exhilaration of effortlessly defeating his opponent's fierce resistance, triggered an unexpected reaction. As he stabbed each Clark family member to death, severing their cervical vertebrae, the kill inscription began to vibrate violently, its golden veins rapidly expanding, nearly covering the entire inscription in a network. Li Ziyi's thirst and obsession for slaughter intensified, transforming the conference room into a veritable killing field. The Clark family warriors, similarly roused to resistance, became sharpening stones for his efforts. Sfag, struggling, suddenly saw all the Clark family warriors lying on the ground. Only he and father remained, halfway through the conference room. Ouch! Sfag, his blood already boiling, let out a high-pitched howl. This was the vampire tradition of the vampires, displaying their victory and prowess to the audience, and proudly asking, who else? The other vampires, who had already retreated to one side of the conference room, were utterly stunned. When Li Ziyi and Sfag launched a counterattack against over 30 Clark family warriors, everyone thought Li Ziyi was being reckless and overbearing, relying on the support of Yu, the boss, to take advantage of his power. But what was the result? At first, the Clark family staged a fierce resistance, but Sfag grew increasingly frantic, and Li Ziyi grew stronger with each fight, turning the situation completely one-sided. Although they hadn't seen the alternate world movie Ip Man, they understood the aura of all but 10 of them. Marcus Hayden and Marcus Manning Monroe, in particular, saw it more clearly and felt it more deeply than the other vampires. Li Ziyi could easily snap a vampire viscount's neck, and they both believed they could do it, perhaps even more beautifully and artistically. But when it came to snapping a vampire viscount's neck with the simplest method, the most precise angle, and the shortest possible time, like Li Ziyi, amidst a siege, neither of them could do it. Super warriors have many different fighting styles. Temple warriors favor unbridled passion and fierceness. Vampire nobles excel at concealing subtlety amidst elegance. The Federation's elite emphasize tacit tactical coordination, and seasoned off-duty fighters favor simplicity and directness. This time, Li Ziyi displayed a chilling off-duty style. Manning Monroe and Marcus Hayden wondered, how many battles has he fought? How many enemies has he slain to become this humanoid killing machine? After over 30 Clark family warriors were decimated, Sfag was still howling with excitement. Li Ziyi, holding his dagger in reverse, hunched over and approached Marcus Joey Clark. Everyone else is lying down, so why are you still standing? Furthermore, the kill inscription within Li Ziyi's body only had one last intersection left to be fully covered with the golden veins. But Joey Clark suddenly turned and roared at Li Ziyi, This honor belongs to Counselor Mu and me. No one can interfere. Li Ziyi's steps stopped, and the rapid evolution of his kill inscription completely halted. Looking at Joey Clark, who appeared stern but had completely lost his fighting spirit, Li Ziyi knew that even if he killed this man, the kill inscription would not resume its evolution. Killing has its own rules. Killing surrendered prisoners gives 0 experience. Mu had been staring coldly at Joey Clark, and now he finally drew his 2 blood-red curved blades, showing his opponent enough respect. However, Joey Clark did not show his weapon. Instead, he raised his chin and said arrogantly, "There is a deep misunderstanding between us, but as a humble mandragora gentleman, I am willing to apologize to your excellency Mu for this matter." An eerie silence fell again in the conference room, and many of the onlookers were stunned. Joey Clark's reaction was truly shocking. He actually apologized to Mu? What apology? Surely some kind of compensation? Isn't this just admitting defeat? "I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat. What conditions do you want? Let's talk." As expected of a gentleman of Mandala Castle, indeed, a gentleman of Mandala Castle has always been like that, Marcus Hayden and Manning Monroe finally sighed, though their sigh was tinged with irony. The Clark family was a powerful force in the Twilight Continent, ranked among the 7 most powerful families, but their reputation was equally renowned. During the previous era of civilization, the Clark family ranked last among the 13 clans, consistently the weakest. However, after the restart of civilization, the Clark family's style suddenly changed. They used various shady tactics, such as temptation and coercion, to plunder outstanding bloodlines and exclude the children of other wealthy families. Ultimately, they managed to maintain their status as a top-tier family, while the other 6 clans fell from grace, becoming mere quasi-first-tier families. Joey Clark's current behavior exemplified the Clark family's anything-is-for-sale mentality. Of course, the Clark family was also willing to spend heavily, and Mu would surely receive a substantial compensation this time, perhaps even more than the Red Castle family's current wealth. Unfortunately, Mu wasn't greedy. "I do not accept your apology. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will kill anyone implicated. If it involves Senator George, I will kill him. If it involves Opal, I will kill him as well. I will continue until all those who seek to harm me are gone." You, the Clark family, like to compromise through such despicable means, but we, the Blooddusk family, never compromise. Mu's voice rose in pitch. "You, the Clark family, fear vampire civil war. We, the Blooddusk family, fear no vampire civil war. Anyone who dares to covet us will face death." Mu's words were sonorous, murderous, and threatening. But no one present doubted his words. For it was through bloody, brutal, and unyielding family traditions that the Blooddusk family rose to dominance among the 13 clans. Though the Blooddusk family has declined over the years, the ruthless bloodlust imbued in their ancestors will never fade. Marcus Joey Clark's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was the most eloquent and distinguished gentleman in Mandala Castle. But faced with a stubborn Mu, he couldn't utter a single sophistry. Mu was already a proposed member of the Scarlet Council, and was undoubtedly a key figure that the Blooddusk family had to protect. Now, with the support of this mad mechanic, the Red Castle family's rise among the Blooddusk elite was unstoppable. So, was his status as a direct descendant of Mandala Castle still worthy of the family's full support? Joey Clark, overwhelmed with emotions, finally picked up his dagger. He smiled bitterly and said, "This is all a misunderstanding." Mu stepped back, her hands curved and clenched, and she said coldly, "I'll get to the bottom of this." Joey Clark shook his head and said, "You don't understand me. This has nothing to do with the Clark family. I did this with someone from your Blooddusk family." Mu asked coldly, "Who are those from Blooddusk?" Joey Clark stepped back, held his dagger across his chest, and gave a strange smile. "Guess." Mu was stunned for a moment, then saw Joey Clark's dagger suddenly slash towards her neck. Buzz! Mu's figure trembled rapidly, and she quickly disappeared, appearing in front of Joey Clark the next moment. But because of her momentary distraction, it was too late. Joey Clark had actually severed his own neck, and his head rolled far away on the ground. The vampires in the conference room were stunned for a long time. This outcome was truly unimaginable. Marcus Hayden, Manning Monroe, Li Ziyi, Sfag and Mu had not expected that Joey Clark, who had been so submissive and willing to accept punishment just a moment ago, would dare to commit suicide by slitting his throat a few seconds later. Chapter 172 This is the person. The Blood Maple heavy cruiser stopped in the starry sky. Its belly's communication ship launch bay opened, releasing a high-speed communication ship capable of interstellar jumps. The two starships then separated, each setting their own jump parameters and accelerating their transition. In an instant, they were separated into two star regions, each with an unknown distance between them. Inside the communication ship, Mu whispered to Li Zhe, "Father, do you really not want to visit the Twilight Continent?" Li Zhe fell silent. Mu and Sfag both felt that Li Zhe should return to the Blood Clan's base camp rather than remain in the Federation, a land rife with dangers and dangers. However, Li Zhe still had people he cared about and things he hadn't finished within the Federation. And judging by the behavior of Joey Clark and the others, a peaceful and comfortable life in the Twilight Continent wouldn't guarantee him. Seeing Li Zhe's dejected silence, Mu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Father. I shouldn't have questioned your decision. I found some of the information you instructed me to find on the Crimson Council." Show it to me." Li Zhe was delighted. He had asked Mu to gather detailed information about the vampire refuge, and he hadn't expected to find it so quickly. Mu produced a small memory card and handed it to Li Zhe, who quickly opened it and began to carefully review it. From this information, Li Zhe learned that the vampire's plight at the end of the previous era of civilization was not much better than that of the temple. Although the vampires possessed strong individual combat capabilities, and the demon's main offensive was directed towards the temple, the vampires lacked a sufficient number of elite warriors at the grassroots level, and their resistance was relatively scattered. Their battle against the insects was elusive. This atmosphere of despair fostered negative tendencies within the vampires, such as decadence and extravagance, leading to the emergence of a degenerate faction opposed to the restricted faction. If this situation continued, the vampires would likely be exterminated by the insects even faster. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Clan, the head of the Blooddusk family, stepped forward, utilizing embryonic genetic technology and proposing a sanctuary plan. Using extremely forceful means, he ensured the continued existence of the Blood Clan's legacy into the present-day Second Age civilization. This leader was known as Ming. Li Zhe's mind suddenly vibrated, as a wisp of genetic memory seemed to break free from its dormant bonds. Li Zhe immediately focused his mind, attempting to discern the contents of this memory. However, perhaps due to a recent, dangerous experience that nearly brought his consciousness to its knees, his mind had a protective resistance mechanism against Li Zhe's active request for memories, and the memory immediately fell back dormant. Li Zhe gave a wry smile and didn't force it, instead continuing to review the remaining information on the sanctuary. After completing his review, Li Zhe pondered for a long time before calling Mu over. "Do you know Min?" Mu nodded silently. "Min is the legendary hero of our Zumu family. He has great strength and personal charm. He saved the Blood Clan in the last civilization, and now the old patriarch of our Zumu clan is the direct descendant of Min. He was the first to walk out of the shelter and rebuild a Zumu family." Li Zhe probably guessed who Min was, because in his countless experiences in the secret realm, Che had been trying to get rid of the shadow of his strict brother. Mu said a few words and then stopped talking. Li Zhe asked curiously, "Is that all?" "Nothing more." Mu shook his head and said, "Father, the stories about mining are all legends of the previous era of civilization. The old patriarch may know more, but it is difficult for me to contact him. He used to go to Crimson Star once every few decades, but now he hasn't left the family's blood pool for a long time." "Crimson Star?" Li Zhe asked sensitively. "What did he go to Crimson Star for?" "I don't know the details." Mu frowned and said, "But I heard a rumor that every time the old patriarch went to Crimson Star, he would sit somewhere near Hongyan City for several days. The Red Castle Manor in Hongyan City was originally built to serve the old patriarch." Li Zhe was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered what Li Qiao said. He turned around and shouted to the cockpit, "Sfag, let's go to Crimson Star immediately." The communication ship entered the atmosphere of Crimson Star. Sfag came over and asked Li Zhe where on the planet they were going to land. Li Zhe said, "Drop us near the river bordering Red Rock City and Tucker City. You leave first and don't attract the attention of the Federation troops, okay, future father?" Sfag wasn't nervous about landing in a sensitive area where enemies and allies were intertwined. Over 100 years ago, he had been a cunning captain of a smuggling ship. This kind of work was easy. After disembarking from the starship, Li Zihe and Mu Yu looked at the familiar land and smiled. Just over half a year ago, Mu Yu had driven Li Zihe through this area on an off-road motorcycle, passing through the Federation-controlled area and entering Red Rock City. This had completely changed Li Zihe's life as a trapper. Now, the two of them had returned to this land, but instead of Mu Yu's exaggerated, large-wheeled motorcycle, which could easily lead to romantic relationships, they were accompanied by a small off-road truck concealing two mobile armors. Technology is a force multiplier. A B-class Esper can easily slaughter a C-class Esper, but if a C-class possesses a mobile armor, it becomes a formidable challenge, and the outcome is unpredictable. Boom! The all-wheel drive off-road pickup truck careened through the wilderness, scaring off countless mutant beasts along the way. Li Zihe's driving skills were inferior to Mu Yu's, so he simply took on the role of navigator, constantly directing the direction of travel, and gradually entered a hilly area infested with scattered scavengers. Li Zihe pointed to a vast expanse of forest and said, "This is the area. Think carefully. Are there any clues that could lead to this?" Mu Yu shook her head. "Father, the old patriarch's whereabouts on Crimson Star are just rumors. I'm not sure where he sat in meditation for days." "Alright. Let's ask someone. Follow that stream to the right. There's a gathering place for scavengers there." Li Zihe reluctantly instructed Mu Yu to continue forward. He had suddenly appeared in this forest late at night, and then lost his way for a whole day. He had long forgotten where he had originally traveled from. Previously, Li Zihe had been ignorant and hadn't considered this area carefully, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. But Li Xiaowan had said, Che went to Crimson Star after leaving the temple, and the descendants of the Fire Seed Mian had repeatedly sat in meditation for days near Red Rock City. Combining these two important clues, it seemed that the place he had traveled to must contain something important. Da da da! The off-road pickup truck roared and rushed to the vicinity of the scavenger settlement. The machine gunner on the wall of the settlement fired warning bullets at the pickup truck. Mu Yu turned to look at Li Zihe, which meant, "Are you going to kill these blind guys?" Li Zihe shook his head and motioned for Mu Yu to stop the car. He jumped out of the car and walked towards the settlement with his hands raised. "Don't shoot, I'm Mudcat, I'm looking for Uncle Red Tiger." "Mudcat? You bastard, you're still alive. I thought you died in Tucker City." Mu Yu watched Li Zihe walk towards the settlement with his hands raised high, and heard the conversation between Li Zihe and the other party. He felt angry and helpless. His father was so powerful and noble, but he was humiliated by these people at will. But if his father didn't get angry, it would be difficult for him to kill him. A few minutes later, the off-road pickup truck finally drove into the scavenger settlement. The settlement was a scene of desolation and poverty. The men, armed with crude weapons, gazed at the off-road trucks with a hint of greed and intense fear. The women, hiding in shabby shacks, forcibly restrained children who tried to escape to witness the excitement. Mu Yu drove to a slightly better maintained wooden house. Li Zihe was already embracing a burly man. The man had a red face and a prominent scar on his forehead, resembling a red tiger. "You've been hanging around in Tucker City for so long, and you finally came back." Hong, who looked at the brand new off-road truck and Mu Yu, wearing large sunglasses, patted Li Zihe's shoulder and laughed heartily. Li Zihe pulled two large bags of Teobeo-produced field rations and two semi-old automatic rifles from the truck, causing an immediate sensation in the settlement. These men were more hunters than scavengers. They spent their days hunting mutant beasts in the mountains and forests. They sold anything they could sell for food, and used the unsaleable items to feed their children. For years, they struggled on the edge of near starvation. Therefore, the food and weapons Li Zihe gave them were the most sincere and precious gifts. Hong, who welcomed Li Zihe and Mu Yu into the cabin and said happily, "We've had quite a few men out there, but you're the first to come back like you." "I wasn't wrong about you," Li Zihe smiled, then turned to Mu Yu and explained, "I was injured and lost in the mountains, covered in mud. Uncle Hong who picked me up and brought me back here, so they called me Mudcat." Hong, who smiled innocently, then looked at Mu Yu and asked cautiously, "Who is this, sir?" Although Mu Yu had been following Li Zihe, even if she tried to suppress her aura, Hong Hu could still sense her extraordinary presence. "Oh, this is a senior executive from my current company. He's here to explore prehistoric ruins." "Uncle Hong Hu, you've lived here for decades. Have you heard of any ruins or strange things happening nearby?" Li Zihe recounted his fabricated story. Yes, Honghu said. Just a few months ago. A young man also wandered into these mountains and stayed in the back hills for several days before leaving. Young man? What kind of young man? He looks very cultured, Honghu said, gesturing with his hands. He's very polite, but he's definitely not an ordinary person. He likes to drink tea, you know? The kind that only the upper class and nobles can enjoy. Li Zihe was stunned. Then, picking up a piece of charcoal from the campfire, he drew a portrait on the floor of the cabin with a few simple strokes. Uncle Honghu, do you think this is him? Yes, that's him, Honghu said affirmatively, pointing to the portrait on the ground. Chapter 173, Demonic Space Technology. Li Zihe drew a portrait of Jiaming on the cabin floor, and Uncle Honghu immediately identified it as him. Li Zihe turned to Muai and asked, is this person among those who returned to the clan with you? Muai leaned over to Li Zihe, carefully examining the figure. After a long pause, she shook her head. Could he not be the masked man? Was he truly a wanderer? According to Uncle Honghu's description, Jiaming's arrival in the forest coincided with the time Muai and the others left Huangyan City for the Twilight Continent. If Uncle Honghu's description was true, then Jiaming hadn't followed them to the Twilight Continent. However, Chen Tong, on planet A16, mistook Li Zihe for a masked man from the supervisory department. The masked man had clearly informed the department that he was accompanying Muai to the Twilight Continent to conceal himself. Li Zihe had previously confirmed Jiaming to be the masked man after several attempts, but now something seemed off. Muai looked at Li Zihe, speaking silently but questioning him through telepathic communication. Be careful of this guy. Li Zihe couldn't elaborate with Mu at this moment, so he simply replied, urging her to be cautious in the future. Uncle Honghu, take us to that forest. Maybe I'll get lucky and find something. Uncle Honghu led Li Zihe and Mu through the forest for a long time. After scanning it with a radiometer designed to detect prehistoric remains, as expected, they found nothing. Finally, they climbed to the highest hill. Previous exploration teams have come here looking for prehistoric remains, but they've come up empty. If there's anything strange in this forest, it's the stone platform. On the sunny side of the hill stood a barren stone platform, upon which stood 2 stone tables and chairs, tucked into the mountainside. At first glance, the platform looked like a masterpiece of nature, but a closer look revealed traces of human excavation, obscured by the erosion of time. Li Zihe stood on the platform, surveying the surrounding mountainous terrain. A faint ripple of emotion stirred within him, but it was far from enough to awaken his genetic memory. Uncle Honghu, we need to stay here for a while and scan again at night. Li Zihe decided to send Honghu away so he could examine the area more carefully. Nighttime? Mutated beasts at night. Uncle Honghu, upon hearing Li Zihe's plans to spend the night in the forest, was about to stop him, but mid-sentence, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked at Li Zihe with shock. Mudcat, you've become a superpowered being, have you? Li Zihe smiled casually and said nothing. But Honghu already knew the answer. The energy environment on Crimson Star is extremely chaotic, and anyone who dared to spend the night in the jungle at night was definitely not an ordinary person. So, could the person who built this platform above the forest be an ordinary person? After Honghu left, Mu tossed aside the expensive radiometer, opened the large bag she had brought with her, and took out the complete set of camping gear she had prepared for Li Zihe. Father, how many days will we stay here? Mu's luggage, including a limited supply of fine food, tea, and water, prompted her to ask Li Zihe's opinion. She could go without food and water for several days, but Li Zihe would not tolerate any injustice. Li Zihe shook his head. I don't know either. Time had passed, and the world had changed. Che and Ming were both figures from the previous civilization. After so many years, it would be difficult for Li Zihe and the old patriarch of the Zumu family to find their ancestors' traces using only a few clues from their genetic memories. After nightfall, whether it was due to the overwhelming aura of Mu and Li Zihe, or perhaps some problem with the platform itself, not a single mutant beast approached. Li Zihe sat on a stone bench on the platform, lost in thought as he gazed at the hills and forests discolored by the crimson moon. Mu grilled skewers for Li Zihe and brewed some fragrant tea, but Li Zihe was like an old monk in meditation, sitting motionless on the stone chair. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zhe suddenly felt that his position had changed, and the terrain and visual angle of the surrounding mountains and rivers had also changed. The lush green forests were gone, and the gurgling streams were gone, leaving only bare hills and a dead silence. The entire land seemed to have lost all vitality, without a trace of life. After an unknown amount of time, two figures suddenly came from two directions and met in this dead place. Both of them were tall and graceful with extraordinary temperament, but one seemed quiet and easygoing, while the other was extremely serious and stern. The stern man shouted first, "Che, why are you carrying so many burdens? Are you preparing blood food for us for the winter? There is no room for temple warriors in the shelter." Che smiled faintly. "Ming, I don't plan to take them back to the Blood Clan. I asked you to come here today to say goodbye." Ming's face suddenly changed, and he said sternly, "Where are you going? Isn't Zhumu worthy of your return?" Che lowered his head and said softly, "I have been away from Zhumu for so many years that I don't remember what Zhumu looks like." "Then are you going to betray the family? The temple can no longer accommodate you. Will the Li family shelter you?" "I won't go to the Li family." Che shook his head and said, "My mother is gone a long time ago, and there is no place for me to stay in the Li family." Min said angrily, "Then where else can you go? Now it is a land of death everywhere. Are you going to uphold that ridiculous knight's creed and fight with insects and demons to the last drop of blood?" Min grabbed Che by the collar and said fiercely, "Although we don't share a mother, we do share a father. The noble bloodline of the Blood Mu flows through you. You must return to our clan with me. I will not allow my brothers to become food for insects and demons. No, perhaps we can explore another path." A tiny speck of starlight suddenly appeared at Che's fingertips, then formed a line, stretching infinitely toward the sky. A moment later, this thin line of starlight stretched into the starry sky, as if connecting the sky and the earth. 2 years ago, the temple warriors and I traveled behind enemy lines, intending to raid the demon lair, but we misplaced our target and obtained something special. After research by the temple, we discovered some space-related technology. Though the demons don't seem to have fully understood it, the starlight on Che's fingertips shifted, transforming from a line into surface, a quart-sized plane. The next moment, this quart-sized plane shifted again, condensing and shrinking into a ball of light the size of a basketball. Che gazed at the ball of light before him, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. "Our current understanding of the starry sky is limited to 3 dimensions, points, lines, and surfaces, but the demons are already researching knowledge of higher dimensions. In fact, our starships have already vaguely touched upon the 4th dimension during interstellar jumps, but this isn't enough." A massive star wheel suddenly appeared around Che, a dazzling display of color as it slowly swirled around the entire mountain forest. A tremendous force surged through the forest, causing the rocks on the ground to levitate. Starlight and blood energy were in stark conflict with each other, forcing even Ming to retreat far away. Looking at Che at the center of the star wheel, he was secretly astonished. He hadn't seen Che in person in years and had no idea he possessed such power. If a powerful special force were added to the 3-dimensional world we know, everything would change, just like going from the 1-dimensionality of line to the 2-dimensionality of surface. Under Che's control, the massive star wheel suddenly exerted its central force on the basketball-sized ball of light. The ball of light began to flicker violently, expanding and collapsing again, repeating this cycle several times before suddenly vanishing. Ming was shocked. He had lived for thousands of years, a leading figure among the vampire race and a formidable scholar. Yet, the disappearance of the ball of light was completely incomprehensible. The vast star wheel slowly shrank into Che's body, its dazzling starlight dimming. Only then did Ming realize that the ball of light hadn't vanished. A tiny star hovered in the air, seemingly insignificant, but Ming was certain it was the basketball-sized ball of light from earlier, now shrunk countless times. We can only utilize natural interstellar jump points for rapid space travel between star fields, but the demons have already gotten ahead of us and begun researching their own space-folding technology. Min slowly calmed down and looked at Che and said, "You didn't pass this technology on to the family." "Why?" Che said casually but firmly, "Because you don't need this technology right now. Instead, you need to quickly improve the potential risks of the fire and eliminate the genetic defects after embryo freezing and rebirth. Since we have the technology to escape this deadly starry sky, why does the family still need to implement the shelter plan? Shouldn't you take your family and leave?" Min was furious, but because Che had just exposed his powerful strength, he could no longer speak to Che in a commanding tone. Che shook his head firmly. I want to explore faraway lands, hoping to find a world free of conflict. I don't want anyone to know where we're going. If I take my family with me, won't I be rebuilding a cannibalistic society, and space folding technology is dangerous. Perhaps we won't even find another starry sky? Min looked at Che in surprise, finally angry. So you're just abandoning your family? This is your homeland, filled with countless people who adore you. Your blood will always belong to your family, you playboy. Che lowered his head, a look of obvious desolation. After a long moment, a millstone-sized rock suddenly levitated from the ground and touched the tiny star. Shattering and collapsing, the rock, magically enhanced by the star, transformed into a stone ball the size of a fruit pit. Its surface gleaming with faint starlight. Che suddenly waved his arm, and the fruit pit-sized stone ball suddenly sank into the earth. I don't know if my plan will succeed, but if I have the chance, I'll come back to check. Chapter 174 Interstellar Coordinates. Li Ziyi opened his eyes, and the world before him was no longer a dead silence, but lush and vibrant. He knew he had escaped the illusion of memory, but the shock lingered in his mind for a long time. The space-folding technology that Che had finally demonstrated had taken Li Ziyi by surprise. It was clearly the same technology used by the Trisolarans to create Sophons in Langsing's sci-fi masterpiece, The Three-Body Problem. Two-dimensional protons unfolded like an infinitely thin membrane, capable of enveloping the entire Trisolaran planet. The Trisolarans etched a large number of specialized integrated circuits into this membrane, then multiplied it to 3, 4, 6, and 11 dimensions. Then, the Sophons were successfully constructed, a two-dimensional plane capable of enveloping the entire planet, reduced to the size of a particle invisible to the naked eye. Could it be that Liu Dai awakened some genetic memory of his ancestors to create the three-body problem? This strange thought suddenly occurred to Li Ziyi. Although Che's manipulation of the stars had only reached 4 dimensions, while the Trisolarans had achieved a staggering 11 dimensions, certain similarities between the two were striking. The Trisolarans built a soapon to counter the Earthlings of the three-body problem novels, while Che exploits dimensional shifts to fold space and find a path to an unknown world. Their starting points are simply different. Science fiction holds a magical, unpredictable effect. Li Ziyi pondered this, as if vaguely grasping the reason for his arrival in this world. "Father, would you like some tea?" A whispered greeting reached Li Ziyi's ear. He turned to see Mu Yu, a worried look on his face. Then he felt a slight ache in his body. "How long have I been sitting here?" 3 days, father. Oh, previously, when Li Ziyi awakened his genetic memories and experienced secret realms, time in his mind raced while real time slowed. But this time, the situation was reversed. The encounter between Che and Min lasted only a few dozen minutes, yet an hour had passed in real time. "I'm fine. All right. I'm a little hungry." Only when Li Ziyi began to eat and drink normally did Mu Yu finally feel relieved. For the past few days, she watched Li Ziyi sit there like an old monk in meditation, and her usually strong heart had suddenly weakened with anxiety, fearing that something might happen to him, leaving her without a strong spiritual support. "You should eat a little too." "Yes, father." After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them packed up and headed back down the mountain. Mu Yu couldn't help but ask, "Father, what's been wrong with you these past few days?" "Nothing much. I've awakened a little bit of my bloodline memory and saw the mining you mentioned." "Mining?" Mu Yu was surprised for a moment, then asked instinctively, "So what did mining tell you?" Li Ziyi smiled, shouldered his backpack, and headed down the mountain. "He said I was a playboy." Mu Yu remained where she was for a long time, not moving. She completely believed Li Ziyi's words, because the old patriarch had said something similar. "Father, is he as great a figure as mining?" After Mu Yu chased Li Ziyi down the mountain, he discovered that he hadn't returned to the scavenger settlement. Instead, he was sprinting towards a valley, his speed increasing, as if driven by a sense of urgency. Li Ziyi was indeed anxious. As he carefully observed the terrain around him, slowly integrating it with his newly acquired genetic memories. It had been countless years since the last civilization, and the topography had changed significantly. He had only just now pinpointed the location where Che and Min had conversed. As he approached that location, Li Ziyi finally grasped a sense of place. Wasn't this the same place he had traveled through time over a year ago? Finally, Li Ziyi stopped, a look of disbelief on his face. Amidst a plant-covered forest, a deep, bottomless well had appeared, plummeting straight down. Miu, rushing up from behind, also spotted the abruptly revealed well. "Father, do you want to go down and take a look?" Li Zihe shook his head, took 2 steps to the side, and found a crooked tree. A patch of bark was missing from its trunk. Li Zihe lost his way during his time traveling through time, circling for ages before finally returning to his starting point. He made this mark on the tree to help him stay conscious and aware that he was circling. The location of this deep well is where, in his memory, Che drove the fruit core stone ball into the ground. During the awakening of his genetic memory, Li Zihe embodied Che's feelings. Che had already resolved to leave with his followers, embarking on an unknown journey, most likely to Langsing. The fruit core stone ball represents the interstellar coordinates that Che left behind in this world. "I'll come back to see you," Che had said to Min at the time. However, too much time had passed, and Che could no longer return, so he sent his descendant, Li Zihe, here. But when Li Zihe traveled through time, this deep well wasn't here. So, could the fruit core stone ball still be found beneath the well? If he found it, would he be able to return home and take another look? Jiaming, fuck your sister. Li Zihe's furious curses echoed through the forest, scaring away all the nearby mutant beasts. Li Zihe stormed back to the scavenger settlement, followed by Miu Yu, who also wore a "don't mess with me" expression. His father didn't get angry easily, so he had to act angry too. But as they neared the settlement, they witnessed something even more infuriating. Several off-road vehicles roared into Honghu's settlement, knocking over countless shacks and crushing several scavengers who couldn't get out of their way. A group of armed mercenaries jumped out of the vehicles, laughing and firing randomly, knocking over a dozen scavengers before stopping. "Stop!" Honghu and a few of his trusted aides stepped forward to stop the mercenaries who were trying to act like hooligans. "Honghu, you're quite the daredevil. Our Lord Nim has come personally to collect the overdue taxes today. Are you planning to resist?" The mercenary captain spotted Honghu's men firing automatic rifles and waved his mercenaries to be on high alert. He then approached Honghu, grinning grimly and pressing the barrel of his rifle to his forehead. "Honghu, don't think you can defy the Kadir company with just a few crappy guns. Believe it or not, I'll kill all those hundreds of you today." Woo! Suddenly, a powerful sound of air piercing through the air echoed. The mercenary captain turned to see one of his own off-road motorcycles growing ever larger before him. With a clang, the motorcycle crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to rest. The mercenary captain, who had been shouting fiercely just moments before, was now a tattered man, his intestines spilling out. "Who is it?" The mercenaries quickly dispersed, searching in panic for any trace of the enemy. Li Zihe and Miu Yu entered the crowd's view, both unarmed, yet their presence intimidated everyone, making them afraid to fire. A motorcycle suddenly appeared, a terrifying sight, at least something a genetic warrior could pull off. Li Zihe walked directly in front of someone and sneered, "Lord Nim, I never thought we'd meet again." Nim looked at Li Zihe, trying to recall when he'd seen him before. His unkind tone suggested a grudge between them. "Over a year ago, right here." Li Zihe pointed to the ground beneath his feet. "You tricked me from here into coming to Tax City, put a trapper's anklet on me, and made me a trapper. Remember, after being rescued by Honghu, Li Zihe struggled to repay his debts, leaving his sister, Li Xiaowan, tormented by a group of unscrupulous relatives. Later, Nim, the Tax City tax collector, arrived with his tax collection team to conduct a tax raid, offering to take Li Zihe to Tax City to earn gold coins, which could be exchanged for at the Kaneo post station. Li Zihe ended up believing it, and was sold off to the cartel company by that bastard Nim. He became a miserable trapper, nearly losing his life several times. Nim's pupils shrank, knowing that something bad was going to happen today. He couldn't remember Li Zihe's specific identity, but he had used various tricks to defraud countless scavengers, and every one of them hated him to the core. But Nim didn't back down immediately, knowing the more he flinched now, the worse it would be. "Don't you dare kill me. I'm a tax officer appointed by the Federation. If you kill me, the Tucker City Mobile Infantry Battalion will massacre the settlement, and you'll become a wanted fugitive, a prey for bounty hunters." Watching Nim, who was still holding on, Li Zihe pulled out the Inspectorate's badge. Junior Inspector General of the Inspectorate, number 9527 XXXXXX. I suspect you of abusing your authority to persecute Federation citizens. I'm arresting and interrogating you." Nim was stunned. If Li Zihe had been a genetic warrior, he could have used his status as a Federation official to defend himself. But the inspection department specializes in targeting federal officials. Countless federal officials have been overthrown by the inspection department. "What's a tax collector like you?" "Boy, don't kill my man." A girl hiding in the crowd stepped out, watching Li Zihe's timid plea. Li Zihe looked at the girl and saw it was Martha, the same Martha who had been infatuated with him all day at Cartier Company. "You actually married him?" Li Zihe couldn't believe it. Martha had been so proud and arrogant, determined to marry a handsome man, but looking at Nim's appearance, he was nothing but a scapegoat. Martha smiled bitterly and said nothing. She had never thought of marrying Nim, but who would have thought that Li Zihe, whom she had always called boy, would become the unattainable inspector general. Nim hurriedly left with his tax collection team. Uncle Honghu, who had been very close to Li Zihe, gave him a sheepish smile. Li Zihe sighed, took out a box that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Honghu. "Uncle Honghu, I may not come back often in the future, so take care of yourself." "Oh, okay." Honghu carefully sent Li Zihe and Mu Yu away, and immediately ordered his men. "Move immediately and look for a new settlement in the east." The scavengers took action instantly. They also saw today's scene clearly. If they didn't move, they didn't know what kind of trouble would come to them in the future. It's good that Li Zihe has made progress, but it may not bring good luck to Honghu and others, but perhaps disaster. Honghu opened the box that Li Zihe gave him and found that it contained a gene correction potion and a gene enhancement potion. "Oh, Mudcat, I really didn't misjudge you. You must take care of yourself." Chapter 175 Men Need Face. Sfag parked the communication ship at the number 7 interstellar spaceport above Zuxing, and skillfully found a broker in the spaceport. After delivering a specialty product, he, Mu Yu, and Li Zihe took the shuttle to land on the ground of Zuxing without any inspection. Li Zihe, who was watching the whole process, was very worried, because the supervision department had wasted a lot of manpower and material resources to carry out various screening tests for insect invasions over Zuxing, but now it seemed that there were loopholes everywhere. Li Zihe decided to mention these loopholes to Xiaowan after seeing him later. Li Zihe, who had witnessed major disasters and epidemics, understood the necessity of strict prevention and control. But when Li Zihe rushed to the supervision department, he almost overturned the table with Xiaowan. And he didn't care about these trivial matters. "What do you mean can't contact? You're the head of the supervisory department, and you can't even get through to a masked figure? Who are you trying to fool?" Li Zihe rushed back to the supervisory department, desperate to find Jiaming and retrieve his interstellar coordinates. He believed the fruit core stone ball must hold a crucial secret. But Xiaowan said Li Zihe couldn't contact Jiaming, and Li Zihe flew into a rage. "Minister Qiao, I have something very important to discuss with Jiaming. It will impact the relationship between the supervisory department and the temple." Desperate, Li Zihe threatened. Xiaowan calmly replied, "I really can't contact Jiaming right now. I'll let you know when I do." Li Zihe gritted his teeth. "So, has Jiaming given you anything recently?" Xiaowan asked curiously. "I've never even met him. How could he give me something?" Li Zihe left the 36th floor angrily, even though he didn't sense anything amiss with Xiaowan. But he couldn't help but have a faint suspicion in his heart. Has Xiaowan already got the fruit core stone ball and started the research on space folding? In time, will the exploration fleet of the supervisory department embark on the journey of conquering another world like Che did in the past? Li Zihe entered the Iron Cross Church from the main gate for the first time, and put on the appearance of formally asking to see Chen Tong. He believed that there would be someone in the supervisory department monitoring the situation on Iron Cross Street. If Xiaowan really got the fruit core stone ball, he would have to consider the consequences of deceiving Chen Tong and himself. Chen Tong was also surprised to see Li Zihe. In the past, Li Zihe would give him information in advance, and then Chen Tong would go to the secret door to pick him up in person. When they reached a quiet place, Chen Tong asked Li Zihe with concern, "What happened to you today?" "Did something happen?" Li Zihe told Chen Tong calmly. "I went to Crimson Star a few days ago, searching for clues to Che's civilization from the previous era. I found." Li Zihe spoke for a long time, detailing how Che might have used space folding technology to leave the starry sky, But he didn't mention the story of Minimum. He also described the fruit core stone ball that Jiaming had taken as a precious treasure left behind by Che, rather than the interstellar coordinates he had delivered from Landstar. Chen Tong was also shocked after hearing this. But just when Li Ziyi expected her to be furious and show Qiao Yan some of her prowess, Chen Tong frowned and thought hard. After a long while, Chen Tong said, "Can you tell me more about that space folding technology?" Li Ziyi pondered for a moment, then simply activated his own starlight, releasing a long beam of light from his fingertips. The light then condensed from a line to a surface, then from a surface to a solid, and finally condensed into a small ball of light. When our current spacecraft make interstellar leaps, they choose nodes in star regions with complex cosmic force fields. So, if we can inject special forces into these three-dimensional surfaces, Li Ziyi manipulated his star wheel, spinning it around the sphere of light, but he could only demonstrate a tiny bit of theory to Chen Tong. He lacked Che's abilities, and even Che's knowledge of spatial folding was superficial, the details completely unknown. But Chen Tong watched intently, her eyes, deep as the starry sky, occasionally gleaming with tiny sparks. A dazzling star wheel blossomed from Chen Tong's body, transforming the entire tower into a dazzling galaxy. She raised her palm, and a ball of starlight continuously evolved between points, lines, and surfaces, ultimately forming a dazzling sphere of light. This sphere, surrounded by Chen Tong's star wheel at its center, was constantly squeezed and kneaded, and gradually showed signs of collapse. Li Ziyi sensed terrifying power fluctuations surging within the sphere, seemingly out of control. In his awakened genetic memory, Che had seemingly effortlessly transformed the light sphere from 3 dimensions to 4. But now, watching Chen Tong's manipulations, Li Ziyi felt a wave of fear, a dreadful desire to flee. If this thing wasn't handled properly, it could be a small-scale nuclear bomb. At this critical juncture, Li Ziyi didn't dare interfere with Chen Tong, fearing for her life and his own. After a long moment, Chen Tong retracted her star swirl and abandoned the 4-dimensional transformation of the light sphere. But she grabbed Li Ziyi and said, "Follow me." They descended the tower's spiral staircase, deep into the spacious basement. "Are these things for you?" Li Ziyi had spent many days on the tower's rooftop, and this was his first time in the basement. He noticed melee weapons suitable for a Templar knight placed against the wall, along with a strange, 6-meter-tall golden statue in armor, seemingly at odds with Chen Tong's status as a monk. Chen Tong didn't answer Li Ziyi, but instead pulled him toward the statue. It was then that Li Ziyi realized that the 6-meter-tall suit of armor wasn't a statue, but if it were a mecha, it was too small. The Federation's standard mecha was 30 meters tall, and some Blood Clan mechas were shorter, but still at least 20 meters. Li Ziyi had no idea what a 6-meter-tall mecha could be. A mecha needed powerful power, powerful weapons, and high-strength armor, and a smaller size wouldn't be able to achieve perfect balance. Li Ziyi was baffled. As a Grand Knight of the Temple, Che had experienced every temple mecha before, but Li Ziyi had experienced so many secret realms, yet he had never seen such an exquisite and luxurious mecha. This is the armor of the god of war. Legend has it that at the end of the last era of civilization, humanity faced an unprecedented crisis. The gods chose a powerful warrior, bestowed upon him the name of God of War, and gifted him with the most powerful armor to save all living beings. Chen Tong released Li Ziyi's hand and, looking at the armor, said with emotion, "After Che's departure, the morale of the temple warriors continued to decline. Lan took up Che's burden, began to learn combat, and eventually became one of the gods of war." Li Ziyi understood that this 6-meter-tall god of war armor was likely developed by the temple's cultivators at the end of the last era of civilization, after Che's departure. "After my reincarnation, I sensed its call, and just now, I sensed its joy." Chen Tong gazed at the golden armor before him and released his star swirl once again, enveloping it in the center of the star swirl. This time, Li Ziyi didn't sense a strong force field fluctuation, but he noticed that the golden god of war armor instantly moved, like a pet hearing a whistle. 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, the 6-meter-tall divine armor slowly transformed, finally transforming into a golden bracelet, hovering in front of Chen Tong. Chen Tong extended her hand, and the golden bracelet flew over and slipped onto her jade-white wrist. Li Ziyi was astonished. This bracelet clearly possessed some of the properties of space folding, and it was no exaggeration to call it a half-finished proton. Chen Tong was also excited, constantly playing with her new toy, transforming it into a towering suit of armor, then back into a delicate bracelet. She even opened the mech's hatch, climbed in, started it up, and performed a few graceful dance moves. After playing for a while, Chen Tong excitedly said to Li Ziyi, "Did you know? It has a name, Su." Li Ziyi was jealous, envious, and envious. It was like playing in a game, playing with a team next to you, constantly showing off their god-level equipment, while you, wearing only bronze trinkets, just wait and see. "Oh, rising sun gold? I see," Li Ziyi said with a wry smile. Chen Tong seemed to sense Li Ziyi's mood, and smiled as he took off the bracelet and handed it to him. Li Ziyi took it and examined it carefully, and found that the bracelet seemed to be alive. Golden water continued to flow slowly, transforming into various delicate patterns, and there was also a faint starlight faintly overflowing in its depths. But no matter how Li Ziyi stimulated his star swirl in strength, the bracelet just flowed on its own, and did not resonate with him at all. Li Ziyi exchanged the bracelet to Chen Tong with a wry smile, feeling a little frustrated. Although Chen Tong was embarrassed to tell him directly in order to take care of Li Ziyi's feelings, Li Ziyi understood it very well. This semi-finished sub-equipment was either not suitable for him, but more likely, his strength was not enough. Just now, when Chen Tong used Star Swirl to evolve into 3 and 4 dimensions, the gap between the two was vividly demonstrated. Li Ziyi has been in this world for more than a year. His bloodline power has been increasing rapidly, and his genetic memory has been awakening. This has given him the mentality that this young master is the most talented and can win even if he lies down, but now facing Chen Tong, who has practiced hard for more than 10 years, he finds his own gap. "Chen Tong, how about I teach you melee combat, and you teach me spiritual practice?" "A mage who can't do melee combat is not," Li Ziyi said halfway, and suddenly remembered what Chen Tong said just now. Lan eventually became the so-called god of war after Che left. So, does Chen Tong have melee skills? Okay, Chen Tong agreed with a smile, which made Li Ziyi feel uneasy. Men have to save face. Thanks to book friend 20211012165424806 for the reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.